You couldn't squelch this ballad? Kelvin demanded. More easily than you could imagine, thought Danilo with a stab of guilt. He could simply leave it unwritten and unsung. But in truth, what would that profit? His words to Kelvin painted the picture clearly enough. If he himself did not write such a ballad, someone else would, and the tale might grow dangerously larger in the telling. How so? Forbid a song? That would only spread it the faster. And you must admit, this has in it all the elements of a fine tale. Heroism, tragedy, mystery. It will strike a particular chord with retired men of the sword, in which Waterdeep abounds. How so? Well, other than the men who rode patrols, Thornhold was manned by aging paladins, veterans who chose to serve rather than retire. The paladins of Thornhold defied their age and infirmities. They died fighting, as heroes, long after their time. This holds much appeal. Danilo reached for the ladle of the soup tureen, then thought better of it. There is more. Although listeners expect tales in which good triumphs over evil, many are surprised and secretly delighted when evil triumphs, as long as the results do not touch them personally. The Archmage wiped his lips with a linen napkin. That is a harsh thing to say. Danilo shrugged, but true nonetheless. Since there is much mystery about the fall of Thornhold, there will be speculation. All who listen to the ballad become storytellers themselves, as they spin tales about what might have happened. But not all men are content with gossip, the Archmage said. How long before small forces gather to throw themselves against Thornhold? The paladins at the Halls of Justice will probably make a quest of it, not to mention the Knights of Summit Hall. I don't need to tell you what a waste that would be. Only an enormous, full-scale assault of massive power could bring down those walls. Danilo examined his fingernails. Thinking of trying your hand, uncle? The Archmage sniffed. As to that, I have but one word. Askelhorn. Ah. Excellent point. For a time, the men fell silent, and the air was thick with the memory of dire, unforeseen results of powerful magic wrought. The fall of the fortress that Kelvin had named opened the gate to darker, more deadly powers. For years, Askelhorn had been aptly known as Hellgate Keep, and represented the failure of extreme magical remedies. Evoking it declared Kelvin's firm intention to keep himself free of direct involvement in the matter. Danilo often suspected that Kelvin had a deep, personal stake in the matter as well, but he had never found a way to broach the subject. So, what do you propose that the Harpers do? Danilo prodded. You are not going to like my suggestion, the Archmage warned him. But listen to my concerns, and weigh them well. Ronulf of Tyr was one of the men slain. Lost with him was an artifact, a ring of considerable and mysterious power. We must get it back. There is that we again, the young man said in a voice heavy with foreboding. Kelvin's smile was grim and fleeting. This task will not fall to you. There is one better suited for it. Bronwyn, I suppose. Who better? She has demonstrated great skill in searching out artifacts, and what she does not know of her heritage this day, she will soon find out. It is only prudent to bind her to the Harpers' service in this matter. Danilo was more than a little unhappy about this turn of events. This task would put her in great danger. Is that so different from many other assignments she has willingly taken? There was truth in that, yet Danilo still scoured his wits for a compelling argument against this plan. Then it occurred to him that Bronwyn might already possess this ring. If she had managed to see her father, perhaps he had passed it on to her. It was a possibility that bore looking into. If that were the case, Danilo could conceive of nothing important enough to warrant taking from Bronwyn the only family treasure she had ever possessed, or was ever likely to possess. Bronwyn will do as you direct, Danilo said, letting a bit of anger creep into his voice. She always has. But why is this ring so important that you consider its worth above hers?
I didn't say that, Kelvin cautioned him. Finding the rings and keeping them safely away from those who wish to use their power is the only course that will guarantee Bronwyn's safety. As long as the rings are obtainable, any descendant of Samalar is a much-desired commodity.
Danilo reached for the pitcher of ale and poured himself a mug. Uncle, do not send me out blind. There has been too much of that, and I won't be party to it any longer. Tell me plainly what these rings do.
Some old tales say—
Let us dispense with prevarication. The bard cut in impatiently. What do they do? Kelvin tugged at the silver hoop in his ear, a sure sign that he was ill at ease.
I do not know, he admitted. When the 3 rings are combined, they produce a powerful effect that is, unfortunately, unknown to me. The wizard who created them on behalf of Samalar and his knights was not inclined to share his secrets.
Aha, Danilo thought. Some of Kelvin's earlier comments took on more meaning when considered by this light. An old rivalry, perhaps? The Archmage merely shrugged.
Find the ring, he repeated.
Danilo leaned back in his chair and took a sip of the ale. The beverage was flat and bitter. He grimaced and set the mug down. That might prove difficult, he said. As I reported earlier this 10-day, Bronwyn is away on business. My scouts have not found word of her in Daggersford, so it is possible that she had this story put about as a blind. My guess would be that she had another, deeper destination in mind. He spoke these words with heavy portent, deliberately misleading the Archmage. Kelvin scowled.
Skullport again, eh? Well, check it out. Help her complete her business so we can move on to the matter at hand.
Danilo smiled, relieved to be able to speak whole truth at least once. On that, uncle, you may depend. Ebenezer waited impatiently as Bronwyn held counsel with the aging human who kept the inn. The yawning portal, it was called. The yawning customer was more like it. He was beginning to nod off over his 3rd mug of ale when the young woman strode over to his table, an expression of grim triumph on her face. Durham will let us in, she said softly. This is not the only entrance to Skullport, but it's the quickest. It's like being a bucket in a well. He ties a rope around you and lowers you down.
A well, eh? A dry one, I'm hoping.
At first, she grinned fleetingly, fiercely. Skullport is neither dull nor dry, not by any measure. The dwarf perked up at this news. He'd been doing too much sitting around for his liking and was about ready for a rowdy hour or two. He hopped up from the chair.
Well then, let's get to it.
Ebenezer followed Bronwyn back to the locked room and watched as the old man slid the cover from a gaping hole in the floor. The dwarf insisted on going first, figuring he'd be the better one to look around for danger, seeing as he could see in the dark and she couldn't. She agreed and told him briefly what to look for. It was a good thing he'd chosen to go first, for the ride down was far longer than Ebenezer had expected. If he had had to sit and twiddle his thumbs while they cranked Bronwyn down, he might have changed his mind and demanded they take another route. It was hard to rethink the matter in the middle of a dark, narrow well shaft. Finally, he caught sight of the opening Bronwyn had told him would be there. He swung back and forth on the rope a bit to get some momentum, then seized the first of several iron handholds set into the stone wall. He hauled himself into the side tunnel, then wriggled out of the leather harness and gave the rope a couple of good tugs. Instinct prompted him not to holler up a "got here just fine." Darkness and silence surrounded him, but there was a watchful quality to the place. Ebenezer wasn't keen to alert who knows what of his arrival. The dwarf waited impatiently, hand never far from the handle of his hammer, until Bronwyn came into view. He grabbed her by the belt and hauled her into the tunnel. She touched down with a whisper of soft-soled leather. She shrugged off the harness and gestured to Ebenezer to follow her, a bold gesture, considering that she herself could not see in the utter blackness of the hole. Ebenezer fell into step beside her, moving comfortably through the darkness. His eyes, like those of all dwarves, slipped easily past the range of light and color to perceive subtle patterns of heat. Humans had no such abilities, but Bronwyn moved along well enough, finding her way by running the fingertips of one hand along the wall. They passed 2 passages before Bronwyn turned off into a side tunnel. This one sloped down swiftly in a tight, curving spiral, widening as it went. Slowly, the heat patterns faded from the dwarf's vision to be replaced by a faint, phosphoric light. Glowing lichen clung to the damp stone walls, and globs of luminous, mobile fungi inched along the walkways. Ebenezer booted one out of the way. It splatted against the wall in a smear of weirdly glowing green, then oozed down to meld with a passing fungus.
"Looks like a deep dragon sneezed in here," he muttered darkly.
"It gets worse. Take care what you step in." This proved to be good advice. Some of the leavings were more disgusting than others, and more than once they skirted the rotting carcass of some poor critter who'd been ambushed and half-eaten. They walked for hours without talking, listening intently to the sounds of the tunnel, the hollow, echoing sound of their footsteps, the dripping of water, the squeak of rats, and the distant roars of prowling monsters. In time, the faint clamor of a settlement edged into the tunnels. "Almost there," Bronwyn murmured. Ebenezer nodded and lifted one hand to cover his nose. The unmistakable stench of a seaport filled the air. They turned down another passage and came out into a huge cavern, the floor of which was scattered with low, dark buildings. They made their way through a squalid marketplace crowded with more beings, hailing from more races than Ebenezer had ever seen in one place. It was almost a relief when Bronwyn veered off into a narrow side tunnel. The tunnel ended abruptly, opening into a small cavern glowing with faint, flickering blue light. At the entrance stood 2 of the largest illithids Ebenezer had ever seen. They were hideous brutes, man-sized, bipedal creatures whose misshapen bodies were not recognizable as either male or female. Large, bald heads of a sickly lavender hue rose above robes the color of dried blood. Their faces were utterly without expression, at least none that the dwarf could read. Illithid eyes were large, white, and blank, and the lower half of their face comprised 4 writhing lavender tentacles. The guards clutched spears in their 3-fingered purple hands, but their real weapon lay behind those impassive eyes. "I need to talk to Istir," Bronwyn told the guards, jerking her head toward Ebenezer. "Got a dwarf for sale." In response, the guards stepped aside, and a 3rd illithid emerged from the shadows, beckoning them to follow. Ebenezer threw his friend a derisive glare, which he kept firmly in place as he followed the woman into the cavern. The way he saw it, a scowl would look well matched with the swagger he threw into his walk. Maybe these purple critters could look into his mind and know what he thought of all this, but he'd be damned as a dwergar if he'd look scared.
"Not a bad plan, I guess, but you couldn't have warned me about it ahead of time?" complained Ebenezer in a low whisper as he and Bronwyn fell into step behind their guide. "Hard to do, considering that I'm making this up as we go," she countered. "Humph. Just see that you don't go selling me off to some 2-legged squid," the dwarf returned with more bravado than he felt. When they emerged into another small cavern, their guide disappeared back into the thick shadows, and yet another illithid, this one draped in expensive-looking silks and fine gold jewelry, glided forward. Apparently, the message had been relayed through the mysterious mind-speak the creatures employed. Since there was little point in lying to a creature who could pluck thoughts from another being's mind, Bronwyn sensibly got right to the point. "Istir," she said, nodding a greeting. "We're trying to locate a shipment of dwarf slaves. I want the whole lot of them." "That is not the message the guard relayed,"
responded the illithid Istir, its unearthly voice sounding in Ebenezer's mind. I want an arbiter, Bronwyn said calmly, ignoring her own lie. We are entitled to one by Skullport's laws of trade. A touch of emotion, irritation, frustration, and perhaps respect emanated from the illithid. This way, it said grudgingly. The creature led them deeper into the cavern. As they went, the bluish glow intensified, until a gleam forced Ebenezer to shade his eyes. He just barely made out the source of the light, and promptly wished he hadn't bothered. A strange, malformed illithid sat on a pedestal on a square dais with steps leading up on all sides. Instead of 4 short tentacles, this one had 9 or 10 extremely long ones that branched out from all sides of an enormous, glowing head. These tentacles undulated softly through the air like a cave octopus, feeling about for prey. An arbiter, Bronwyn explained softly. You need to hold the tip of one of those tentacles. As long as you do, we're all equal. The illithid can't influence us any more than we can control it. Ebenezer eyed the writhing tentacles with dismay.
When we find the rest of my clan, those dwarves are going to owe me big for this, he muttered.
Istir took up one of the tentacles, nodding at Bronwyn and Ebenezer to do the same. The experience was every bit as unpleasant as the dwarf feared. Immediately, Ebenezer was enveloped by a cloud of strange sensations. He'd never much thought about evil, other than the natural impulse to pull out his axe and get to work whenever a critter bent on such mischief got in his way. And he'd had no idea that evil had a sound and shape and stench all its own. Linking thoughts with an illithid convinced him of that beyond debate. Even worse was the hunger. The dark, grasping, endless hunger that was the illithid's power. Fortunately, Bronwyn seemed better able to twist her thinking to the illithid way of doing business. After some brisk bartering, Istir answered Bronwyn's questions readily enough. Who had dwarf slaves? Where they were being kept? What ship they were going out on? Ebenezer suspected that the discussion cost Bronwyn, though. Far more than the ridiculous price she'd agreed to pay. Glad though he was for the information the creature sold them, he would rather crawl into a dragon's gullet than ever again willingly enter an illithid's head. On his way out, Ebenezer didn't bother trying for bravado. Speed seemed more sensible. He practically dragged Bronwyn out of the blue-glowing cavern and into the relative darkness and purity of the tunnels beyond.
A pouch of silver and a long rope of black pearls, Ebenezer muttered, marveling at the cost Bronwyn had paid for the information, but not wanting their guide to hear his words. Since it was easier to think ahead, to the settling up of scores and debts, than to ponder the grim reality before them, he added, The clan will be hard-pressed to pay you back the price of that ransom, but we're good for it. Just might take a little time is all. She cut him off with a scowl. We'll talk about that later. Right now, we're nowhere close to discussing reimbursement. Yeah, he admitted with a sigh. What's this place we're bound to, then? The Burning Troll. It's a tavern frequented by pirates and smugglers. It's one step up from a midden, but we should be able to get the information we need. About an hour later, Ebenezer sat slumped on a high, rickety stool, getting the elbows of his jacket sticky on the unwashed bar in front of him. He sipped gloomily at his ale, too downcast to care over much that it had been desecrated by the addition of water. The ship had already sailed. The ship that carried his kin away to slavery had sailed just that day, and they had missed it. No tunnel could reach where they'd gone. Even the cold comfort of vengeance was denied Ebenezer. The murderous, thieving humans who had done this were beyond the reach of his avenging axe. Ebenezer let out another curse and signaled for a third mug. Game with dice? Suggested a coarse, grating voice beside him. Ebenezer swiveled on the stool to find himself nearly nose to snout with the ugliest excuse for an orc he'd ever seen.
The critter was not much bigger than a dwarf, though it was as broad and powerful as most of its kind. It struck Ebenezer that some god with time on his hands and a twisted sense of humor had placed the orc lengthwise between his palms and compacted the critter like a snowball. In Ebenezer's opinion, the god in question should have kept squishing until the task was done. Ebenezer pointed to his chest.
"You talking to me?" "Why not?"
The sawed-off orc bared his fangs in a drunken grin and swatted Ebenezer companionably on the shoulder. A satisfying, cleansing flood of dwarven ire swept through Ebenezer. Earlier, he had pitched a kobold through the window of the tavern, not first bothering to unlatch the shutters, for taunting him about his lack of a mustache. That really hadn't taken the edge off, though. But a friendly orc, now, that was enough to raise a considerable froth.
"Since you asked," the dwarf growled, "I'll show you why not."
His hand flashed out and seized the offered dice from the orc's palm. He slapped them down on the table and pulled the hammer from his belt. The orc's roar of protest rattled the mugs on the bar as he understood Ebenezer's intent. He grabbed for his dice, just in time to get one finger smashed under the descending hammer. Several patrons, most of them just as ugly as the orc, came over to investigate the disturbance, their faces made memorable by scars and fangs, and the uniform expression of menace that they currently wore. Ebenezer acknowledged their approach with a nod.
"Look it,"
he said grimly, pointing to the shattered dice. A small, iridescent blue beetle, sort of a pretty thing that looked like a sapphire with legs, scuttled frantically away. Smart little critters, they could be trained to throw their weight against the colored side of their tiny prison. A low, angry murmur rose from the cluster of men, orcs, and worse, that surrounded Ebenezer and his orcish challenger. Using loaded dice didn't win many friends, Ebenezer noted with satisfaction, not even in a place like this. The orc's howl of pain and outrage died suddenly as he realized how the tide of opinion had turned. He backed away a few steps, his piggish eyes wary and his shattered finger clutched close against his chest. Then he turned and ran, with the whole pack of his former dice mates roiling after him. Ebenezer raised his mug in mock salute, then turned back to the bar and his intended goal of waking up to find himself face down on the bar after a few hours of hard-won oblivion. An hour or so later, Bronwyn found the dwarf still at the bar. Ebenezer looked so defeated that her own shaky resolve firmed. She had found a solution. One that terrified her, but it was the best she could do, and it was the only chance the dwarf's lost family had. She strode over to the bar, slapping away a few grasping hands on the way, and seized the dwarf's arm as he lifted his mug. Ale splashed over the bar and dampened the dwarf's beard. He turned a dispirited face to her.
"Now why'd you go doing that?"
"I've got us a ship," she said urgently. His eyes narrowed.
"A ship?"
"And a crew. Smugglers waiting for cargo. It's been delayed, and the captain is losing too many men while he waits. He's eager for a job and will work cheap."
"Now hold on there. You're saying we should go out on the sea?" the dwarf asked. "In a ship?"
"That's the usual method," she hissed impatiently. "Now come on. We haven't much time to get to the docks." The dwarf still looked uncertain, but he hopped off the bar stool and followed her out of the burning troll. They wove their way between rows of leaning wooden buildings, taking a confusing maze of narrow alleys that led to the docks. The prospect of a sea voyage left Bronwyn so edgy she felt as though several layers of skin had been peeled off, leaving her incredibly vulnerable. She started to chatter softly to provide a distraction. "Getting a ship was easier than I dared hope. The captain even took credit against plunder or payment. If you're a praying dwarf, you might want to hope that the ship has some plunder worth keeping, or this could break us both."
"Clan's good for it,"
Ebenezer repeated. "I'm sure you are. It seems to me, though, there's more to the captain's story than he's letting on," she said absently, suddenly aware of a soft, rhythmic sound behind them. In Skullport, sound seemed to be everywhere, echoing through the vast sea cavern and bouncing off stone walls, resounding through tunnels. But this particular cadence was too regular and too constant to ignore. "We're being followed," she murmured. She took a small bronze disc from her bag and cast a quick glance over her shoulder. She caught the reflection of a squat, ugly orc peering around a corner at them. Ebenezer was not so discreet. He turned around and glared, then sniffed dismissively. That clearly angered the orc. Lowering his head like a charging bull, he came at them. Bronwyn reached for her knife and dropped into a crouch. But the dwarf pushed her aside and stood waiting in the center of the alley, hammer in hand.
"Sit this one out," he said. "Won't take long, him having a smashed hand and all."
Bronwyn looked from the gleam in the dwarf's eye to the hammer in his hand and sighed. "Made friends in the tavern, did you?" Ebenezer grunted in response and hauled the hammer down and back for the first swing. He caught the orc's chin with a wicked uppercut that halted the creature's charge and jerked his lowered head up and back. Ebenezer punched out with his free hand, slamming into the creature's chest. The orc's eyes bulged, and the gray hide of its face turned a ghastly blue. Slowly, it tilted forward and fell, face down, into one of the fetid puddles that dotted the alley.
"Stops the heart, if you get a good clean shot," Ebenezer commented.
He tucked his hammer back into his belt and turned to Bronwyn.
"You was saying?"
She shut her gaping mouth and turned back down the alley. "The captain is an ogre," she said, picking up where they left off. "But he was knowledgeable, well-dressed, well-spoken. Not a desperate second-rate thug by any means."
"Your better class of smugglers?"
Ebenezer said dryly. "There's truth to that," she rejoined. "Think about it. There's a city below and a city above. There is traffic between the two, and you can bet that hammer of yours that many of Waterdeep's merchants know someone who knows someone who can pay someone to do a favor. Are you following?"
"Easily enough. But the question is, do you know someone who's in a position to do all that other knowing?"
Bronwyn hesitated, not certain but wanting to believe. "You remember that man who came into the shop? Tall, fair-haired, good-looking?"
"No beard. Too much jewelry," Ebenezer remembered. "You were mad enough at him to chew trade bars and spit nails. What about him?"
"He's a friend, and he's also a member of a rich merchant family. It's possible he made some arrangements, helped pave the way. Here we are," she said as they emerged from the alley onto a broad, rotting boardwalk. "And over there's our ship." Ebenezer's gaze followed the line indicated by her pointing finger. His dubious expression darkened into a scowl as he took in the maze of docks and the ships bobbing alongside them in an expanse of undulating black water. A flock of sea bats whirled and shrieked over the ship Bronwyn had indicated, which was being rapidly prepared to sail. Burly dockhands hauled barrels of supplies aboard, and a huge ogre captain clung to the rail and bellowed down orders in a voice that held all the music of a bee-stung mule's bellow.
"That friend of yours," Ebenezer said darkly as he eyed the ship with trepidation, "might not have done you as big a favor as you seem to think."
Dag Zoreth stood on the wall of Thornhold and watched the caravan pass. 3 wagons, plus a mercenary guard. Nothing of interest. He would not even suggest that his men attack and demand toll from the traders. He looked past them, seeking for another, smaller caravan, one with a much more precious cargo. Several days had passed since Dag's victory. With each day he found himself spending more and more time walking the walls, searching the high road for signs of his daughter's caravan. The escort of Gentilar soldiers should have retrieved her by now from her place of secret fosterage. She was late, and Dag was growing ever more concerned. He was therefore greatly relieved to see a group of riders turn off the road onto the path that led up to the fortress, and gladder still when they lifted the standard of Darkhold by means of introduction. Dag gave a few terse orders to one of the guards to carry word to the Castellan, and then hurried down to meet his daughter. To his great consternation, the gate opened to reveal a group of men familiar to him, but not under his command. At their head rode Malchior. Dag quickly arranged his features into an expression of honor and welcome, and strode forward to help his former mentor and superior down from his horse. Malchior landed heavily and swept an appraising look over the fortress bailey.
"Very impressive, my son. I never thought the day would come when I saw the interior of this particular Caradun stronghold, except perhaps for the dungeons."
Dag smiled faintly to acknowledge the jest. Malchior seemed in a rare mood, so jovial that he looked likely to break into dance at any moment. "You've had a long ride from the villa. Come, I will show you to your room and have the servants bring refreshment."
Later.
Malchior flapped his hands, brushing aside this notion as if he were shooing flies.
"You've gone through Hrolf's papers?"
"Yes," Dag said coolly. There had been little enough to see. 3 or 4 lore books, recounting stories of past glories attributed to the Knights of Semalar, and a few blackened, curling bits of parchment that he had found in the hearth fire next to his father's charred heart. The older priest rubbed his hands together in his eagerness.
"I would be most interested in seeing any papers you have."
Dag shrugged and began to lead the way up to the tower. He had claimed the commander's quarters as his own, of course, and in them he kept the few goods that Hrolf of Tyr had left behind. "There is not much to see," he cautioned.
"What of treasure? Some holds, even those of religious orders, have a considerable hoard. Silver reliquaries holding the finger bone of some hero or saint, ancient weapons, an occasional artifact, even lesser treasures, such as jewelry."
Malchior's voice dropped on the last observation, becoming a subtle note softer, more casual. Dag's quick ear marked the difference and the probable reason for it. Malchior knew of the ring. As Dag showed Malchior up to the tower chamber, he pondered what to do about the ring. Say little, he decided, in hope that Malchior would reveal more of the ring's true purpose. So Dag waited until Malchior was seated behind Hrolf's, no, Dag reminded himself, his writing table. He noted the open greed in the older priest's eyes as Dag placed a pile of lore books before him. Perhaps the rings were not the treasure that Malchior held most dear. "You mentioned jewelry. You were speaking, of course, of the ring of Semalar that Hrolf wore," Dag said coolly. "Regrettably, it was not on Hrolf's hand when he died. My sister arrived before me, it would appear, and made off with my inheritance. She will be found." The old priest looked up, his eyes shrewdly measuring his former student.
"And the other rings?"
"I will find them as well," Dag said confidently. No need to tell Malchior that one was already in his possession. He waited until Malchior opened one of the books and began to leaf through it. "How long will you be able to stay?" Dag asked.
"Not long,"
the priest murmured in a distracted tone.
"This is most interesting. 3 or 4 days' study should suffice, unless, of course, you can see your way clear to loan me these books."
"By all means," Dag said quickly. Too quickly, judging from the shrewdly calculating look that Malchior sent him. The priest always suspected, and rightly so, that every other priest of Cyric knew more on any matter than he was willing to reveal. At that highly inopportune moment, there came a sharp knock from the open door. Dag glanced over, and his throat clenched with apprehension as he recognized the captain of the escort he had sent for his daughter. The man's too stiff posture and the tight, grim lines of his face announced more clearly than words that the news was not good. "Excuse me," Dag murmured to a very interested Malchior. Please help yourself to any of the books and papers, and wine as well, if you will." He hurried into the hall and shut the door behind him. "Well?" he hissed. The captain blanched.
"Lord Zorth, there is grave news. When we arrived at the farm, the child was gone. Both the elf and his woman had been slain."
The sound like a roaring sea rose in Dag's ears, threatening to engulf him. He summoned all of his iron control and pushed away any response at all to this, the apparent ruin of his dreams. "And then? What did you do?"
"We followed. One man on horse headed swiftly toward the city of Waterdeep. We lost the trail once he took to the roads, but his destination was clear enough."
The man stood straighter still.
"What would you have us do?"
Dag turned a coldly controlled gaze upon the failed soldier. "I would like you to die, slowly and in terrible pain," he said in an expressionless voice. Surprise leaped into the man's eyes, and an uncertainty that suggested he was unsure whether or not his commander was jesting with him. Then the first wave of pain ripped through him, tearing this notion from his mind, and tearing his lowermost ribs from his chest. The soldier looked down in disbelief as the two slim, curved white bones sprang from his chest like a door flung open. His eyes glazed, and his mouth opened to emit a scream of agony and horror. But all that emerged was a choked gurgle as blood rose into his throat and poured down over his ruined chest. Dag watched impassively as the power of his focused rage tore the soldier apart. When the man lay dead, he calmly walked back into the room and tugged at a bell pull. A servant arrived in moments, his face pale from the shock of what he had discovered in the hall. "Have this mess cleaned up, and send Captain Yamid to me," Dag said calmly. The man gulped and turned away. "Oh, and one more thing. Prepare my horse and guards. I will be leaving tomorrow at first light for Waterdeep." Chapter 9. By dawn the following day, Dag Zoreth's horse and guard stood ready for the journey south. He was not pleased, therefore, when one of Melchior's servants came down to the gate to bid Dag to await his guest, who wished to accompany him. An hour and more passed, while the older priest lingered at breakfast and carefully supervised the packing of Hrolf's lore books into his bags. That accomplished, the members of the party mounted and began to wind their way down the hillside to the high road. The size of the group worried Dag. Although none of the guards wore the symbols of Darkhold, and neither of the priests their vestments, the addition of Melchior and his score of attendants made them more suspicious and more subject to scrutiny. A group of 200 armed men arriving at the gates of Waterdeep might attract too much attention and too close an examination into Dag's affairs. He had worries enough without the close attention of Waterdeep's officials, both overt and secret. The city was a veritable nest of Harper activity, and the secret lords of the city were nearly as intrusive and pervasive as the Harpers. The inquiries Dag needed to make in the city were extremely sensitive, and he could use none of his usual Gentillar informers. If Melchior discovered that Dag had a daughter, and that he had kept the girl's existence secret for over 8 years, there would certainly be trouble. And there was always the possibility that Melchior did know, and that the girl's disappearance had been the work of the Gentarum. Dag had reason to know that the society he served used such methods. He cast a sidelong glance at Melchior. The fat priest rode like a sack of grain, but his face showed no sign of the discomfort his body must have been experiencing. He caught Dag's eye. "You have met Sir Gareth. Are you finding that liaison useful?" Melchior asked pleasantly. Dag considered his words carefully. After all, he intended to use the paladin to find his missing sister and his stolen child. "He managed to get Bronwyn to Thornhold. He handled the disposition of some newly acquired cargo for me.
In short, he seems able enough. I would hesitate to trust him too far, however, as he demonstrates a remarkable capacity for self-deception. I have no doubt he could justify any treachery."
"Well said," Melchior agreed. "That is always the risk of any agent, is it not? A man who is willing to betray his comrades at arms is not likely to show absolute loyalty to the men who bought him."
This presented as good an opening as Dag ever expected.
"You presented Sir Gareth as an ambitious man, jealous of Hrolf's fame and lineage. That I can readily accept, but how did the Gentarum hope to profit from the raid on Hrolf's village? And what do you, personally, intend to gain by pointing me toward my heritage?"
Melchior cast a glance around to ensure that the guards were beyond earshot.
"The answer to your first question is easy enough. Paladins and Gentarum are natural enemies, much as mountain cats and wolves. Hrolf had more enemies among us than I could count or name."
"You state what is known rather than answer the question," Dag observed, keeping his voice cool only with great effort. "You taught me better than to accept such sophistry. Please do not insult your own fine instruction." The priest chuckled at this tactic.
"Again, well said."
"Why were some of Hrolf's children taken?" Dag persisted. Melchior sighed and flapped away a fly that buzzed about his horse's ears.
"That I cannot tell you. It is the nature of the Gentarum that one hand does not always know what the other is doing. There are many ambitious men among us. Who knows? Perhaps there was intent to seek ransom or vengeance. Who is to say what is in the heart of any Gentilar?"
Again, Dag noted grimly, a question evaded. "And how did you come to learn of my family's history, and to connect me, a child lost some 12 years by the time I came to your attention, to Hrolf of Tyr?"
"Ah, that. I have made a study of the Caradun family, you see. Sometime I must show you the old portrait of your ancestor, Renwick Caradun. You are enough like him to be his son, perhaps even his twin. I saw the resemblance instantly when you were brought to Gentle Keep for testing as a lad, and I made a point to look into your history. Tracing your path was no easy thing, I assure you. Years passed before I was convinced that you were indeed the child stolen from the Jundar's Vale and lost by the Gentish soldiers who took you."
Dag listened carefully, but habit prompted him to study the path ahead, the seemingly endless stretch of hard-packed dirt, shaded and scented by the stand of giant cedars growing on the eastern side. He absently signaled to his captain and pointed to the trees, thus indicating the need for additional vigilance. The man saluted and sent a pair of men off into the trees to scout ahead for possible ambush.
"You have grown quite practiced in the art of command," Melchior observed. "Perhaps there is something of Hrolf of Tyr in you after all."
Dag's eyes narrowed. His first impulse was to believe the remark a deliberate taunt. Then, upon consideration, he realized that Melchior had at last given him the answer to his question, albeit in the roundabout manner that the priest favored.
"And that is why you sought me out,"
Dag summarized bluntly.
"There is power in the bloodline of Samalar," the priest agreed, "as I have said before."
"Then why not Hrolf himself?"
Melchior scoffed.
"I would have a better chance of turning the tide itself than bending a man such as Hrolf Caradun to my purpose. No, the only way to deal with a noble paladin is the manner that you chose, and no doubt executed yourself."
Dag stiffened.
"I did not mention Hrolf's fate."
"You did not have to. I trained you well, and we both know that only fools leave the destruction of an enemy to even a trusted underling. The important thing now is that Hrolf's power will be yours. When you discover what that is and how to use it, then I trust that your gain will also be mine."
You are a trusting man, Dag said with heavy irony. I suppose that is why you also seek my sister. You are, perhaps, placing bets on more than one horse? Melchior laughed heartily, slapping one fleshy thigh with his hand. Alas, betting upon racing horses is one vice I have not yet had occasion to develop. But you are astute. I would like to have this woman under the influence of the Gentarum. Yours, mine, it makes no real difference. Are we not like father and son? An interesting comparison, Dag thought wryly, considering the history of betrayals that lay between him and his blood father. But Dag carefully considered the older priest's words, reading between and behind them for the true meaning. Perhaps his first conclusion was off the mark. Perhaps Melchior did not need him or Bronwyn. Perhaps he needed them both. The family rings. There were two of them that he knew of. One was on his daughter's hand, the other most likely in his sister's possession. But the inscription on the ring he found in his ruined village indicated that there were three, and that when they came together, evil would tremble. The third ring, then. 3 rings in the hands of 3 of Samalar's descendants. That had to be what Melchior wanted. Dag's jaw clenched, and again he turned his eyes to the road ahead. No, he certainly could not rely on the Gentarum to help him find what he had lost. Sir Gareth, for all his limitations, was Dag's best recourse. 2 days' travel, and then he would confront his paladin ally face to face. There was grave danger in this, of course. If the paladins under Sir Gareth's command recognized the ring on the little girl's hand, Dag might be hard-pressed to get her back. "And your sister? Have your men found any sign of her yet?" Dag lifted a hand to his lips to hide his knowing smile. Yes, Melchior seemed very interested in finding Bronwyn. "As of this morning, no. But sooner or later she will return to her place of business in the city, and I shall find her there. There is no real harm in the delay. I shall have my little family reunion in due time." He turned a bland expression toward his former mentor, carefully studying his reaction to these words. But the priest's face gave away nothing. "I'm sure you are right. Now, on to more practical matters. We have been on the road for hours. Surely we should break for the midday meal." Dag glanced toward the east. The sun was barely visible over the tall cedars. High sun was at least 2 hours away. He suppressed a sigh and gestured for his quartermaster's attention. The trip to Waterdeep, it seemed, would take considerably longer than Dag had anticipated. Ebenezer Stoneshaft had never been so thoroughly and completely miserable in his nearly 2 centuries of life. He slumped on the deck of the ship, his back against a barrel and his eyes fixed with determination on the sky, rather than on the heaving waves beneath. Every jolt and roll of the ship sent shivers of atavistic terror through him. How humans and elves put up with sea travel he would never know. The feeling was too much like that of the first shivers of an earthquake, that unpredictable and devastating force that was every dwarf's deepest fear. Being on a ship was a constant, terror-filled waiting for the damn quake to start. The rolling motion, and the unrelieved state of expectant dread, kept the dwarf's belly in turmoil. Ever since they'd left that cesspool of a port in this floating excuse for a coffin, Ebenezer hadn't been able to keep much down. Not that he'd stopped trying. When Bronwyn found him, he was doggedly spooning up salty chowder. She crouched beside him. "The ship's food is terrible," she commiserated.
"Aye,"
he agreed sourly, regarding the small bowl in his hands.
"And the portions are pretty damn skimpy."
For some reason she found this amusing, but she sobered quickly as she sat down beside him. "We're making good progress. Captain Orwig was able to bribe the gatekeepers in Skullport and learn where they sent the ship we're seeking. Ebenezer nodded. He remembered all too well the trip up from the subterranean port through a series of magical locks.
How much longer, do you figure?
This caravel is fast and light. The ship we're chasing is single-masted, with a deep hold for cargo. It was fully loaded. According to the captain, if we keep to the course the keepers gave us, we should outrun it soon. If not today, then surely tomorrow.
Good,
the dwarf said stoutly. He wiped the bowl clean with a bit of hard biscuit, which he popped into his mouth.
Like the old saying goes, nothing settles the stomach like the scent of an enemy's blood.
I missed that one, Bronwyn murmured. Must be strictly a dwarven proverb. It seemed to Ebenezer that she sounded a mite piqued. He looked keenly at her.
You're looking green around the gills yourself. Sea travel don't agree with you, I take it.
No. Her grim, curt answer hinted at a tale. A tale, Ebenezer suspected, that might do her some good to tell.
So, this wouldn't be your first voyage, then?
Second. She glanced at the dwarf, her expression forbidding. Clearly, she didn't want to take this particular tunnel. But Ebenezer was not easily put off. He nodded expectantly, inviting the tale. When that yielded no result, he leaned forward slightly and pointedly raised his eyebrows. With a sigh, Bronwyn capitulated. I was taken south on a ship after the raid on my village. I was maybe 3 or 4 at the time.
Stones, he muttered.
The thought of a child, any child, being submitted to the terror of a sea voyage set Ebenezer's blood simmering with rage. Which, in his opinion, was a big improvement over a churning belly. Danged if he shouldn't have got riled up early on in this voyage, and stayed that way.
Hard thing, especially on a kid that age, he said darkly.
It was. She fell silent for a moment. I never actually saw the sea. Ebenezer's gaze dipped down to the endless, silvery waves. He gulped and yanked his attention back up to the billowing clouds that dotted the sky.
No loss there.
There's bad, and there's worse, Bronwyn pointed out. At least this trip, I have a choice. On my first voyage, I was kept in the hold, along with maybe a dozen or so other prisoners. Imprisonment. The dwarf didn't quite manage to suppress a shudder.
That's worse, he admitted.
They sat in silence for a few moments. Ebenezer caught Bronwyn looking in the direction of his belt, and tracked her gaze down to his wine skin. He had replaced it in Skullport. The burning troll, whatever its other shortcomings as a tavern might be, kept dwarven spirits in stock. He untied the string that held the skin to his belt and handed it to Bronwyn. She uncorked it and took a long, fortifying swig. To Ebenezer's surprise, she swallowed the strong spirits, known among the dwarves as molten mithril, without a cough or a sputter. He didn't know a human who could do that, leastwise not without practice. Maybe, he mused, she had had more than a little experience with dwarves and their ways. Later, he'd probably be tempted to ponder on that a mite. Bronwyn corked the skin and handed it back with a nod of thanks. For some reason, I was the only prisoner not chained. They treated me well enough, I suppose. I had enough food, a blanket, and a corner of my own to sleep in, and even a couple of toys. The others were destined for slavery. They spoke of it, wept over it. I don't think I was. Not at first.
What happened?
The dwarf prompted. There was a storm, she said shortly. A terrible storm that tossed the ship around like a leaf. The mast snapped, and some of the planking tore loose. The hold took on water. She shuddered from the memory. I climbed as high as I could onto a pile of crates. Everyone else was chained. I could do nothing but watch as they drowned, slowly, screaming and cursing like creatures damned to the abyss. Her voice dropped to a near whisper, husky with the remembered horror.
Hard thing on a kid,
the dwarf repeated. Nothing else in the hold survived except me. And a few rats. They could climb too, and they found any footing they could. By the time the water rose to my chin, there weren't many places left for them to perch. Ebenezer suspected what was coming and muttered a heartfelt oath. He stopped himself, just barely, from reaching for her hand. 2 of the rats climbed onto my head. They fought each other for the right to be there. Nothing I could do would dislodge them. She smiled faintly. When my hair is wet and parted just so, you can still see the scars. She drew in a long, ragged breath. The sea calmed suddenly. I learned later that we had been caught in the wake of a waterspout, thrown off course and into the path of some Nalanther pirates. Without the mast, the ship could neither fight nor flee. Most of the crew were killed. The pirates seized the valuables and took all the survivors to be sold as slaves. It was night then, she added, and there was no moon. That's why I never once saw the sea. Ebenezer sat bolt upright.
So you ended up a slave after all?
That's right. This time I was chained. The rest of the trip is a blur. I vaguely remember the marketplace and standing on the block while people gawked and poked. I was sold. There is a dark cloud over the next bit. I think I was resold, or maybe I escaped and was recaptured. I really don't remember. She sighed, and to Ebenezer's eyes she looked exhausted and drained by the recounting. He was sorry he had asked, but glad to know just the same. A good thing it was to know the measure of your friends. That measure he could summon up in one short statement.
And after all that, you came out on this ship.
Their eyes linked in understanding. After a moment, the dwarf reached for her hand. Her long, fragile human fingers intertwined with his stubby digits. They sat together, gazing up at the cloud castle that floated gently past and at the silver sea beneath. It didn't bother Ebenezer quite so much now to see the heaving sea. His own kin most likely didn't have his kind of choice in the matter. As Bronwyn had said, there was bad, and then there was worse. Algerind arrived in Waterdeep footsore and dusty. His boots had been made for riding, and the soles were nearly worn through by his days of walking. His once white tabard was dingy with the dust of the road. He hated to present himself at the gates of the halls of justice in such a state, but his brothers must learn of Thornhold's fate. He hurried through the streets. As before, he was struck by the noise and the crowds. How did men of Tyr hold fast to their faith, surrounded by such distractions and decadence? It puzzled him why the brothers would see fit to build the halls of justice in the heart of this teeming city. Better the remote hills, or the purity of a wind-swept mountain-top. The gatekeeper at the halls of justice looked him up and down with obvious disapproval. "It is most urgent that I speak with Sir Gareth," Algerind said. "Please bear word to him that Algerind of Summit Hall begs audience." "Summit Hall, is it?" the guard said, his face showing a bit more warmth. "You'll be in good and abundant company, then." Algerind's brow furrowed in puzzlement. "Sir? You don't know? There's a group of young paladins and acolytes from the training school, led by Laharan Goldbeard himself. They are making a paladin's quest of it," the man said. His eyes grew warm and distant with remembered glories. "I would go myself, but for the injuries that keep me tending gate." "Yours is an honorable task and a service to Tyr," Algerind said, noting the wistful note that crept into the knight's voice. "But, sir, of what great task do you speak? You have been out of the thick of things, taking a time of solitude like old Texter?" "Not by choice. Sir, the task." The knight's face turned grim. "Why, the reclaiming of Thornhold, of course. Rioters are taking word throughout the Northlands. The Knights of Samalar are gathering to march north. Paladins of other orders are joining in, and those who claim no order at all. It has been many years since such an army of righteousness gathered together. May the Gentarum tremble!" Algrind caught the gatekeeper's arm. "Sir, I have just come from Thornhold. I was but a few hours' foot travel away when the capture was complete. I saw the smoke of destruction rise, and exchanged blows with a Gentish patrol from the army who took the keep." The knight's eyes widened. "Why did you not say so at once? You, Camulor! Come here, and take this young knight to the council room with all haste." Algrind fell into step beside his guide. He was led into the largest of the 3 buildings and into a vast hall. 6 long tables dominated this hall, their edges cunningly shaped so that all fit together to form a single large hexagon. Paladins sat around the outer edge only, so that all could converse. Bright banners hung from the ceiling, proclaiming the standards of the many orders and the solitary knights who served the halls of justice. Algrind's gaze sought out Sir Gareth, and he noted the stunned look on the old knight's face. This made him exceedingly self-conscious. Neatness and cleanliness were rules of the order, and for him to appear thus was an affront. But Algrind had little time to consider his hero's response, for Camulor quickly relayed the message that Algrind had given the gatekeeper to the assemblage.
"Another seat, if you please,"
called Laherin. Pages, young boys brought to the temple to be tested for suitability to the life of Tyr, leaped to do the Master Paladin's bidding. Algrind found himself escorted and seated with discomfiting ceremony. All eyes were upon him when Laherin urged him to speak. Again, Algrind's eyes sought out Sir Gareth. The old knight solemnly tapped one finger to his lips, reminding Algrind of his pledge of discretion. The conflicting duties made Algrind feel uncomfortably like a tethered hawk bid to fly and hunt. "I rode north to Thornhold to carry a message of a personal nature to Hronulf," Algrind said carefully. Sir Gareth's faint nod assured him that these words were well chosen. "When I was but a few hours away, I saw black smoke rising into the sky. From the scent I knew it to be a buyer." Algrind fell silent for a moment in respect to the fallen. All around him, knights and priests bowed their heads or formed the hand gestures that affirmed their faith and commended the spirits of their brother knights into the hands of Tyr. "I heard a patrol and lay ambush." Algrind blushed to admit this, but he was sworn to the truth. "There were 4 men, mounted and well armed. They were searching for a woman who had been in the fortress at the time of the attack. She escaped, and none knew how, but it seems likely that she took with her a ring that belonged to Hronulf." Murmurs of consternation rippled through the hall. "And did you seek this woman?" demanded Laherin. "Sir, I believe I caught sight of her. She was in the company of a dwarf and riding south for Waterdeep. If it is your wish, I will seek her out." Sir Gareth rose slowly, and his expression was that of a man determined to meet a fate of his own making.
"Brothers, I may be able to shed some light on this matter. Some days ago, a young woman came to me earnestly seeking word of Hronulf of Tyr. She gave me the name Bronwyn. A slight woman, with large brown eyes and very determined bones about the cheeks and chin, and a very long braid of brown hair. Is this the woman you saw?"
"By your description of her size and hair, it seems likely," Algrind agreed. "I was too far away to stop her, much less look carefully at her face." Sir Gareth sighed and sank down to his chair.
"I have gravely erred," he admitted. "I spoke of Hronulf to this woman, and perhaps my words sent her to Thornhold." "Do not reproach yourself, brother," Master Laherin told him. "You had no reason to doubt the motive for the young woman's questions." "No, none. But I did not pray to Tyr to test her heart and her chosen path. That was a terrible oversight.
Sir Gareth's brow furrowed suddenly, and he looked to Algerind.
How is it that you are come so late with this news?
This was the moment Algerind had been dreading. My horse was stolen from me by the dwarf who accompanied the woman. I had to walk back to the city.
In that case, your progress is most noteworthy, Laharan said dryly. Tell me, did you fare any better in retrieving the child of Samilar's blood?
Oh, yes, sir, Algerind said earnestly. He looked to Sir Gareth for confirmation. The old knight swept the room with a steady gaze. Upon hearing of the fall of Thornhold, I feared for the child's safety. She was taken to a place of secret fosterage outside of Waterdeep. It seemed a wise precaution. But... Sir Gareth shot Algerind a glare that stopped his protest as surely as an arrow to the heart. How was it, Algerind marveled, that the knight could make this claim? He himself had delivered the child to Sir Gareth well before the fall of the stronghold, and had been told at that time that the girl was to be taken to secret fosterage. Perhaps she had been moved to a safer place, Algerind concluded, finding consolation in this reasoning.
How, then, are we to proceed?
Asked a knight whose name Algerind did not know, a man of middle years and exceedingly ruddy visage.
This young paladin has a quest to complete, Laharan suggested, nodding to Algerind. He is able. The loss of his horse is the first fault I have seen in him in nearly 10 years of training and service. Let him find the woman and the ring she carries. I agree, Sir Gareth said quickly. With your permission, brothers, I would like to lend Algerind a horse from my own stables. This matter is too important to await his earning of another steed.
That might not be needed,
put in another knight.
A tall white horse was delivered to our gates just yesterday. Is it possible that this horse thief had a change of heart?
I will stop by the stables and see if the horse is mine, sir, Algerind said gratefully. But I cannot speak for the dwarf. Greatly relieved to have discharged his duties, and eager to see if the white horse was in fact his lost Icewind, Algerind requested permission to leave so that he might attend his new task. Laharan's stern face softened as he studied his former student.
No, you are sorely tired and no doubt in need of food and rest. Clean the dust of the road from you, then return and break bread with your brothers. Lord Pyrgirin has consented to dine with us. The pages will show you to the barracks, where you may wash and find fresh clothing. Return in all haste.
Algerind did not need prompting. One of the pages led the way to the barracks. He made short work of washing off the road dust and exchanging his worn garments for new. There was nothing to be done about the holes in the sole of his boots, but after the page attacked them with goose grease and rags, they were at least clean and well shown. He hurried back to the hall, arriving just as the echoing call of horns announced Lord Pyrgirin. He found his seat beside Master Laharan and rose with the others to greet the Lord of Waterdeep. Pyrgirin was a most impressive man, tall and well-made. His brown hair was thick and only lightly touched with gray, though by all accounts he had lived more than 60 years. He nodded graciously to the assembled paladins, bidding them to take their seats. He carried himself with becoming modesty, Algerind noted, and wore none of the trappings that might be expected of a ruler of such a decadent city. But then the lord was a paladin, and the son of a paladin, the great Athar, the arm of Tyr, who in his time was as famed as Hronulf and Sir Gareth were in theirs. Algerind felt himself humbled in the presence of such men, and he was grateful when no call was made on him to recount his recent misadventures. Indeed, there was little serious discussion over the meal. Men shared news they had picked up on the road and reminisced with comrades they had not seen for many years. It was a most congenial meal, ably attended by the pages who served it. Algerind watched the boys at their work, approving of their skill and diligence. Service was the goal and the delight of a paladin, and all young men who aspired to Tyr's service began their chosen path in similar fashion. Boys were given menial chores and taught to do them cheerfully and well. It had been so with Algerind and with every man he knew. Better training than this he could not conceive. Tales of glory and heroism attracted many young men and a few young women to seek a paladin's path, but it was service, long and hard and inglorious, that tested out those whose dedication was true. The meal was unusually grand for a paladin's hall, with 3 removes and wine with each course. Fine, boat-shaped salt cellars were placed every 6 men, and there was such an abundance of fine plate that only the youngest paladins and knights' squires were given bread trenchers to hold their meat. Algerind was dazzled by the variety. There was roasted venison, eel pie, pigeons stuffed with finches that were in turn stuffed with herbs, a fat rump of pork and another of rothe, fish, and small savory pasties. There was even a sweet, a flummery rich with cream and dried apples. Algerind ate sparingly, not wishing to fall into gluttony and trying mightily not to harshly judge those who seemed less devoted to the keeping of that rule. At last the final remove was carried away, and sweet wine poured to end the meal.
"Lord Purgirin, we have a grave matter to bring before you,"
Sir Gareth began.
"We seek your assistance in finding a certain young woman, whom we believe might have stolen an artifact sacred to the Knights of Samalar. Her name is Bronwyn. She is comely and brown as a wren, of small stature. We wish to learn more about her and her associates."
The paladin politely wiped his lips on the edge of the tablecloth, as was proper in good company, then turned to his brother knight.
"I do not know of this woman, but I will have inquiries made. You have my word, as the son of Athar. What I learn, you will know."
Solitude was a rare pleasure, and Danilo had intended to make the most of it. He had set aside the afternoon for private study and informed Monroe, his able halfling steward, to admit no one. He was more than a little annoyed, therefore, to have his fierce concentration broken by a tapping at his study door.
"Yes,
what is it?" he said, not bothering to look up from the arcane runes.
"Lord Aronson to see you, sir. Shall I show him in?"
This time he did look up from the spellbook, startled by these most unexpected words. He met the halfling's gaze with a rueful smile. "Only if you can't think of a better plan," he said dryly.
"None comes to mind, sir,"
Monroe said with an admirable lack of inflection. He bowed and then hastened out to fetch his master's guest. Danilo sighed. Kelvin did not often visit him in his home, most likely because he was discomfited by the extravagance of the house's furnishings, the many musical instruments that lay readily at hand, and the bards and revelers who always seemed to be gathered at table or making merry in the parlor. Today Danilo was alone, but for the discreet ministrations of the steward and the 6 or so servants under his command. Dan had planned to learn a new spell. Hastily he opened a drawer in his table and thrust the book out of sight. Although he still kept to the study of magic that his uncle had started 20 years before, he was careful to downplay his interest in the art. It would not do to raise the Archmage's hopes overmuch.
"Uncle!"
he said heartily, rising to meet his visitor. He beckoned the Archmage in and reached for the decanter of elven fey wine that stood on his writing table. "Had you sent word you were coming, I would have had cook stir up something thick and bland in your honor."
"I've eaten."
Kelvin waved away the offer of wine and took the seat across from his nephew's writing table. He glanced at the new calishite carpet that covered most of the polished wood floor with a tapestry in rich shades of red and cream, but for once did not comment on this latest extravagance.
"You have heard of the recent influx of paladins to the city?"
So that was it, Danilo mused. No doubt Kelvin was concerned about the possible connection with Bronwyn, and had come to hear a report and deliver advice. Advice that Danilo almost certainly would not wish to follow. Rumors travel, Danilo agreed lightly. Suddenly he dropped his facade of determined cheerfulness and sank back into his chair. There were times that Danilo sorely regretted his increased role in Harper activities. His existence had been much more congenial when the only life he was required to endanger or to answer for had been his own. Making decisions that could have grave consequences for friends such as Bronwyn, and for the other young Harper agents and messengers under his direction, was a heavy responsibility. "The presence of so many paladins in the city worries me," he admitted, "and has given me cause to reconsider my belief that there cannot be too much of a good thing."
"For once we are in accord," Kelvin said.
He looked as if he wished to say more, yet there was a most unfamiliar hesitancy in his manner that greatly increased Danilo's sense of unease. Danilo bit back the flippant comment that came to mind. This was a time for straight and honest words. "A paladin," he said thoughtfully, "may well be the finest, purest example of what a man can be, the epitome of all that is noble. And a paladin mounted for battle on his war charger, filled with holy zeal and absolute courage, might well be the most inspiring sight that many mortals could hope to see. He can, and does, accomplish much good. But 100 paladins? 1,000? United in purpose, single-minded and driven by their sense of duty? I tell you truly, uncle, I can think of no better definition of terror."
"These are not words you should repeat to most men," Kelvin cautioned him. "And only to you will I say that, once again, we are in complete agreement. For this reason, I have long been wary of the Paladin orders. These good men have a disturbing tendency to ride their war horses over whatever perceived obstacle they find in their path."
"You are either with a paladin or you are against him," Danilo agreed. "There are no half measures, and few shades on their moral palettes other than black and white. I regretfully parted company with my old friend Rhys Brosfeather shortly after he entered Torm's service. My ways are not his, and that was too much of a stumbling stone for him. In fact, in the eyes of many paladins, I would dare say that a Harper is nearly as much an enemy as a priest of Mirkul." The Archmage nodded slowly.
"That is well said, and therein lies our problem. It is impossible for Harpers to come out against one of the holy orders without incurring not only the wrath of the paladins, but the suspicion of many of the common folk. In this matter I am of divided mind. What would you suggest that we do?"
This question was the first of its kind, and Danilo quickly hid his surprise. "What we do best: watch, report, and shape events in small ways. In the old days, the Harper who was most effective was usually unseen. I have already taken steps to measure the knights' interest in Bronwyn and their intentions."
"Oh?"
"Clearly, sending men to infiltrate the halls of justice would be a waste of time and effort, considering a paladin's ability to weigh and measure the intentions of those about him. So, I have people watching over Bronwyn's shop, her usual contacts, even the shops and taverns she frequents. If the paladins seek her out, we will know." The Archmage nodded, satisfied.
"Good. Have you made any progress in your studies?"
Danilo blinked. For a moment he thought that the canny Archmage referred to the half-learned spell hidden in his drawer. Then he remembered the other matter of contention that lay between them, Bronwyn and the secrets of her past. "Indeed I have," he said. He rose and crossed the room to a wall lined with books. Selecting one bound in fine red leather, he returned to the Archmage's side. "I read all I could find concerning the Knights of Samalar. Quite an impressive group, with a long history. There were a few things, though, that did not ring true, not even when I discounted a bit of bardic exaggeration and the usual way legends have of growing in the telling. The capture of Thornhold was one such incident. Kelvin eyed him keenly.
You are not referring to the recent battle, the capture by the gents.
No, indeed. The original battle, in which the knights wrested the fortress from some petty warlord. Samalar himself was involved, and apparently took personal title of the hold. Paladins were less contentious about personal possession in those days, it would seem. And as Samalar was from an exceedingly wealthy family, I suspect he was so accustomed to ownership that he considered it his right, not a violation of his vows.
Leave such matters for the heralds, the Archmage said impatiently. Continue.
Well, according to the best information I can find, the paladins under Samalar's command took the fortress in a single day, with a force of fewer than 50 men. Brunyandar, the warlord, had 3 times that many. Even taking into account the fervor and skill for which paladins are renowned, that seems an impossible feat. Kelvin nodded, following Dan's reasoning to the conclusion.
You believe they called upon the power commanded by the 3 rings of Samalar?
It is reasonable, Danilo said. What that power might be, I do not know, but I think I can tell you how the 3rd ring came to be lost. He laid the book open on the table before the Archmage. This is a new-made copy, not more than 5 years old, of a very old lore book. The original was copied several times before, over the years, but the scribes and artists were among the finest of their times, and I believe the reproduction is true. Look closely at this etching. The Archmage bent over the desk and studied the page. Danilo leaned over his shoulder and gazed at the drawing he had nearly committed to memory. It was an exceptionally well-drawn picture of a battle's aftermath, rendered with an accuracy that suggested that the artist had not only been present, but had possessed some skill or enchantment that enabled him to capture the moment with a near magical precision. In the background was a stone stronghold, 2 towers surrounded by a stout, curving curtain wall. The doors were open, indicating that the fortress had already been taken. The stonework was sharp of edge and unworn by time. The terrain was rough and hilly, and seabirds wheeled overhead. Here and there, about the outer wall, lay fallen men, arrows bristling from their chests or throats. These unfortunates wore chainmail of larger, coarser links than had been in use for centuries, and wore crude helmets of a type not seen in many years. In the picture's foreground was a young man, his white cloak and robe deeply stained with his own blood. He lay supported in the arms of the burly knight who crouched beside him, and whose face was marked by deep grief. The 2 men were recognizable as brothers, or at least near kin, though they were in many ways very different. The wounded man was young, slight, and small of stature. His face was narrow, his prematurely white hair dipped in the center of his forehead into a pronounced inverted peak, and his gesturing hands had long, supple fingers. He wore a single ring on the index finger of his left hand. Danilo marked the sudden flash of recognition, quickly covered, that entered the Archmage's eyes. "Do you know him?" the bard asked.
I did, or thought I did. That was many years ago, Kelvin said shortly. It is not a tale I wish to relate, so do not bother to ask.
It was rare that the Archmage was so blunt. Clearly, this old wound had healed badly. "Note those hands," he said, pointing to the dying wizard, for wizard he certainly was. That distinctive gesture, frozen in time by an artist who most likely did not understand what he recorded, was part of a long, difficult, and dire spell. A spell born of unquenchable pride and ambition, and a last recourse for a dying wizard who was not content to yield to death. Kelvin's eyes widened as the implication of that gesture struck him. He shot a concerned glance over his shoulder at his nephew.
How could you know what this means? What in 9 hells possessed you to learn that spell?
Curiosity, Danilo assured him, not intent. I wished to know how such a thing might be done, but I have no wish to experience it myself.
Good.
Kelvin expelled a long, shaky breath.
You are trouble enough as you are now.
But you see my point.
Indeed I do,
the Archmage said grimly.
And I believe I know where the 3rd ring may be found. Unfortunately, Bronwyn is the only person alive who has a chance of retrieving it.
Chapter 10. On the morning of their 3rd day at sea, Bronwyn awoke to the sound of angry voices on the deck above. She groaned and rolled out of her hammock, placing her hands on the small of her back as she straightened up. As she had expected, Ebenezer's hammock was already empty. Bronwyn could barely stand straight without banging her head on the low ceiling beams. With 4 paces, she could easily cross the cabin she shared with her dwarven partner. Even so, they were traveling in comparative luxury. In the identical cabin across the narrow walkway that served as a hall, clearly visible through the 2 open doors, slept 6 occupants, 4 men and 2 ogresses. One ogress snarled in her sleep, half roused by the woman's movements. Bronwyn grimaced and eased toward the cabin door, going one small, stealthy step at a time. The small porthole in the cabin wall showed a sky that was still more sapphire than silver, and her shipmates would not thank her for waking them so early. All 6 had been late to bed, scorning sleep to sit on the floor of the cabin recounting tales, playing dice, and swigging away at some syrupy, spice-laden drink. Rough though they were, these crew members shared an odd companionship born of long acquaintance and battles shared. Bronwyn almost envied them. She, a newcomer and their employer, had been excluded from this fellowship, but she had seen enough to know better than arouse their collective ire. Bronwyn stooped at the door to pick up her boots and carried them with her as she slipped through the open door. She crept down the short hall to the ladder leading above deck and climbed it one-handed. On deck, she found pretty much what she had expected to find. Near the bow, standing nearly toe-to-toe with arms folded and eyes blazing, were Captain Orwig and Ebenezer Stoneshaft. The top of the dwarf's curly red head barely reached the ogre's belt, forcing him to tip his head way back to glare at his adversary. But Ebenezer's angry expression conceded no disadvantage. The 2 of them were engaged in yet another round of verbal warfare, lobbing insults at each other with a force and fury that brought to mind flaming pitch balls and a pair of trebuchets. Bronwyn was no delicate spring flower, but she caught her breath in surprise at the sheer creativity of the dwarf's pungent explanation of Captain Orwig's parentage. The small sound startled the combatants. They glanced over, and identical, sheepish expressions flooded their unlike faces. The captain collected himself first, and after acknowledging Bronwyn with a curt bow, he strode aft to sound the morning rise bell. Bronwyn's gaze tracked him. Near the stern was mounted an old cart's wheel that had been adapted as a steering device suitable to the ogre captain's strength and size. 2 paces to starboard was a huge brass triangle hanging from what appeared to be a miniature gibbet, upon which was a hook holding the long brass rod used to sound the alarm. But Orwig ignored the brass clangor. He drew his cutlass, which he thrust into the triangle and spun in several quick, impatient circles. An urgent clanging shattered the morning quiet and brought sailors roiling up to the deck. They came with their weapons in hand, feet still bared, sleep forgotten in the promise of coming battle. For a few moments the crew scanned the waters for the threat, and then, when it was clear that there was nothing to be seen, they turned incredulous faces to their captain.
"Practice drill?"
one of them ventured.
"Morning!"
Orwig roared in response.
"Layabouts, the lot of you! To your tasks, and quickly!"
He spun away and scampered up the rigging, nimble as a squirrel despite his vast size. Bronwyn sighed and sat down on a low barrel to pull on her boots. Captain Orwig seemed an able sailor, But he was still an ogre. The captain had no more love for Ebenezer than the dwarf bore him, and the exchange of insults and challenges was growing steadily hotter. Bronwyn suspected it was a matter of hours before the two of them came to blows. The crew, too, were getting restive. She'd overheard some grumbling about their cancelled shore leave, and she had marked their muttered expectations that this unplanned trip would have to pay well, and pay soon, to be worth the while. She rose and looked about for Ebenezer. He stood with his ankles crossed and his back leaning against the mainsail mast. His current occupation was staring out to sea and puffing at a small clay pipe. "Interesting notion you shared with Orwig," she said in a casual voice. "That particular use for lizard man eggs had never occurred to me." The dwarf jumped and then colored.
"Wasn't meant for your ears,"
he mumbled. Bronwyn took the pipe from his hand and sipped a bit of the fragrant smoke, then handed it back. "Orwig has a good record as a captain, and a good reputation as a smuggler. Odd though that may sound. Everyone I talked to said he delivers what he promises. No tricks, no excuses. He'll take us where we need to go, but mark me, Ebenezer. You can only push any ogre so far."
"Itching for a fight, isn't he?"
Ebenezer said with immense satisfaction. He dragged at his pipe, then blew out a trio of smoke rings in quick, expert puffs. As the implication of this sank in, Bronwyn gaped, then shook her head in disbelief. "You're doing this on purpose? To work him up for the fight ahead?"
"There's that,"
Ebenezer agreed.
"And it's a bit of sport to keep my mind off."
His voice trailed off, and he nodded at the sea. "It's almost over," Bronwyn said, as much for her own assurance as the dwarf's. "We should catch up with the slave ship today. Tomorrow, at the latest."
"Yeah? Big place, that sea. Easy to miss one small boat."
She shook her head. "Orwig bribed one of the gatekeepers in Skullport to tell us where the slave ship was sent. We know where the Grunion emerged and have a good idea where it's bound." Ebenezer shuddered at the reminder of the journey up through the magical locks linking the subterranean Skullport with the open sea. Dwarves, it seemed, did not take kindly to magical travel. Ebenezer's dense, compact body resisted the process. Unlike any of the other people aboard the ship, he had felt the magical passage as burning physical pain.
"Like being ripped through a thick wall all at once, but in lots of little bits,"
was how he had described it to Bronwyn after he'd recovered from the ordeal. His hand shook a little as he lifted the pipe for another long drag.
"Lot of water out there,"
the dwarf repeated. He glared at Bronwyn, as if daring her to prove him wrong. Bronwyn understood completely, and she chose her next words as much for her own reassurance as his. "We were set on the same place on the sea as the Grunion emerged. Now, the slavers are going to want to get where they're going as fast as possible. This time of year, the warming air over the land causes a strong coastal wind. They'll take full advantage of it. Much farther out to sea, the wind diminishes. Much closer to shore, they'll run the risk of shoals, rocks, and harbor patrols. The corridor is not that wide. As long as Captain Orwig follows the wind, we should pass within sight of them." The dwarf glanced up at the sails. There were 3 of them, mounted on a pair of tall oaken masts. All 3 were curved tight, so full of wind that not even a ripple disturbed the taut white sheets. But he still looked doubtful.
"They got a jump on us."
"True, but the narwhal flies 3 sails to the Grunion's 1. This ship is built for pursuit and battle. The Grunion is a tub, an old ship with a deep keel designed to hold a great deal of cargo, and according to the dock manifesto, it's heavily loaded. It can't possibly outrun us." He slid a sidelong glance up at her.
"For a person that don't like water, you know a lot about this sort of thing."
"I'm a merchant," Bronwyn said shortly. "I have to know how things are moved from place to place."
"There's that,"
he agreed. But his shrewd, sympathetic gaze suggested that he understood far more than Bronwyn wanted to say. She had spent many years learning all she could about the slave trade, in hope of tracing her own path back to her forgotten home and family. And yet, this was the first time she had taken action on behalf of people who, like herself, had been stolen away from all that they knew. She was relieved that the dwarf did not ask her why this was, or press her to explain why she suddenly felt compelled to help him and his clan. That she could not explain, not even to herself. They fell silent, both of them gazing out over the sea. It had faded to silver, and on the eastern horizon a deep rose blush shimmered over the water to herald the coming sun. Far above them, a harsh, undulating howl tore out across the water. A sound like that a wolf might make had he the capacity for speech, but in a voice far deeper and more ominous than any beast of forest or tundra could muster. Bronwyn spun and squinted up at the crow's nest. Captain Orwig shouted the make-ready alarm, pointing toward the east. He vaulted over the side of the crow's nest and scrambled down the ropes, shouting orders as he went. The crew went into action immediately. Several of them dragged coils of rope to the starboard side, fastening one end of each coil to iron loops set into the deck and tying grappling hooks on the other. Some sailors ran for weapons, and still others tended the sails.
"Mount the bowsprit!"
roared Orwig as he leaped down onto the deck. He shouldered his way through the chaos and shoved the first mate away from the wheel. He took his place at the helm and hunkered down, his pig-like eyes narrowed on the ship ahead.
"Shift the ballast!"
Several crew ran to the enormous pole that stretched down the middle of the deck, from bow nearly to the mainsail. They deftly loosened the knots that kept it from rolling, and then crouched, ready to lift. On the count of 3, they heaved it upward, grunting with exertion, then staggered to the bow. They lowered the weapon into the slot built to hold it, which was reinforced inside and out with iron plate, then tightened the bolts. Meanwhile, other sailors put their shoulders to heavy barrels of ammunition, ballista quarrels, scrap iron grapeshot, and wicked spiked balls, and slid them down toward the stern to balance the ship. Bronwyn whistled softly as she took the measure of the ship's weaponry. The bowsprit resembled a giant lance, banded and tipped with iron. With it in place, Narwhal really did resemble the deadly, spear-headed fish for which it was named. She understood why Captain Orwig had designed his ship thus, and why the crew suffered the inconvenience of stepping over the bowsprit in its usual resting place in the center of the deck. When it was in place, Narwhal was clearly a battleship, and as such would be regarded warily in all legitimate ports and even in Skullport. She shaded her eyes and looked across the brightening sea at the fleeing ship. It looked much as it had been described, old, nondescript, hardly worthy of notice. The sail was much patched, and the ship gave the impression of being the last possession of some down-on-their-luck fisher family. But the number and weaponry of the small figures clustered on the deck gave lie to that illusion. Grunion was well defended, and her mercenary crew appeared more than ready for a fight.
"Prepare to ram!"
Orwig bellowed. His massive arms corded as he wrenched the wheel around. The call echoed throughout the ship. Several sailors hauled at the ropes of the sails, intent upon seizing every possible breath of wind. The ship rolled precariously to one side as it hurtled forward. Bronwyn had thought Narwhal was moving fast before. Now it sliced through the sea with a speed that etched a deep path in the water behind them. The slave ship tried to evade, but it was far too slow and clumsy. To Bronwyn's eyes, it looked like a rabbit, frozen by fear as it awaited a raptor's claws.
"Brace!"
The ogre's shout thundered out over the sounds of the rushing wind and water. All over the ship, sailors seized handholds and braced themselves for the coming impact. Bronwyn threw her arms around the mast and held on tight. Ebenezer took a grip on the anchor's chain with one hand and Bronwyn's belt with the other. A fleeting smile touched her lips at this instinctively protective gesture. The two ships jolted together like giant knights in an uneven joust. The first thundering, shivering boom was followed by a sharp, splintering noise. Wood shrieked against wood as the bowsprit plunged through Grunyon's hull. As soon as the shudders of impact subsided, Narwhal's crew leaped into action. 8 sailors snatched up large shields and knelt in a row, providing a shield wall. Behind them, a dozen archers and half as many loaders kept a storm of arrows arching up toward the slave ship's deck. Bronwyn hurried over to join them, and soon fell into the rhythm of reloading the small, deadly crossbows. Left alone, Ebenezer looked about for something to do. At the railing gathered the largest and strongest crew members. They were taking up the coiled ropes and hurling grappling hooks toward the other ship's rail. The dwarf shrugged, willing to try. He darted over to the rail. Grabbing one of the lines, he gave it a twirl, as he'd seen the others do, and let fly. The grappling hook whistled through the air and plunged into the side of the ship a foot or two below its intended mark. Though the aim was a mite off, Ebenezer gave himself full points for force. Wood gave way with a splintering crash, and the hook disappeared into the side of the ship. This feat earned him a brief, incredulous stare from the sailors. Ebenezer just shrugged and picked up another line. This time his aim was better. The hook sailed over the railing and into the chest of a black-bearded mercenary who was busily sawing off one of the other lines. Iron hooks bit deep, curved under and through ribs. The man flew backward, messily and unarguably dead. Seeing as how the human didn't need his body anymore, Ebenezer thought he might as well try to make use of it. With a fierce tug, he pulled the line back. The dead mercenary's head crashed through the hole Ebenezer's last throw had created. The dwarf gave the line an experimental tug.
"That should hold,"
he said with satisfaction, and turned to the next rope. But the task was completed. All the hooks had been thrown, and there were so many connecting lines that the slave ship looked like a netted fish. Some of the more agile sailors ran up the ropes under a cover of arrow fire from their comrades and took the fight to the slave ship. Ebenezer marveled at the cat-footed humans and then leaned cautiously out over the rail to survey the dark expanse of water below. Bronwyn came to Ebenezer's side. The dwarf noticed that she didn't look any keener about the idea of crossing than he felt.
"I don't suppose you can swim, either,"
he ventured. Her response was a grim smile. "We'll just have to make sure we don't fall in." She climbed over the rail and took up one of the ropes with both hands. With a deep breath, she dropped to hang over the hungry sea. She began to work her way across, hand over hand, her feet swinging precariously from side to side to aid her momentum.
"Stones,"
breathed Ebenezer, both as curse and compliment.
"That woman's got a barrel full of 'em."
Determined not to be outdone, he hauled himself up to the rail and tugged at a couple of ropes before he found one he thought might hold his weight. He dropped and began to inch his way across. Bronwyn made it over in moments. Swinging herself over the side of the slave ship, she darted a quick look back at the still struggling dwarf. She beckoned impatiently, then pulled her long knife from its sheath and hurled herself into the battle that was raging across the deck.
"Hurry up," she says,
Ebenezer muttered as he gingerly eased his way along, never quite letting go of the rope with either hand.
"Easy for her to say. Long arms, nothing to haul but a scrawny little—"
A sudden, sharp, downward jerk stopped him in mid-insult. He sent a glance over his shoulder, and his eyes widened in pure panic. His rope was fraying, threads of twine flying free just at the point where it rubbed against Narwhal's rail. The dwarf frantically redoubled his pace, his arms pumping, intent upon getting over while the getting was good. He was perhaps 10 feet from the ship when the line behind him gave way. Howling in terror, Ebenezer swung toward the dark water. He hung onto the rope for dear life and instinctively brought his boots up before him, legs stiff and braced. He slammed into the ship, just above the waterline, and with a force that rattled his bones and sent white-hot flashes of pain shimmering through every fiber and sinew. Old wood gave way with a mighty crack, and his feet plunged through the hull. He wrenched them free, and with a few determined kicks he punched a hole big enough to crawl through. Ebenezer wriggled through, cursing at the thought of the splinters he'd be picking from his legs and backside. The sight inside the hold stopped him in mid-curse. There were his lost clan, looking thinner and more bedraggled than any dwarf should ever have to look. They were chained to wooden bunks so closely packed that they looked like bookshelves, too close for them to so much as sit up. Barrels and crates were spilled about every which way. In the center of the chaos stood a small, brown-haired child, her face utterly white and her big brown eyes rounded with terror. The ship rolled suddenly as the sea rocked it loose from the caravel's lance-like prow. Water spilled in through the shattered hull. For a moment, Ebenezer had the uncanny feeling that he was reliving Bronwyn's personal nightmare.
"This is no damn time to be taking a bath!"
exclaimed a querulous and much beloved female voice.
"Are you going to cut us loose or just pass the soap?"
A grin split the dwarf's bearded face. Tarlamera was alive and feisty as ever. He hurried toward her voice, picking up the child as he went. He placed the girl on a crate, well out of reach of the frigid water that sloshed around his ankles. Before he left her, he took a small knife from his belt and pressed it into her hand.
"For rats, with 2 legs or 4, just in case they trouble you,"
he explained kindly. The child's fingers closed on the knife, and her eyes were steady as she nodded in understanding. Ebenezer grinned and chucked her under the chin. Derned if there wasn't yet another female lacking nothing but a beard. The tunnels were full of them these days. Then he was off, axe in hand, chopping at Tarlamera's prison like a deranged forester. The way he saw it, there was no way he could cut through so many chains. The best and quickest way to turn the dwarves loose was to demolish the bunks. The moment she was freed, Tarlamera rolled off the shelf, one wrist trailing a length of stout chain and the hunk of splintered wood. She moved stiffly and with obvious pain, but her face was glad and fierce.
"I never once saw a prettier sight,"
Ebenezer swore, and meant it down to the depths of his soul. Tarlamera was bedraggled and filthy, and her festive wedding garments stiff with blackened blood, some of it her own. Her red ringlets were lackluster and wildly disheveled, and her beard nearly as stringy as a dwergar's, but she was safe and whole. Tarlamera's grin matched his own, and her eyes were as suspiciously bright as his. She seized her brother by his ears and dragged him forward. She planted a kiss smack on the tip of his nose, then slapped him upside the head. And then she was off, running toward the ladder that led to the deck, and clutching the remains of her bunk like a deadly club. Ebenezer sighed happily, delighted by this unusually sentimental reunion. He didn't have long to ponder it, for his clan was setting up a clamor fit to wake their ancestors. Each dwarf loudly demanded to be next, offered scathing comments on his axe technique, and just generally abused him left, right, and center. It was good to have them back. Each dwarf he freed took off up the ladder to join the battle. Not a one stayed to help him free the others. Although Ebenezer grumbled, he understood them well enough. If he'd been packed in here like a heap of coal by a bunch of damn dwarf-stealing humans, he'd be wanting to get his own licks in, too. Even the dwarf children went, as grimly determined for blood as any of their elders, and with no time out for a buy or leave. All but Clem, a dwarf lad who was kin to Ebenezer by way of a couple of cousins. The little scamp paused long enough to throw his arms around his rescuer's middle for a quick, fierce hug. When he straightened up, he had a huge grin on his beardless face, and Ebenezer's hammer clenched in his hand. Raising the stolen weapon in salute, he turned and darted for the ladder.
"Get back here, you darn thief!"
roared Ebenezer. But though he mustered some impressive volume, his heart wasn't in it. In fact, his grin was so wide it threatened to raise up his ears a mite and leave them there. Better Clem went up armed than not. And if Ebenezer couldn't get in on the fighting, at least his hammer would shatter a skull or two.
"What's the hold-up, dull blade?"
taunted a gruff dwarven voice. Among dwarves, that insult was roughly on a level with a reference to an orcish ancestor. Ebenezer whirled toward the direction of the sound and stabbed his forefinger at the dwarf who'd spoken.
"Damn it, Cheston! You could shave with this blade." "I'd be willing to, if and you'd turn me loose."
The faintly pleading note in the tough smith's voice smote Ebenezer's heart, and he wavered in his decision to leave this ornery cuss for last. He hefted his axe for the first blow.
"Just might be I'll hold you to that,"
he muttered. On the deck above, Bronwyn heard her friend's shout resounding from the hold. Her first response was relief that he had made it across safely. Her second reaction was a quick stab of concern. Judging by the number of grim-faced dwarves staggering about the deck, whacking away at their captors with rough, makeshift clubs, she suspected that Ebenezer had little fighting support below decks. Bronwyn edged toward the hatch. A mercenary lunged at her, his cutlass whistling down toward her in a quick, deadly sweep. She sidestepped the attack and struck down hard with her knife, pressing the cutlass down to the deck. Then she pivoted toward the joined blades and kicked out high and hard with her left foot. Her boot sank deep, just above the man's weapon belt. The cutlass clattered to the deck, and the man staggered back, into the outstretched hands of a waiting ogress. The sailor grinned horribly, her fangs flashing. She spun the man around a couple of times, as if they were children playing at blind man's bluff, and then flung him back toward Bronwyn.
"Catch!"
she roared. Bronwyn brought up her knife. The man fell heavily on it, and his weight slumped against her. For a moment, they were eye to eye. Bronwyn had seen death before, more times than she liked to count, but never at such close range. The life drained away from his face, surely as a receding tide, and his black eyes went empty and flat. Then he jerked back with a suddenness that left Bronwyn staggering for balance. The ogress held the man by the collar as a boy might hold a puppy by the scruff of the neck. She grunted with approval at the sight of Bronwyn's dripping knife, then flung the dead man aside. Bronwyn turned back to the hold and was nearly knocked over by the dwarf lad who exploded from the hatch as if he'd been launched by a smoke powder cannon. She noted the hammer he held clenched in his hand and understood the source of Ebenezer's ire. Reassured that her friend was not besieged by foes, she picked her next battle. Narwhal's first mate, a hugely muscled barbarian woman, was pinned down by two fighters, her back against the mast and her sword flailing. Bronwyn noted the jerky motion of the blade, the huge beads of sweat on the massive woman's brow. Just then one of the attackers ducked, and Bronwyn caught sight of the wound that slashed across the sailor's collarbone. It didn't look fatal of itself, but the woman's tunic was sodden with her own blood, and the cold sickness that followed a battle wound was settling upon her. Bronwyn waded in, dodging a pair of dwarves who carried a human male between them, one dwarf holding the man's hands and one holding his feet. Their captive writhed and struggled and cursed, but the dwarves moved inexorably toward the rail, intent upon hurling him over. She seized one of the first mate's attackers by the hair and jerked his head back. Without hesitation, she lifted her knife and drew it hard and fast across the man's throat. His startled oath, though quite quickly and literally cut short, drew his partner's attention. The second man turned toward the sound, only to be hit in the face by the sudden spurting flow of his shipmate's lifeblood. The man shouted and slashed blindly with his blade. Bronwyn still had her grip on the dead man's hair, and she spun around to duck behind him. The body jolted from the impact. Bronwyn released him and danced back, almost losing her footing on the blood-slick deck. Again the slaver lashed out. Bronwyn dropped into a crouch, ducking the blow so narrowly that she felt the wind of it. Before he could reverse his swing for another attack, she tensed for the spring and came up, knife leading. Her blade punched hard into his ribcage. The blow registered in his eyes, but he did not go down, and his grim expression proclaimed his intent to take her with him to the gates of death. Bronwyn wrenched her knife free and jumped up, bringing her knee up high and hard as she came. She connected in a profoundly debilitating blow. The man's forgotten sword clattered to the deck. She stepped back, breathing in quick, shallow bursts.
"Behind you, girl!"
The woman's shout snapped Bronwyn back into the battle. She whirled to face the grim-faced dwarf who was preparing to apply the spiked nail in his club to the base of Bronwyn's spine. Instinct and memory took over.
"For Stone Shaft!"
she shrieked in the dwarvish tongue, remembering what her long-ago dwarf friend told her about rallying cries. Her response clearly startled the dwarf. He lowered the club, and the red haze of battle lust faded from his face. For a moment he peered keenly at Bronwyn. Apparently he recognized her as someone other than one of his captors, for he gave a curt nod and went off in search of another fight. But the battle was nearly over. The sounds of fighting had dwindled to a few clashes of steel, a few screams of pain, some of which ended with chilling abruptness. Captain Orwig's bombastic voice could easily be heard over the ebbing tide of battle, ordering his crew to round up the dead of both sides, and all the slavers, and toss them into the sea as Umberlees do. This rallied even the dwarves, who cared not a whit for the sea goddess. They took to the task with such grim gusto that they didn't even seem to notice that they were taking orders from an ogre. Bronwyn tucked her knife into its sheath just as the barbarian's eyes rolled back in her head. Bronwyn caught the woman as she fell and lowered her to the deck. Not an easy task, given the difference in their size, but at least she managed to ease the woman down to a gentler landing than she would otherwise have had. Bronwyn tore a strip from the hem of the woman's tunic and pressed it to the wound, holding it firm until the bleeding stopped, then shrugged off her cloak and tucked it over the woman's broad shoulders to keep her warm until the cold sickness ebbed. That was all the help Bronwyn could give her, and she hoped it would be enough. Narwhal's crew had not gone unscathed. Some of the dead tossed overboard wore familiar faces. One of them was the ogress who had played the deadly game of catch with Bronwyn, thus accepting her, if for one brief moment, as a comrade. Bronwyn took a deep breath and headed back to the stern, where stood a small wooden shack built over the helm. In this, as she had expected, she found the ship's records. Quickly she thumbed through the pages, looking for something that would provide a clue to the identity of the people who had destroyed the dwarves' home and stolen from them their freedom, and from her father. But the transaction was coded. In time, she could probably figure out what it said. There was, however, a lengthy list of cargo, neatly written up in common, the language of trade. Bronwyn skimmed it and whistled softly. This would be enough and more to satisfy Narwhal's captain and crew's desire for booty. It might also help her negotiate with Orwig on a delicate matter. He was an ogre. Even intolerant Waterdeep, he would be closely watched. And he was a smuggler, which meant his affairs would not hold up to close scrutiny. Yet she could not subject Ebenezer and his kin to the punishing journey back through the magical locks into Skullport. She tucked the logbook under her arm and walked out onto the deck. Captain Orwig stalked by, and she caught his arm. "The battle was a great victory. I want to thank you for your help," she began. His gold-capped tusks flashed in what she hoped was a smile.
"You don't have to thank me. You have to pay me."
"You'll have your full fee," she assured him. "And as a bonus, I'll yield my right of higher ownership of the cargo." She told him what the hold contained: unworked gems, bolts of wool, valuable pelts, weapons, coin, barrels of mead. The prospect of such treasure touched the ogre's soul.
"All?"
"Except for the dwarves. You don't want them, of course." He snorted, as if to indicate that this went without saying. "I will yield my right to the cargo in exchange for two things," Bronwyn continued. "This book, with the ship's logs and records, and your promise that we'll make port in Waterdeep rather than return to Skullport." The ogre hesitated, but temptation danced in his small red eyes. He scratched his snout and considered.
"There will be a dock fee to pay, and a tax on the booty."
And after paying the tax, you'll still have far more than you expected. I'll pay the fee. Agreed?" Still he looked doubtful.
"One dwarf is trouble enough. Eats enough for 2 humans. How many did we turn loose? 50?
"Close enough," she responded. "But the stores from the Grunion should serve to feed them until we get to Waterdeep." The ogre scowled, but gave in with an ungracious shrug.
Very well. But keep that red-bearded dung heap away from me, or I won't be responsible for his safe arrival."
"Done," she agreed, though she doubted she had enough influence with Ebenezer to persuade him to leave his favorite new toy alone. She strode to the hatch and listened. No sounds of battle emerged, but a rhythmic thudding indicated that Ebenezer was still busy with his axe. Bronwyn clattered down into the hold. She blinked, startled by the destruction. Shards of wood were scattered about, looking like the blasted limbs of trees in the aftermath of a volcanic eruption. Ebenezer was doggedly chopping away at the far end of the wood pile. "You got them all?" Bronwyn called.
"This one's the last of 'em," the dwarf said. "The others all took to fighting but me, the selfish sods," he grumbled. He nodded toward a small stack of crates. "All but that one, that is." Bronwyn tracked his gesture. Her gaze fell upon the small girl-child who crouched upon the stack, the dwarf's table knife clutched in her hand. Terrible memories flooded back into Bronwyn's mind, striking her like a sword to the heart. For a moment her ears rang with the cries of the doomed and drowning slaves, the shrill piping of the rats. She absently raised her hand and rubbed the long-healed place on her head where 2 of them had clawed her. But that was long ago, Bronwyn reminded herself firmly. This was now, and another small girl required comfort. She could not slay her own demons, but perhaps she could keep them from laying claim to this tiny victim. She swallowed hard and fixed what she hoped was a reassuring smile on her face. Slowly, as if she was approaching a spooked horse, she began to move toward the girl. "I'm Bronwyn," she said softly. "You've already met my friend Ebenezer. We came to set free the dwarves. You are safe with us. We will take you home." She extended her hand, the offer of her pledge. The girl studied her with large, somber brown eyes, then placed her own small hand in Bronwyn's. The contact seemed to reassure the child, and her fingers slid up to Bronwyn's wrist and tightened into a desperate grip.
"But I don't know where my home is,"
she said in a high, clear voice that retained just a hint of early childhood lisp. "I'll help you find it. Don't you worry," Bronwyn assured her in the same soothing voice. "What's your name? How old are you?"
"Cara Dune. I was 9 last winter."
The child looked younger than 9, perhaps because she was small and exceedingly thin. When she raised one tiny hand to tuck a stray bit of brown hair behind her ear, Bronwyn saw another explanation for her size and seemingly delayed development. The child was a half-elf. Her ears were slightly pointed, and the fingers that gripped Bronwyn's wrist were long and delicate. And on one of them, she wore a very familiar ring. Bronwyn's eyes widened in shock. Her heart thudded painfully, then picked up the beat at a quickened pace. The child's ring was golden and richly carved with distinctive mystic designs. Bronwyn had one just like it in her safe back in Curious Past. "That's a very pretty ring," she said, pointing. "May I see it?" Cara snatched her hand back and hid it behind her.
"My father said no stranger was to look at it, and I was to give it to no one but family. And you can't take it from me, you know. The bad men tried," she said, pointing to the deck. "It won't come off unless I take it off myself." This was news to Bronwyn.
She wondered if the ring her father had given her would display a similar magical loyalty. But that thought came and went, overwhelmed by one of much greater importance. Kara's ring was identical to her own. Hranulf had referred to the ring as a family heirloom, meant to be worn only by the blood descendants of the great paladin Samalar Caradun. Once more Bronwyn's eyes went wide.
"What did you say your name was?" "Kara," the girl said with a hint of impatience. "Caradun."
Chapter 11. Dag Zoreth had been to Waterdeep only once before, and the proximity of so many enemies of the Gentarum left him uncharacteristically edgy. He waited until the maidservant shut the door behind her, then he slid the stout oaken bolt firmly into place. Since one could never be too careful, he walked around the sumptuous chamber, checking for magical spying devices and chanting softly as he sought out any invasive magic. There was none to find. The Gentle Mermaid, a fest hall and tavern in the heart of the staid North Ward, was renowned for its discretion. Private rooms were precisely that, and in this magic-rich city, that was rare enough. The other rare things that crowded the chamber were merely pleasant extras. There was a fine writing table and chair of polished Chultan teak, a large bed heaped with silken pillows in bright rare shades of yellow and blue, velvet draperies and fine tapestries to keep out the chill, a wash basin and pitcher of delicate porcelain, a small table upon which was laid out silver goblets and a bottle of wine, as well as a tray of small savory bites and another of sweet pastries. Dag missed none of this, for he had a keen appreciation for luxury. As he sampled a small wedge of herb-scented cheese, he vowed to have such amenities brought to Thornhold, to soften and brighten the stark quarters of the former paladins. But at the moment, Dag Zoreth had another, more immediate task to tend. He took a small dark globe from its hiding place in the folds of his cloak and settled down into the cushioned chair. Holding the globe before him on his palm, he stared intently into its depths. At his command, purple flames burst into life within the globe. Dag knew from experience what this would do to the man who received the message. The magical summons would bring cold, searing pain that would last until the man found a private place and took the corresponding globe into his own hand. It did not surprise Dag that he did not have long to wait. Sir Gareth Cormeril, for all his courtly airs and sanctimonious pronouncements, had a keen instinct for self-preservation. In mere moments, the paladin's lean, dignified face appeared in the globe, looking rather incongruous against the background of sinister purple fire.
"You wish to speak with me, Lord Zoreth? Is there some problem that requires my attention?"
"No, I was merely overwhelmed with desire for the pleasure of your company," Dag said coldly. "What is occurring in Tyr's temple? The place is teeming with paladins."
"They prepare to march on Thornhold," Sir Gareth responded, forthrightly enough. "Surely you did not think that your victory would long remain unchallenged?"
"Let them try. They will not find it as easy to get into the fortress as we did. Unless, of course," Dag added, "you gave them the same information you gave me." The knight's blue eyes widened with a sharp, sudden flash of fear.
"I did not, but there might be others among the Order to whom Hranulf entrusted this knowledge."
Dag didn't really care. He brought up the matter just to tweak the older man. If the gathering paladin army had this knowledge, it would do them little good. The tunnels beneath the fortress had been so altered that men could wander about for 10 days without finding the old passages. "There is another matter of which we must speak," Dag continued. "I have a daughter. Though her existence has been kept secret for more than 9 years, she is now widely sought. What do you know of her?"
"Sir?"
inquired the knight, puzzlement on his reflected face.
"Why should I know anything?"
It was not a lie. Dag had yet to catch the fallen paladin utter a direct untruth, but it was a blatant evasion. This irritated the priest. "I run short of time and patience," Dag said through gritted teeth. "Hear me well. The girl was abducted from her foster home by a single man, even though her foster father was an elf of considerable skill at arms. The Gentarum are not known for such acts of foolish bravery. That leaves who?"
Sir Gareth bowed his head.
"I have earned your suspicions, Lord Zoreth. My part in the raid on your childhood village
"Is past history," Dag cut in coldly. "I have no intention of making you suffer for past misdeeds, but I assure you, your continued existence depends upon your ability to serve me quickly and well. Is that quite clear?"
"Pellucid, my lord,"
the knight agreed. "A straight answer, then. Did you or did you not have a part in abducting my daughter?"
"Alas, the answer to that is not so simple as your question suggests,"
the knight said, his face deeply troubled.
"My order was indeed responsible, so some of this lies at my door."
Dag sniffed at the self-serving confession, but found in these words welcome news. "My men tracked Kara's abductor. He was headed to Waterdeep. I want his name, and soon thereafter I want his heart on a skewer."
"There are many paladins in Waterdeep," Sir Gareth hedged. "Tell me more of your daughter so that I might make discreet inquiries. I myself never saw the girl."
That seemed a reasonable request. "She is 9 years of age, but small and slight, so that she looks to be no more than 6 or 7. Her hair is brown, as are her eyes. There is a touch of elf blood in her. Her ears are slightly pointed, her eyes are large and tilt up at the corners, and her fingers are very tiny and thin." As soon as the last words were out, Dag rued them. He did not want to draw any attention to the girl's hands, and the extremely valuable ring she wore. "And my sister?" Dag added hastily. "What word on her?"
"I sent her to Thornhold, as you directed. Did she never arrive?"
Dag decided that was a question best left unanswered. "I want the woman and the child found and turned over to me. Find a way to circumvent the other knights. Is that quite clear?" The knight lifted 2 fingers to his brow in an archaic salute.
"I am pledged to honor the children of Semilar's bloodline. All will be done as you say."
Dag shook his head in disgust and released the enchantment. Sir Gareth's face faded abruptly from the globe, but not before Dag caught a satisfying glimpse of the anguish inflicted by the spell's release. He despised the old knight. He hated all paladins, and particularly those who, like his own father, took vows as knights of Samilar. But this man simply galled him. Sir Gareth Cormeril had once been a mighty knight, his father's friend and comrade. He had saved Hronnell's life once, and had received the wound that shrunk his sword arm and ended his career in battle. But there was a weakness in the man, a weakness of will and heart that Dag particularly despised. He himself had triumphed over physical weakness. Why should another man see in it an excuse to give up all he once was? That was precisely what Sir Gareth had done. He had fallen prey to Melchior's cunning snares, abusing his new role as exchequer of the order when his younger brother, a rogue and a gambler, ran afoul of Gentarum-owned pleasure houses. Melchior had assumed the young lord's debts, and Gareth had quietly borrowed money to repay the Gentish priest rather than risk personal or family scandal. That was the beginning. From there, it had become increasingly easy to purchase the man's soul, a few words at a time. It amazed Dag that Sir Gareth did not yet seem to realize this. What Dag was, he had chosen to be. He had great power, granted him by a mad god and wielded in ways that a man like Sir Gareth could never conceive. and he intended to get more of the same, by much the same methods, or worse, if such path came to him. What he did, he chose. What he was, he acknowledged. There was a basic honesty in this that Sir Gareth could not begin to comprehend or duplicate. As Dag tucked the globe away, an ironic smile touched his lips as he noted that, in this matter at least, he possessed more virtue than a man lauded as one of Tyr's great knights. To Bronwyn, the 3 days of the return voyage went all too quickly. She spent many hours with little Kara, answering her seemingly endless supply of questions. The little girl had a deep curiosity about the world, and her yearning to see far places was written on her small face as she listened to Bronwyn's tales. True, Kara had other things to occupy her time. She played with the 5 dwarf children, holding her own surprisingly well in tussles and arguments with the much stronger and stockier dwarves. Ebenezer also took a special interest in the girl, and he spent hours telling her stories of his adventures, answering her questions. He even carved a toy for her, a small wooden doll with slightly pointed ears. The limbs were jointed and connected with strings so that the doll could be moved about. Bronwyn, who caught him at work stitching together bits of sailcloth for clothes, commented on the delicate work, and immediately wished she hadn't. The dwarf gave her a bit of advice on the merits of minding her own affairs, in the form of a tongue-lashing that almost, but not quite, covered his embarrassment at being caught red-handed and soft-hearted. To her surprise, Bronwyn found that she enjoyed being with Kara. She'd never had any experience with children, not even when she herself had been a child, but she enjoyed the girl's curiosity, approved of her stubbornness, and admired her resilience. By the time the outer islands that protected Waterdeep's harbor came into sight, Bronwyn decided that if she were ever to have a daughter, she would be more than happy if the girl took after Kara. But Kara had a family, a father who was almost certainly kin to Bronwyn. The need to find him, for both of them, was growing in Bronwyn like a fever. Kara, unfortunately, was little help. She remembered her father only as Dune, and the description she gave of him was what might be expected of any 8-year-old half-elf. He was a grown-up. He had dark hair. He was big. It was not much to go on. She did have a great deal to say about the man who had stolen her away from the only home she had ever known. He had a sword, which he had used to kill both of her foster parents. He was a tall man, with light blonde hair cut short. He rode a white horse and wore a white tunic with a blue design on it. At Bronwyn's bidding, Kara tried to sketch it, but the childish scrawl was far from enlightening. They rode for a long time and stopped at a beautiful house. After that, Kara remembered nothing. She had fallen asleep and awakened in the hold of the ship with an aching head and a fiercely empty stomach. Bronwyn, who listened to this with silent rage, realized that the child had been drugged. She vowed to find who had done this and make certain that they would send no more children to the life that she herself had endured. Finally, Narwhal sailed in through the southernmost entrance to the harbor, past the lighthouse known as East Torch Tower, a tall, slender cone of white granite that flamed like its namesake. Bronwyn would have preferred to sail to the northern entrance, for the harbor fees were somewhat less, and she would be much closer to her shop, but Captain Orwig absolutely refused to come within a longbow's shot of a place called Smuggler's Bane Tower. A pair of small skiffs met them at the chained entrance, and a woman clad in the gold and black uniform of the watch asked to come aboard. At this, the ogre captain bared his fangs in a sneer and started to go for his cutlass. Before he could speak, Bronwyn caught his arm and nodded to the water beyond the skiffs. Orwig tracked her gaze, and defeat registered in his small, red eyes. Several heads broke the surface of the water here and there, and shadowy, vaguely human forms swirled around the ship. Mermen, ready to aid the officials if need be. Orwig valued his ship too highly to risk having it scuttled from below.
"Permission to come aboard,"
he snarled. He shot Bronwyn a glare that left the matter in her hands, then stalked off. Bronwyn produced the logs stating their cargo, and, on Orwig's behalf, paid out the cargo tax and some of the coins taken from the slave ship. She wrote a note for the docking fee, promising to deliver payment to the harbor master within 3 days. The chain was lowered, and Narwhal allowed to sail into the harbor. For Captain Orwig's sake, the ogre was clearly uncomfortable with this port. Bronwyn requested that the ship be allowed to dock at the nearest available slip. Within an hour, the passengers had disembarked onto a small, barnacle-encrusted pier just off Cedar Street. Narwhal took off with such haste that the last dwarf to disembark was still on the gangplank. He fell into the harbor with an enormous splash and sank like an axe. 4 mermen managed to drag him to the surface, though all of them were visibly worse for wear before the task was done. A grinning dockhand threw down a rope. Glad for something they could do, a dozen or so of the Stoneshaft clan seized the rope and hauled it up with a gusto that brought the unfortunate dwarf vaulting out of the water and skidding along the dock on his belly. Once that bit of excitement was over, the dwarves gathered into a cluster on the dock, their eyes wide as they gazed around the bustling scene and the narrow, crowded streets beyond. For once, all 50-some-odd dwarves were struck silent, their contentious voices stilled by their awe of the city.
"Gotta excuse them," Ebenezer murmured to Bronwyn. "I'm the only one been out of the clan hold much. The rest of them, well, you might say they're ducks in a desert."
"The sooner we get them settled, the better," Bronwyn agreed. She hailed a tall, bald man who wore the insignia of the Wagoners' Guild on his jacket. After a brief haggle, she hired 3 wagons to haul the dwarves through town to her shop.
"We could have walked,"
Ebenezer complained, once they were settled inside a closed wooden wagon that smelled strongly of fish and old cheese. 50 dwarves marching through the dock ward? She scoffed. It would look too much like an invasion. That much attention we don't need. The dwarf considered this, then nodded grudgingly.
"What's your plan, then?"
For now, we'll go to my shop. I'll send out some messengers, call in a few favors. We'll get everyone settled. Ebenezer looked over to the fistfight that had erupted between 2 of the dwarf lads.
"Not an easy thing," he observed.
The wagon driver, as directed, let the dwarves off in the alley behind Curious Past. Despite Bronwyn's pleas for discretion, they roiled down the narrow path, clearly feeling more at home in the close, tunnel-like corridor than they had for many days. They descended on the Curious Past like a plague of blackbirds. Alice's response astonished Bronwyn. The gnome produced a sword from under the counter, as well as a smoke power pistol. These she brandished at the first pair of dwarves in the door.
"You'll not get past me,"
she said with such conviction that Bronwyn believed her.
"Take your looting elsewhere."
"Alice, it's me," Bronwyn shouted over the heads of the dwarves.
"It's all right. They are with me."
The gnome's eyes bulged.
"All of them?"
Bronwyn raised her hands in a helpless shrug, knowing she was asking a great deal of the gnome. Alice's tiny shoulders lifted and fell in a sigh, but she stepped aside. In roiled the dwarves, their eyes rounded with awe at the sights around them.
"Quite a trove,"
Tarlamera said with grudging admiration. She picked up a bangle bracelet studded with large gems. Instead of slipping it onto her wrist, she fisted it in her hand so that the raised stones augmented her knuckles. She lifted her fist and admired the effect.
"Nice. Yours, gnome?" "I should say not. That piece was commissioned by Lady Galinda Raventree."
Tarlamera's eyes glinted.
"Could be she'd like to go a round or two, you think? Sitting on that ship has left us all a mite restless and ready for fun."
The image of the iron-willed society queen facing off in battle against the dwarf woman brought a wry smile to Bronwyn's face. That fight she'd happily pay to observe.
Alice, why don't you go to the market and get something for our guests? Some bread and meat, a keg of ale. Have it delivered. Well, I'm certainly not going to carry it back, the gnome grumbled.
She seized her shawl off its hook and took off, gratefully, it seemed to Bronwyn. One of the dwarf lads started to climb a shelf after an axe that had caught his eye. A sleek, black form glided from the rafters and landed on his shoulder.
Think about it,
Shopscat advised. With a yelp, the young dwarf let go and tumbled to the floor. The raven winged off and settled down on a tall urn.
It talks,
exclaimed a dwarf woman with delight, her stubby finger pointing at the raven. Her eyes took on a battle gleam, and she came over to Shopscat and leaned in close, nose to beak.
Been a while since I had me a roast bird,
she said, a challenge in her voice. The raven stared her down.
Think about it.
The dwarves laughed uproariously.
Might be you could keep that up for a while, Morgalla, if you ask the right questions,
Ebenezer said. She shrugged and grinned, then wandered off to finger a long string of pink pearls displayed on a wooden bust. They spent a pleasant hour poking through the shop and exchanging insults with the raven. Just as some were starting to get restless, Alice returned with a half-dozen strong porters and the requested refreshments. The instant the first keg hit the floor, the dwarves converged from all 3 floors of the shop. They snatched up whatever came to hand, silver mugs, gem-encrusted goblets, and clustered about. The gnome cringed as she took in this casual use of the treasures she guarded.
We can hire someone in to help clean up, Bronwyn told her.
If you have the coin left to do the hiring,
Alice shot back. She nodded toward their visitors, who were making short work of the piles of food. 2 of the dwarves were already tapping the 3rd keg. It seemed that Ebenezer was thinking along similar lines.
Don't you doubt. I'm going to pay you back every copper,
he vowed softly.
Tell me what I can do to help get them earning their keep.
Bronwyn glanced at Kara, who was petting Shopscat and chattering happily. Her heart melted at the sight of the little girl and the obviously charmed raven.
There are dwarves in the city, but the sort of labor your clan can do is always in demand. I know people who can line up what we need.
You got a lot of friends, if they can set up this bunch,
Ebenezer commented. In a manner of speaking. This brought up a matter that Bronwyn had been puzzling over for several days. She had realized aboard ship that she would have to rely upon the resources of the Harpers to get the dwarves settled. Disclosing membership in this secret organization was forbidden, except in extreme situations or to trusted friends. Though she had known Ebenezer for a relatively short time, she counted him as among the best she'd found. She decided to confide in the dwarf. Taking him by the arm, she led him to a relatively quiet corner.
What do you know of the Harpers?
Ebenezer scowled and spat, hitting the bronze spittoon by the door with dead-on accuracy and ringing force.
Nothing good. As I hear it, they're not big on minding their own affairs.
That's true enough, she said hesitantly. But they are good at gathering information and passing it along. If I contact the right Harpers here in the city, by high sun tomorrow, I should have every member of your clan set up in business. Swordsmiths, gem workers, bakers, whatever skills they have, I can match.
How do you know who to...
The dwarf broke off, his eyes suspicious.
You're one of them.
Bronwyn sighed. Guilty. Is that such a bad thing?
Maybe,
he grumbled. He slanted a look up at her.
What you did for my clan, was that Harper business?
No, she said stoutly, even though she suspected that claiming otherwise might sway the dwarf's opinion on the matter. That was personal.
Good.
He nodded in satisfaction.
Well then, you tell me where to go, and I'll be getting the process started.
Bronwyn hurried up the stairs to her chamber, evicting the pair of dwarf children who were jumping on her bed, and sat down at her writing table. Under the false bottom of her drawer were sheets of parchment bearing the sigil of Kelvin Aronson. This rune, his personal symbol, gave force to whatever was written on the parchment. The Harpers, under his direction, were to use them only in dire circumstances. Bronwyn had but two. She dipped a quill in her inkwell and began to write a letter to Brian's swordmaster. Even as she wrote, Bronwyn's mind skipped ahead to the consequences of this measure. Kelvin would know when one of his special edicts was used, and by whom. Brian's swordmaster, though a common tradesman and a quiet, modest man, was a great friend of the Archmage. The story would get to her Harper master all too soon. And then, she wondered, what would she be required to do? This thought didn't set well with her. All her life she had been told what to do. As a slave, she had been given little choice about anything. As an antiquities dealer, she had taken commissions and fulfilled them. Her methods were her own, and she prided herself in being resourceful, but the task itself was given her. The same could be said for her involvement with the Harpers. The first act that she could call truly her own was her decision to rescue the Stoneshaft clan from slavery. She regarded that with pride, and was not reconciled to tamely accepting that all her decisions would henceforth be made for her by others. And yet, had that ever been truly the case? Even as a slave, she had directed her path. She worked hard at the gem trade, and before she was a woman grown, she was crafting better counterfeit pieces than any of her master's servants, or her master himself, for that matter. He'd taken an interest in her, and taught her about the rare pieces that they copied in the shop and sold as originals. Bronwyn had developed a genuine love of the old, beautiful things that came into her hands. Unlike her, they had a history, a past. These stories had more importance to her than the pieces themselves. And so she wheedled her master into letting her learn about the background of the pieces, so that they could make better, less detectable reproductions, she'd argued. This idea had pleased him, and Bronwyn had begun the path she now trod. When the master died, his son sold off the shop, including the slaves. She had bought her freedom by apprenticing herself out to a treasure hunter who'd done business with her master. Soon she went her own way, and, she realized with deep surprise, she had been doing so ever since. Bronwyn sat for a long moment as she absorbed this. Then she nodded slowly and rolled the parchment into a scroll. She went down the back stairs and through the alley. There was always a messenger or two available for hire at the cobbler's shop 2 doors down. The messenger was a youth she knew well. She gave him the scroll with instructions and an extra silver coin, then returned to her shop with a light step. Whatever came of this venture, she would handle it as she always had. Her own way. It took Ebenezer the better part of 2 hours to round up his kin and get them headed out of the shop.
Like herding cats it is,
he grumbled as he shoved the last of them out of the door. The look of pure, desperate gratitude that Alice sent him brought a wry grin to his face. The Stoneshafts were a handful, and no mistake. He only hoped that Bronwyn's mysterious friends had pickaxes big enough to chop through this particular problem. Once the dwarves were out on the street, the problems compounded. Bronwyn's shop was on the Street of Silks, a nose-in-the-air piece of town where folks thought their shoes too good to sully with walking. Fancy carriages rattled past, drawn by teams of horses.
"Look at the size of them mules!"
marveled Benton, a cousin who'd never been out of the tunnels before his capture.
"How'd they get 4 of them to go in the same direction?"
demanded Tarlamera, whose only experience with mules involved small, dusty pack animals nearly as stubborn as herself. The clan had kept a few for hauling back the gems and ore from the outermost mines. That image suggested a solution to Ebenezer.
"Miners ho!"
he hollered.
"Tunnel size 7. Fall in by clan rank."
His clan scuttled into place with an alacrity born of long practice. A size 7 tunnel meant that 3 dwarves could march abreast, and clan rank was easy enough, oldest first. Every dwarf knew where he ranked in comparison with any other dwarf, so they found their places readily enough. The only break with tradition was when Ebenezer took his place at the head. Not a dwarf argued with him for that honor, though, seeing as he was the only one who'd ever been to the city before. He marched them down the street of silks, past shops brimming with the fashionable doodads that humans seemed so all-fired fond of. These the dwarves passed without missing a step, but as they neared the jester's court, the scents drifting from the mighty manticore inspired wistful sighs from some of his kin. Ebenezer had some knowledge of the tavern owner, a half-dwarf, but a good sort for all that. Coopercan, his name was, in honor of a backside as big as a barrel. When Coop settled down to keeping tavern, he'd kept some of his dwarven ways. There was no mistaking the smell of rothe roasting on a spit, stuffed with mushrooms and the tasty black rice that grew wild in the marshy hollows hidden among dwarven mountains. Coopercan always seemed to have a rothe roast going, and there were few scents that could get a dwarf to drooling better than that.
"Hoy, brother!"
shouted a gruff female voice.
"I'm a-coming up!"
Ebenezer lifted his hand to his lips to hide his smirk. He'd been too long among humans, if he found humor in the usual dwarven method of asking permission. Tarlamera huffed up to his side. For several moments they marched in silence as he waited for her to speak her mind.
"We gotta go back to the clan hold,"
she decreed. He'd been afraid of that. Knew it was coming. Even so, he tried to scoff away the notion.
And how might you be planning to do that? There's not enough of us left to take back the tunnels, much less hold them secure. The men that stole you away in the first place would be back, and the second harvest would be all the easier.
The dwarf woman scowled and folded her arms.
"What are we to do, then?"
There's dwarves in the city, he told her. Bronwyn has friends what can find us work. We'll fit in, make our way, make a life.
Tarlamera glowered.
"Seems to me like you're putting too much weight in that human's say-so. Mountain dwarves in a city? What kind of life is that?"
Better than the one that human stole you from, I'll tell you that for free, he shot back.
She shrugged.
"There's that. But all I got to say is, almighty clan getting by the short hairs!"
Ebenezer pulled up short, startled by his sister's oath and the force with which it was delivered.
How's that again?
She seized his arm and pointed. The road had widened up into a broad cobblestone courtyard. At the far end was the enormous, elaborate palace built for the First Lord of the city, and behind that swept the majestic summit of Mount Waterdeep. But somewhat closer was the sight peculiar enough to stop Tarlamera in mid-complaint. A tall, slender tower before which stood a skeleton, arms raised high and feet not quite touching the ground.
Don't be going too close to that tower, Ebenezer said casually. Algaren's Tower, it's called. Been empty for a long time. Seems it used to belong to some big-axe wizard, long since gone to his ancestors. It's a monument now. The folks hereabout let it alone mostly, except for the fellow you see there.
"Good warning sign,"
one of the dwarves behind them offered. That sent a weak chuckle rippling through the group. The company got some strange looks as they marched in formation through the courtyard. Ebenezer didn't suppose they looked like much of a threat, as scrawny as they were, and not more than 3 weapons among the lot of them. But still he raised his hand in a conciliatory salute whenever a curious member of the guard looked their way. They veered east onto Waterdeep Way, toward the massive castle that was the heart and strength of the city. Ebenezer had always admired that castle.
Look at that, he said grandly, pointing up at the far towers. 400 feet high, that is.
Tarlamera sniffed. Dwarves, as a rule, weren't terribly impressed with up. They were more interested in through.
Got walls some 60 feet thick, he added.
"That's a wall,"
she admitted, impressed at last. Ebenezer pointed ahead. See that sign what's a-hangin' from that lantern pole? Marks the way of the dragon. Big street. Goes down to the trade ward and the man we gotta see.
I seen a man already,
The dwarf maid grumbled.
seen hundreds of 'em so far today.
This one's a smith. They say his pieces are as good as any human can make. Better than some dwarves.
She scoffed.
I'm not buying that at the asking price. How can you get a good forge going without the tunnels to pull a powerful updraft?
Ebenezer pointed up toward the blue dome of the sky.
Got lots of wind.
Yeah,
She scowled and plucked at her ruined clothes.
and I'm feeling every breath of it in these rags. Back at the clan hold, I got me a new linen kirtle and a leather apron.
A bleak, wistful note crept into her voice. Though her eyes kept steadily fixed ahead, Ebenezer could read the pain in them. The kirtle and apron were part of every dwarf maid's wedding chest. By all that was right, she should be home, scrapping happily with her new-made husband. But Fraudwinter was dead, as were their 4 brothers and their sister, their mother, their Da. They hadn't spoken of their slain kin, not once, since the day Ebenezer had chopped her loose from the slave ship.
Fraudwinter fought well,
Tarlamera said. A struggling smile rippled across her face, as if she were trying to accept that this was enough.
I saw that much before they dropped me. How many did he take?
15.
Ebenezer said promptly, upping the number without a qualm.
Good,
She said.
that's good.
They walked in silence for a while.
I made them a cairn, he said softly. Just one, for all of them.
That's the way things are done in time of battle,
She agreed.
You accounted for all?
Not all, he said grimly. Didn't see old Hoshel, but I'm pretty sure they got to him ahead of time. Found one of his chisels in an osquip trove.
They got him.
Tarlamera agreed.
Hoshel's particular about his tools. Da always said Hoshel could put a hand to any one of his tools quicker than he could grab his own.
She broke off, her jaw dropping in astonishment. Ebenezer tracked her gaze into a side alley, and his own eyes widened in astonishment.
Now, that's something you don't see every day,
He admitted. An enormous, disembodied hand, each finger longer than a dwarf was tall, floated aimlessly down the alley. In the center of the palm was a huge mouth that worked its way through some silly tavern tune. Ebenezer shook his head in utter bemusement.
What does it want?
One of the dwarves behind him hissed.
A better song?
Snapped Ebenezer.
Do I know everything there is to know about this city? Step lively now.
They stepped with a liveliness that had the lot of them huffing like a gnome-built tea kettle.
Gotta get back to the clan hold,
Tarlamera moaned. Ebenezer shook his head and pointed to the road ahead. The streets were getting narrower, and the tall, timber-framed buildings crowded so close that dwellers in the top floors could lean out and kiss their neighbors, providing they were on good enough terms. They were coming up on the street of smiths, and black smoke from a dozen forges rose into the sky. Many of the houses, the foundations at least, and sometimes up to the second floor, were masoned over with stone as a deterrent to fire. If a body squinted just so, he could pretend they were cavern walls.
Kinda cozy, isn't it?
He said hopefully. Tarlamera snorted again. As they rounded the corner to Brian's street, a huge, utterly bald man came striding to meet them. He came to Ebenezer and stuck out his hand.
You'd be the Stoneshaft clan, he said. Brian here. Been expecting you.
Ebenezer gave the ham-sized hand a good squeeze, which was returned with a force that made his eyes cross.
He's a smith, all right,
he told Tarlamera. His sister was doing her own evaluation. Her eyes scanned the man from his bald head to his massive, gray-streaked black beard, measuring the width of his shoulders and arms, heavily corded with muscle and blackened with soot.
He's a likely-looking lad,
She admitted.
and then sighed.
All right, boy. Let's see this forge of yours.
During the voyage back to Waterdeep, Bronwyn had managed to decipher some of the code in the slave ship's log. Enough, at least, to assure her that Grunnion was owned by the Gentarum. No large surprise that, considering the destruction of Thornhold and the capture of the dwarves by Gentish soldiers. But what of Kara? What was there about the ring she wore that attracted the ire of the Gentarum, that they would steal children away from their homes? Kara's father, whoever and wherever he was, might also be in danger. That thought spurred Bronwyn as she made her way into Dock Ward. This unknown man was her kin. Perhaps he had answers for her that Hronulf had not lived to give. That possibility made the chance she was about to take worthwhile. She hurried to the Sleeping Snake, a rough and noisy tavern where thieves of many races gathered to trade stories, blows, and stolen goods. The Gentarum contact she had used a few times before frequented the tavern. Raucous laughter burst out into the street when Bronwyn shouldered open the door and pushed her way into the crowded room. The smell of stale ale and staler bodies assaulted her. Most of the dockhands who came to drink here didn't bother to bathe after a hard day's work. She spotted the informer, a dockhand and occasional assassin, slumped over a table near the hearth. He glanced up when she kicked at his chair.
"Well," he asked drunkenly, "what are you looking for this time?"
She bent down low so that she could speak the words in a normal voice rather than shouting. A man who recently lost a child. He leaned back and eyed her with speculation.
"Don't have much use for brats myself."
"No one's asking you to have anything to do with this one. Have you heard anything?"
"Can't say I have. Who's this man that got shed of his brat?"
"His name is Dune. He's a dark man, probably not exceptionally tall." There was a flicker in the man's eyes, but he shook his head.
"Sorry, can't help you,"
he said as he reached for his mug. Bronwyn caught his wrist. "Can't or won't?" He shook her off and turned aside in obvious dismissal.
"One way or another, it's much the same to you."
A trickle of fear ran down Bronwyn's spine. Always before, this man had tried to sell her something, spinning out any scrap of information into something she might wish to buy. His outright refusal and the gleam of avarice in his eyes alerted her to danger. Bronwyn nodded and worked her way back to the bar. The fighting had spread into the main floor, and it would be a while before she could get to the door. She ordered an ale and took a stool to wait out the storm. A hand seized her arm. Bronwyn spun, gripping the hilt of her knife. She measured the man with a glance and decided that this would be an easy battle. Though still south of midlife, he was the thinnest, frailest person she had ever encountered. The spark of life had apparently drained from his body to center its last flame in his small, black eyes. "Move your hand or I'll slice it off," she said in an even voice. The man halted her with an impatient gesture, an upraised palm. Her eyes bulged. Tattooed, or perhaps branded, into his palm was the emblem of the evil god Bane, a small black hand. Instinctively, she eased away, raised both of her hands in conciliation. Though the god himself was considered dead and gone, and no longer a power to be feared, Bronwyn had no desire to tangle with someone who purported to be an acolyte of such evil.
"I heard you. You want a man who is seeking a child. Where is this man?"
He insisted in a voice that recalled a viper's hiss. Bronwyn licked her lips nervously. "That's what I'm trying to find out. If you know anything of him, I'd be willing to trade for the information." A terrible chuckle wheezed from the former priest's lips.
"If the item you have to barter is his yellow hide, Then you have a deal, wench. I want him. I want him dead,
he specified, as if there could be any doubt concerning his intentions. Bronwyn quickly weighed the risk against the possible gain. If this priest had knowledge of Kara's father, she really had no choice but to endure conversation with a Bainite and accept the danger inherent in such company. She reached for her mug and signaled the barkeep to bring another drink for her friend. I don't know where he is, but I'd be happy to turn him over to you once I locate him. Because of the child, she said quickly, when he turned a suspicious stare upon her.
Ah,
he smirked, then tossed back the contents of the mug the barkeep set before him.
Your tale rings true. He always was one to walk away from what he started.
A horrible suspicion took root in Bronwyn's eyes. He was once a follower of Bane? She asked, striving mightily to keep her voice neutral.
That he was. Defected, the damn traitor,
he sneered, raising and clenching his fists. Bronwyn let out her breath in a long sigh. The possibility that Kara's father might be a follower of an evil god was chilling, but perhaps in seeing the error of his ways he had made enemies. It was better so than that he should earn the fate of the man beside her, with his skeletal face and wild eyes. Bereft of spells, cut off from the source of evil power, the former priest of Bane was little more than an insane shell. When I find Dune, I will send word here, she said, her mind racing as she planned how she could keep this promise without endangering Kara's father. I will write the name of the place where he might be found on a sketch of a black dragon and post it on the cloakroom door. Watch for it.
Dune? What are you talking about, wench? The man's name is Dag Zorith.
She quickly covered her surprise. Of course, she said with feigned bitterness. He would not want to be known by the name he gave to a woman he'd betrayed and abandoned. He was always cautious. Most likely he is also frank and earnest. Frank in Luskan and earnest in Neverwinter. To her surprise, the hoary old jest earned a wheezing chuckle from the Bainite. She supposed that, in the company he was accustomed to keeping, humor was not a common commodity. Bronwyn rose and tossed several silver coins onto the counter and nodded her intent to the barkeep. Drink what you will, with my thanks, until the coins run out. She left quickly, while the former priest was still contemplating this unexpected bounty, and all the way to the door she felt the eyes of her Gentilar informer following her. Algerind rode swiftly through the crowded street on his tall, white horse. He still did not understand how Icewind had returned to the halls of justice. The horse had been well treated, and seemed none the worse for having been stolen by a treacherous dwarf. He scanned the wooden signs that hung from the many shops, looking for the curious past. What he found was a bit of a surprise. Unlike most of the signs, it did not rely on an image of shoe or cloak or mug to convey what goods could be had within. The name was carved with runes in common, as well as in several other languages. A learned woman. That did not fit the picture he carried of Bronwyn, who would steal from Hronulf and consort with a dwarven horse thief. He pushed open the door. A bell tinkled merrily, and a white-haired gnome woman appeared from behind a counter.
How can I help you?
She said cheerily. Algerind heard a door bang in the back room. I am looking for Bronwyn.
Then I'm afraid I can't help you,
the gnome said with evident regret.
She is out of town on business.
The young paladin nodded. You expect her?
That I do. No more than 2-3 days. Would you like to stop back or leave a name?
I will return, he said simply. Thank you, good gnome, for your time and help. He left the shop, walking briskly toward the narrow alley he'd seen by the cobbler's shop a few doors down. That banging door interested him. A small figure darted toward him in hot pursuit of a young alley cat, her hands outstretched for the grab. She hauled up short when she caught sight of him, and her large brown eyes rounded in terror. She shrieked and whirled away, dashing back down the alley. It was the child. The same girl he had taken from the farm and turned over to Sir Gareth's keeping. What she was doing in this city and on her own, Algerind could not begin to fathom. He took off after her, ducking low to avoid a string of long wool stockings hung out to dry in the alley. The girl could run like a rabbit. She darted down the alley and out into a small open area. A wooden sign proclaimed the site to be Howling Cat Court. A few women strolled about, their faces garishly painted and their bodices laced indecently low. They mocked Algerind as he dashed past in pursuit of the child, bidding him leave off with his playmates and learn some adult games. His face heated when he realized what they meant. His quarry swerved and dodged, evading his grasp nimbly. She turned and darted toward another alley. Algerind began to follow suit when a heavy thunk resounded painfully through his skull and stopped him where he stood. He turned, dazed, and looked incredulously at one of the overripe women. There was a small oak cudgel in her hand. She gave him a hard smile and kissed her fingertips to him in a mocking salute, then melted away into the shadows of an alley. Algerind shook off the numbing pain and took off after the girl. He was almost to the alley when a loud, trembling horn call resounded through the court.
"You there! Stop where you are!"
The young paladin knew authority when he heard it. He stopped and slowly turned around. 4 men and 2 women, all wearing leather armor dyed green and black and reinforced with gold-colored chainmail, strode toward him, small clubs in their hands. A band of mercenaries, no doubt. He decided to try to fight his way clear. His resolve must have shown in his eyes.
"Yield to the city watch," the speaker said. "You will not be harmed unless you resist."
This put Algerind in a quandary. The rule of his order stated that he was to obey all lawful authorities unless they constrained him to do evil. These city guards were standing between him and his duty, but that was not necessarily evil.
"Good sirs, ladies," he said earnestly, "you do not understand. We understand that you were chasing a little girl. She yours? No, but you responsible for tending her?"
In a manner of speaking, that was true, but not plain enough truth to give Algerind comfort in speaking it.
"I wished to return her to her rightful place," he said,
which was more precise.
"Uh-huh,"
the watch captain said, skepticism deeply etched on his bearded face.
"What was her name?"
Algerind was utterly at a loss.
"I do not know,"
he had to admit. The captain sniffed.
"Thought as much. Take him in. We'll let the magisters deal with this one."
This was utterly beyond Algerind's comprehension.
"I cannot go with you. You don't have much of a choice. You can come easy or we'll take you in trust and hooded. You choose."
"I will come with you," Algerind said, bowing his head in defeat. "Will you grant me one kindness, though? Carry word to the halls of justice and tell them of my fate?"
"There are messengers in the castle. They'll get around to your cell sooner or later, and you can send word to whomever you like. Now move!"
Bronwyn hurried back to her shop, cutting through the back ways. As she came through Howling Cat Court, it seemed to her that one of the low-rent courtesans who strutted along the far walk sent her a knowing smile. The woman looked vaguely familiar and harmless enough, so Bronwyn lifted a hand in friendly response as she strode past. She found Alice in a fit, wringing her tiny hands and pacing the floors with enough fervor to raise a cloud of dust. Bronwyn's first thought was for Kara. She pounced on the gnome, seizing her shoulders and turning her so that they faced each other. "Where is she?"
"Gone!"
mourned Alice, confirming Bronwyn's worst suspicions. Bronwyn ran a hand over her forehead and back, smoothing her hair in a gesture of pure frustration.
"Did you see anything?"
A young man came looking for you. A paladin, I think. He wore a blue and white tabard and carried a broadsword. He was young, no more than 20, but taller than most men. Pale yellow hair, curly. He left his horse at the door."
Bronwyn had a very bad feeling about this.
A big horse? White?
"I believe so. I didn't get more than a glance. Why?"
"Long story," Bronwyn mumbled. Ebenezer had told her of his rescue by a man who could turn undead to dust. That would make the man a priest, or a paladin. The man who came looking for her, who might have taken Kara, was near Thornhold. What he knew, what he wanted, she could guess all too well. At that moment the shop bell tinkled, startling them both. Woman and gnome jumped and whirled to face the door. In it stood Danilo Than, a broad smile in his face, and a small, half-elf girl in his arms.
"Kara!"
Bronwyn cried. She rushed forward to reclaim the girl, gave her a quick hug. Then she set her down and turned her attention to the man.
"Danilo, what happened? Where did you find her?"
"Actually, I did not. Kara was brought to me by some Harpers who happened upon her." Bronwyn's face clouded.
"Still watching me?"
"Strictly speaking, no. We've been keeping an eye out for the paladins, and one of them happened by your shop."
"I should thank you then,"
she said softly, looking at the child. Kara was happily chatting with Alice, telling her all about the ginger cat that she'd almost caught, and wouldn't it make a fine pet? Bronwyn sighed.
"I promised I would find her father, but I don't know if I can keep her safe until then."
She spoke softly, but the girl looked up.
"I will be safe, Bronwyn. Look at this. Come to me, Shopscat."
Before the raven could respond to the summons, the child disappeared. Bronwyn blinked rapidly, as if she could conjure the girl by clearing her vision. There was nothing, save for a childish giggle outside the front door. Before Bronwyn could move, Kara was back, just as abruptly as she left.
"Look,"
she said proudly, showing Bronwyn the 3 bright gems in her hand.
"A ruby, a blue topaz, and, citrine?"
she asked, looking up at Danilo for corroboration. He nodded, his eyes bright with the child's reflected pleasure. "That's right. You remember well."
"Gem jump,"
Bronwyn murmured, remembering tales she'd heard of stones that enabled the holder to magically transport to the location of any of the gems. They were rare and exceedingly expensive. 3 of them was a princely gift. "With these, Kara can get herself out of the occasional tight spot," Danilo said lightly. "Put them back in their bag, Kara, the way I showed you." The child beamed and did as she was told. Danilo drew Bronwyn aside. "You've got a remarkable new friend," he said softly. "I think you will have your hands full, though." Bronwyn nodded.
"Kara is no trouble, but I think she's in trouble. I just don't know how much or what kind."
"Let me help you," Danilo said earnestly. "Tell me what I can do." She smiled at him, her anger nearly forgotten.
"You already have. The gemstones give her a bit of control over her fate. She needs that. And a little control," she added somberly, "is usually the best any of us can expect."
Chapter 12. Dag Zoreth had seen his former teacher Malchior give way to anger on only one occasion. Before his ire had cooled, a half-battalion of inept soldiers lay on the ground, some fried black by Cyric-granted lightning, a few still jerking spasmodically. As Dag looked at the older priest's angry countenance, he silently rehearsed his own prayer to Cyric. If one of them had to end this conference writhing and twitching on the carpet, Dag would prefer it not be he. He rose from the chair in deference to the higher-ranking priest. "This is a surprise," Dag said mildly. "I did not expect to find you in Waterdeep."
"No doubt,"
the priest retorted.
What is this I hear about you?
Dag strolled over to the table and helped himself to a piece of the spiced shrimp that the maid had brought along with the midday meal. A fine place, this inn. This meal was enough for two, and to spare. He took the entire tray and handed it to Melchior. The older priest hardly seemed to notice. He popped one shrimp into his mouth, chewed briefly, and kept talking.
You have not found your sister, but one of our informers has, Melchior said, punctuating this statement by snatching another shrimp. She was asking about a child, said it was yours.
Dag shrugged. She would not be the first woman to make such a false claim of me. Since I did not know I had a sister, you cannot hold me to account for violation of consanguinity laws. The priest stuffed his mouth again and chewed angrily.
You are sidestepping the question.
It has become a habit, Dag said lightly. You have taught me well. The priest's eyes narrowed, and he studied the younger man as if he was suddenly considering whether his lessons might have been learned too well. Then the look of speculation was gone, and with it Melchior's ire.
These are excellent, he said easily, nodding at the nearly empty tray. Perhaps we could start on that savory pie while we speak of other matters. You have heard of the gathering of the paladins. I have some advice on the administration and safeguarding of your new command. That is, if you are willing to listen.
Melchior's jovial expression was back in place, but Dag was not fooled for a moment. This man was a dangerous enemy, and he wanted Kara. If Dag had to, he would kill him. Until then, he would learn from him.
My dear Melchior,
Dag said with a smile, I am interested in every word you have to say. And even more interested, Dag thought, in what you choose to keep shrouded in silence. The glint in the priest's eyes suggested that he sensed Dag's unspoken addition and marked it well. Smiling at each other like a pair of circling sharks, they sat down to play out the game.
I tell you, Bronwyn, your friend will be a resident at the castle for the rest of the day, Danilo swore. Several of the messengers who attend the prisoners are Harpers. They will take care to leave young Algerin's request until last.
Bronwyn nodded and shot a glance toward Kara. The child was kneeling on the floor of the shop, playing some elaborate game of make-believe with some chess pieces, and singing softly to herself.
That's something,
Bronwyn admitted. She bit her lip, considering. What?
This might sound frivolous,
she warned him. That amused her friend. Remember to whom you're speaking. She chuckled and got to the point.
Kara has spent her life on a small, remote farm. Other than her trip to Waterdeep as a prisoner and a brief voyage on a slave ship, she hasn't had a chance to see the world. What better place to begin than Waterdeep?
He nodded. Your reasoning is sound, and you should be safe enough. With your permission, I'll make certain that you are discreetly followed and amply protected. The years of unseen Harper eyes still rankled.
And if I did not give my permission?
Then I would respect your wishes, he said, regretfully, but I would respect them. He spoke firmly, with not a hint of his usual lazy drawl. Bronwyn believed him. She smiled and turned to Kara.
Kara, what is your favorite color?
The little girl looked up, startled by this question.
I don't think I have one. Well, if you could pick out any dress you liked, what color would it be?
Feminine longing lit her eyes.
My foster mother wore purple but said I was not to, she said. She would not say why.
Bronwyn had a suspicion concerning this, but she did not want to put words to it, not even in the silence of her own mind.
How about blue? Or yellow?
Kara nodded, clearly willing to play the game.
Pink, like a sunset cloud,
That struck a memory. Elamir Oakstaff, a seamstress whose shop was also on the Street of Silks, had a bolt of soft pink silk, a rare color that would be quickly seized by ladies looking for spring gowns. "Come on," she said, extending a hand. "I know a lady who can make you a dress the color of clouds and just as soft. Let's go and let her take your measure." Kara was on her feet in an instant.
Truly?
"Truly," Bronwyn answered. "And then we'll go for tea and see all there is to see in the City of Splendors." Kara looked suddenly suspicious.
This is not just a game?
Bronwyn laughed, but her eyes stung. At Kara's age, she had had none of these experiences either. She thought she knew what this would mean to the girl. Bidding farewell to the Harper bard, Bronwyn kept her promise and bought Kara the pink gown and 2 more along with it. They had tea and sugared wine at Gunnar's Tavern, a glittering eatery in the heart of the Sea Ward. The tap room was brightly lit by dozens of magical globes, and mirrored glass tossed back the light to every corner, there to be captured by the cunningly faceted crystals and imitation gems that studded everything from plate to chairs. As Bronwyn expected, Kara was enchanted by the display. Too excited to eat, she clutched her goblet of sugared wine and water, much more sugar than wine, and more water than either, and looked around with boundless curiosity. Her silence lasted until they left the tavern. Then she exploded into questions, wanting to know about everything they passed. Bronwyn shook her head as she followed Kara down the street, amazed at her own feelings. Every moment she spent with the child only made the prospect of giving her up more difficult. But this gift, this single day of adventure and light-hearted pleasure, this she could give. Wanting to show Kara as much as possible, she hailed a carriage and bid the driver to show them the sights. They rode down along the seawall, marveling at the vast and ornamental mansions and the 90-foot statue of a warrior that looked out impassively to sea. They drove past Algarin's tower, and Kara shivered at the story of the long-ago wizard and the skeleton of the man who had tried to steal this power. She oohed over Pyrgirin's palace, craned her neck to watch the griffin patrols pass. At the plinth, the obelisk that served as a house of prayer for people of all faiths, she looked faintly puzzled.
My foster parents prayed. So did my father, but they would not teach me or name a god I should pray to.
Bronwyn's suspicions regarding this mysterious faith deepened, as did her puzzlement as to why this Dag Zoreth seemed so determined to keep his daughter ignorant of his faith. "You'll find the god or goddess who speaks to your heart," she said softly.
Who speaks to yours?
Bronwyn considered this. She was not a religious person, but it occurred to her that there was only one answer. "Tymora," she said, "the Lady of Luck. She bids you take a chance and make your own way." Kara pursed her lips.
That sounds good, but not quite right for me.
"And that's fine," Bronwyn said, feeling slightly out of her element with this conversation. She had never given religion much consideration, but the longing in the child's eyes for a god or goddess of her own convinced Bronwyn that it might be a matter worth pondering. "Now, let's go to the South Ward," she suggested. "The sun will be setting soon, and I believe there's a full moon tonight." At such times, the moon sphere hung above a large courtyard. People could enter the huge, magic-rich globe and float or soar as they wished. Bronwyn could think of no wonder more likely to capture the child's fancy, or no better ending to the day. The dungeon of Waterdeep Castle was not the dank and fearful place that Algarind had expected. Granted, his prison was well underground. The watch had brought him down 2 flights of stairs. But the stone walls were smooth and dry, and torches sputtered in wall brackets placed every few paces. The cells were small, but clean and provided with the basic comforts: a straw mattress on a plank frame, a chamber pot, a wash basin, and a pitcher of water. He had been offered food the night before, and again this morning. In all, he could not complain, and he trusted in Tyr's justice to see that his confinement would not be long. Keeping his mind fixed on this thought, Algerind raised his voice in the traditional morning hymn. It was not, he supposed, the sort of thing one usually heard emanating from these particular halls of justice. The sound of footsteps echoed down the halls, growing louder. Algerind's face brightened when he caught sight of Sir Gareth, but he finished the last 2 lines of the hymn before speaking. "Thank you for coming, sir."
"You sound surprised to see me," the knight said curtly. "You are wiser than you appear if you suspect that I considered leaving you here. How did this thing come about?"
Algerind glanced at the prison guard. The older knight followed his thinking and affirmed it with a curt nod. Once the young paladin had been released, they walked in silence from the prison and did not speak until they were riding side by side back to the halls of justice. "I saw the child," Algerind finally said. "The child of Samalar's bloodline." The knight's face turned so white that Algerind feared he would fall from his horse.
"Here? In Waterdeep?"
"Yes, sir. I pursued her, thinking to bring her back to the temple. She eluded me, and the watch detained me." Sir Gareth sat in silence for several moments as he mulled this over. Finally, he turned a stern face to Algerind.
"Your failure to apprehend a small child is serious. It speaks of lack of skill or lack of will. Perhaps you allowed the girl to escape."
Algerind was deeply shocked.
"Sir!" "Incompetence is a grave offense. You are certainly guilty of that," the knight said coldly. "By all reports, you are well trained and able. Any future failure will be regarded as deliberate and as treason against the order. Do you understand?"
"No, sir," Algerind said with complete honesty. In truth, the knight's words baffled him.
"What part was unclear?"
"Well," he began, "I am not certain how the girl came to be in the city at all."
"You would do better to concern yourself with finding her," the knight said in a severe tone. "And when you do, bring her to me at once. Not at the temple, though," he added in a milder voice. "The other brothers need not hear of this single lapse. We will keep the matter between us. Obey me in this."
"Yes, sir," Algerind responded. But never had he found obedience so heavy a burden. If he had done wrong, then he should have the censure of his brothers. To seek to avoid it was impious. He had no wish to shrug off his burdens or cover his lacks, but he was sworn to obedience, and he must do as Sir Gareth bid him. Once his duty was clear and his choices simple, that was no longer the case. Deeply troubled, the young man settled back into his saddle and pondered the fog-shrouded path ahead. Once Melchior had polished off the last bite of raspberry tarts and drained the decanter of wine, he went on his way. Left alone in his rented room, Dag Zoreth prepared to summon the image of his paladin spy. Sir Gareth had once reported to Melchior. Perhaps he still did. It took much longer for Gareth to respond this time. Despite his impatience with the delay, Dag was not entirely displeased. A prolonged summons could be immensely painful, and he was not averse to giving the fallen paladin some of the pain he had earned. The face that finally appeared in the globe was pale as parchment and tightly drawn.
"So good of you to come,"
Dag said with heavy sarcasm. "I had an interesting visit from our mutual friend Melchior. Perhaps you have also spoken with him of late?"
"I have not, Lord Zoreth," the knight said flatly.
Dag believed him. By now he understood that Gareth cloaked his lies in elaborate, self-deceiving half-truths. Any statement put that baldly was likely simple truth. "What word on my sister and my daughter?"
"I have just met with a young paladin, the man who stole the girl from the farmer folk. His name is Algerind. The child got away from him. He was pursuing her through the city and was so mindful of the task before him that he did not notice he had drawn the attention of the city watch. He paused. You know how single-minded the followers of Tyr can be.
Indeed, Dag agreed dryly.
The young paladin is very earnest. He reminds me of your father when he was of like age.
Sir Gareth mused. Dag wondered, briefly, if the knight was deliberately trying to stir up his hatred of this Algerind. And where is the girl now?
I do not know. She was seen near the Street of Silks, coming from the shop known as the Curious Past. This shop is owned by your sister. The paths of our quarry converge, which makes matters somewhat neater. I have sent this Algerind to redeem himself, with the instruction that he is to come only to me. When the child and the woman are in my hands, they are as good as yours. This I will do, without fail.
See that you do, Dag said absently, then dismissed the enchantment. The Street of Silks was not very far from the fest hall where he rented a discreet room. Perhaps it was time to meet this long-lost sister of his. Dag hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should discard his black and purple clothing for less distinctive garb. He decided against it. He had worn no other color nearly 10 years. His Lord Cyric might take umbrage with any change now. The priest left the fest hall and walked to the shop. He did not go directly, but took his time, moving from one shop to the next as if he had no thought but to consider the wares offered. He tried on a pair of boots in one small shop, and in another spoke briefly with a comely half-elf girl who was busily stitching a small pink gown. He was impressed with the Curious Past. A fine building, 2 stories tall and stoutly constructed of timber frame filled with wattle and daub. The plaster was in good repair and freshly whitewashed. Small panes of good, nearly translucent glass graced the large window, and a tempting display of her unique merchandise, but not too tempting, was arranged on a table before the window. There were interesting touches everywhere. The banding on the wide planked door was cunningly worked in a spiral, the symbol of time passing, but on several panes of glass was etched the pattern of an hourglass, tilted so that the flow of sand was arrested. He lifted the door latch and walked in. A gnome woman came to greet him and to shoo away the raven that studied him with an intensity that bordered on recognition. Dag was not the least discomfited by this. He felt a certain affinity for the raven and the wolf, for these carrion feeders benefited from strife. Indeed, some of the ancients believed that the ravens carried the souls of the dead into the afterlife. Dag's god had once been the Lord of the Dead, and Dag had sent many souls to Cyric's kingdom. In all, he had much in common with the shrew-eyed bird.
"How can I help you, sir?"
the gnome asked, sliding an expert eye over to him. Obviously marking his lack of interest in personal ornamentation, she ran through a likely litany. A set of goblets, a small statue, this carved chest, a scrying bowl. "Nothing, please. I would like to speak with Bronwyn. I might have a commission for her." The gnome's eyes cooled just a little.
"She isn't available, I'm afraid. Would you like to leave a name and word of where she can contact you?"
"I will return. Perhaps tomorrow?"
"After high sun,"
the gnome said quickly.
"That is the best time."
He thanked her and left, not believing a word of it. Remembering the friendly half-elf seamstress, and reconsidering the possible importance of that small pink gown, he retraced his steps to the dress shop and struck up a conversation. The woman was quickly charmed and soon was chatting easily.
"Yes, spring is late to come this year. The markets are just starting to open, and folk from here and beyond coming into the city."
"Quite an influx of paladins, I notice," he said casually. "I rode past the halls of justice this morning. Such a racket they made with their endless bashing away at each other." She made a face.
"Let them keep at it and leave the rest of us alone. One was around the other day."
She glanced down at the pink silk,
which she had fisted in both hands. She smoothed out the wrinkles and seemed to reconsider saying more. But Dag had already learned quite a bit. He leaned closer to the woman. "Perhaps you can help me. If I were to need a special gift for a lady, something different and rare, where should I go?"
"Oh, to Bronwyn's shop, of course. The curious past."
Her face fell slightly.
"You have a lady who requires a special gift?"
"My mother," he lied smoothly. The woman brightened again. So predictable, he noted with a touch of scorn. No wonder he found so little time to waste on women. But this one had been useful. The half-elf knew his sister well. She was working on the little gown with quick, neat stitches, not even putting aside her work for their flirtation. She expected to deliver the dress soon. It would seem that the child would soon return, and Bronwyn as well. Dag spoke with the half-elf for a few more minutes, making an appointment to meet later in a certain discreetly lit tavern, an appointment he had no intention of keeping. It was a small cruelty, but satisfying, and more important, it served a purpose. If the half-elf wench thought herself jilted, she was less likely to speak of her embarrassment and the man who had caused it. Dag promptly forgot the half-elf as soon as he left her shop. He had more important things to tend. Somewhere in this city was a paladin who called himself Algorand. Before the day was through, Dag intended to roast the paladin's heart over purple fire. Bronwyn returned to her shop with her linen shopping sack laden with treats. She'd left Kara sleeping and intended to have a special breakfast of pastries, fruit, and lemon tea ready for her. But the look on Alice's face stole such pleasant thoughts from her mind.
"A man came by just a bit ago," the gnome said tersely. "He was about your height and small enough to balance you in a scale. He had black hair, dipping here," she said, tapping at the center of her forehead. The contents of Bronwyn's sack spilled unheeded to the floor. That was the one detail Kara had been able to give them about her father. "Just like Kara said," she muttered. "Just like."
"Did you tell him Kara was here?" Alice looked insulted.
"What do you take me for, a kobold? He didn't ask, nor would I have told him. It was you he wanted. A commission, he said."
Bronwyn stooped to gather up the fallen groceries. She picked up a lemon and dropped it into the sack. "One more thing. Did he wear purple?"
"Purple and black," Alice confirmed. "Why?"
Bronwyn just shook her head, for her throat was too tight for her to form an answer.
"Child, it's time," the gnome said. "If that was the girl's father, you'll have to turn her over. Kara would be the first to insist."
"I know," Bronwyn said, but she meant nothing of the sort. Never before had she felt less sure of anything. Before she could decide what to do with the little girl, she needed to find some answers. It was time to face down Kelvin Aronson and test her ability to hold to her own path against the Master Harper's powerful will and subtle manipulations. Chapter 13. As it turned out, Bronwyn did not have to seek out Kelvin Aronson. He came to her. The street outside of her shop was always alive with a pleasant clamor during the day and well into the evening, so the sudden lull in this bustle held a portent that few warning horns could match. Bronwyn peered out the window and understood at once. Lord Aronson and his lady, the mage Laryl Silverhand, strolled arm in arm down the street, stopping at shops to admire this or that trinket. This was far from a common sight, but Bronwyn suspected that this visit was for her benefit, and that the other stops were visited so that she would not seem to be singled out. At that moment, one of Elamir's helpers came running out, a bolt of cloth of silver in her arms. She held up a length of it to show that it was of near color to Lady Laryl's hair. The two women haggled pleasantly for a few moments,
Bronwyn watched, troubled by something, but not quite able to pinpoint her concern. Then the young seamstress turned, and Bronwyn noted the heavy kohl that lined her eyes, the smudge of henna still on her cheeks. So that was why the 3 copper courtesan in the alley had looked so familiar, Bronwyn thought grimly. She was willing to bet good gold coin that this shop assistant was one of Danilo's Harpers. That flustered and angered her. She drew back from the window and busied herself with some rare volumes as she collected her thoughts. The bell over the door rang too soon for her comfort. The Archmage and his lady were met at the door by Alice Tinker. Bronwyn had to admire the gnome's performance. Alice's response was perfect. She seemed overawed by the presence of 2 of the city's most powerful magi, and so eager to please that she resembled a puppy who regretted she had but one tail to wag. Anyone who witnessed the gnome's performance would have a difficult time believing that she had been a Harper informer for many years. Since Alice's admission, she had spoken freely to Bronwyn of her past. It was difficult to equate the motherly gnome with the fierce fighter she once had been, but Bronwyn could see how that very dichotomy would make Alice a more effective Harper agent. Kelvin looked somewhat bemused by the presence of a child in the shop. Bronwyn noted how his eyes followed Kara, but his countenance was too difficult for Bronwyn to read. She studied Kara herself and tried to imagine what the Archmage saw. Kara was a small girl, exceedingly thin, and brown as a wren. Half-elf, that was obvious, but except for her delicate frame and the slight point to her ears, she looked more human than elf. Did the Archmage also note that the girl followed Bronwyn like a second shadow? That, like her apparent mentor, the child had an eye for rare and pretty objects? Following Alice's lead, Kara brought choice baubles to show Laryl. Soon she was giggling and chattering, utterly charming the Lady Mage. Kelvin was not long content to stand to one side and watch the womenfolk exclaim over trinkets. Bronwyn caught his eye as she bent to hold a hand mirror so that Laryl could admire the effect of a necklace of rosy pearls. She put the mirror into Alice's hand and straightened. "Can I show you anything, my lord?"
Old tomes, perhaps. I see none about, but perhaps you have some that are not on display."
Bronwyn took the hint and led him into the back room. He waited until she had lit a small oil lamp and shut the door.
"You no doubt have many questions about your past," he said without preamble. "I believe I have the answers you seek, or at least I can tell you where they might be found."
Bronwyn listened as he gave her directions to the monastery of Tyr and a description of what she would find there. "That's 2 days' ride," she calculated, her face troubled. "I hope Alice won't mind looking out for Kara." A hint of suspicion edged into the Archmage's eyes.
"This child, what is she to you?"
"She's a stray, like me," Bronwyn said lightly.
"Do you plan to adopt her?"
She sighed, her face wistful. "I wouldn't mind. She's a dear little thing. But she has a father." Kelvin considered this. Bronwyn wondered if he was comparing Kara's face to hers and seeing the resemblance. "She is kin to me," Bronwyn admitted. "She says her father's name is Dune. I have heard him called by another name."
"Dag Zoreth,"
Kelvin said flatly. Bronwyn blinked, startled but not really surprised to hear that Kelvin knew of this. "Yes. Who is he?" she said urgently. The Archmage picked up a tome bound in green leather and put it back on the shelf, unopened. "Fidgeting, perhaps?" marveled Bronwyn, who had never thought to ascribe such simple mortal failings to the Archmage.
"Dag Zoreth is a strife leader, a priest of Cyric. Until lately, he served Darkhold as a war cleric," Kelvin said bluntly. "He is also your brother."
Bronwyn sat down hard. "My brother," she echoed.
"Yes. You knew him as Brandon. He took the name Dag Zoreth shortly after he was abducted.
Brandon, she murmured. Bran. An image came to her. A small, pale face, narrow and intense, capped by hair the color of a raven's wing. He was a presence both fiercely beloved and vaguely feared. Bran and Bronn, they'd called each other. Yes. It came to her again. Not quite a memory, but at least the shadow of one. She had a brother. The thought struck her again, this time hard enough to hurt.
It appears that your family has access to considerable power, Kelvin continued. Dag Zoreth wants that power. So do the Paladins. This might be considered heresy in some circles, but I would no sooner see one side get their hands on it than the other.
And Kara and I are in the middle, Bronwyn murmured.
You are in a most delicate position, he agreed. A fulcrum between the Gentarum and the Order of the Knights of Semolar.
She gave him a rueful smile. Not exactly what I signed up for when I pledged to protect the balance.
Nevertheless, it is the task that has come to you,
Kelvin said with a wry smile.
You are well suited for it. As a finder of lost antiquities, you must find 3 rings that once belonged to Semolar and his brother, and bring them back to safekeeping.
Bronwyn rose, her eyes intent upon Kelvin's face. Why? To her surprise, he didn't seem to find her question impertinent.
The rings are but part of the puzzle. There is a larger artifact, a power of some sort that the 3 rings together can trigger. This you must recover.
She thought it over and decided to speak the truth. I already have 2 of the rings. One was given me by my father, the other Kara wears. The Archmage nodded, as if he had expected to hear this.
I suppose I cannot persuade you to yield the rings into my keeping. Would you at least consider leaving the child behind? There are few places more secure than Blackstaff Tower. Laeral seems quite taken with her, and I am sure she would not mind tending her until your return.
Bronwyn's eyes narrowed with suspicion. This seems too neatly planned. You knew of her too.
Not until this moment, Kelvin said plainly. I had no knowledge of the child's heritage, and I would not have known her for who she is had I not seen the 2 of you together. Only then did I look for the ring and note it on her hand. But consider this. If one man can discern this resemblance and see the ring she wears for what it is, so can another.
Bronwyn's shoulders rose and fell in a sigh as she accepted the truth in the Archmage's words. Poor Kara had been tossed around like a cork on the waves, and Bronwyn wasn't looking forward to telling the child that she would be left in the care of a stranger. I'll bring her around first thing in the morning, she said. She'll need some time to get used to the idea. The Magi left the shop soon after, leaving Alice happily counting and recounting a pile of coins, and Kara sighing and starry-eyed over the gems she had helped to sell and the pretty lady who would wear them. Bronwyn noted this and was grateful. It would make things a little easier. She crouched down so that her face was level with Kara's. You liked Lady Laeral, didn't you? The girl beamed, and her head bobbed happily.
She's nice. She bought me this. It is mine to keep, she said.
She showed Bronwyn a small brooch, shaped like the shadow of a leaping heart. It was a simple, pretty thing. It was also silver and elf-crafted, and over 200 years old. There were other pieces in the shop of greater value, but not many. Bronwyn gently took the brooch from the child and fastened it to the shoulder of her new gown. That was kind of her. I like Laeral too. She's a good friend.
She has magic,
Kara said matter-of-factly.
Lots of it.
That surprised Bronwyn. You can tell? Kara drew herself up.
Of course. Can't you?
Well, this was an interesting twist, Bronwyn mused. She was no expert on the subject of magic, but she knew that the ability to recognize magical talent in another almost certainly meant that Kara was gifted. Would you like to learn magic? She nodded avidly.
Today?
She said, hope ringing in her voice. Bronwyn chuckled. It takes a bit longer than that, but you could get a start. How about this? She said, twisting around so that she could sit on the floor and pull Kara into her lap. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to the wizard's tower where Lady Laurel lives. She will play with you and take care of you and show you some magic. Would you like that? Kara considered.
Will you be coming too?
Yes, but I can't stay, she said ruefully. I have to go away for a while.
Why?
We're not going to find your father if we don't look, right? The girl brightened.
I'll come with you.
You can't. I'll be riding for several days. It will be dull and tiring, and it may be dangerous. You've had quite enough of that sort of thing to last you a long while. You'll be safe with Laurel. The girl folded her arms. Her lip thrust out and her face turned, as portent as a thundercloud.
I'm tired of being kept safe and quiet and out of the way. I'm tired of staying in one place. I want to go with you. I want to see the places you and Ebenezer told me about.
Bronwyn sighed and stroked the girl's nut-brown hair. Believe me, I know how you feel. If I stay too long in one place, I start feeling itchy, like ants are crawling all over me. Kara giggled, then shivered.
I can feel them too,
she confided. Bronwyn smiled faintly, both touched and grieved that this foundling of hers was such a kindred spirit. But perhaps because of all they shared, she could make Kara understand. You know that the ship you were on was a slave ship, right?
Yes, but I was not to be a slave. The men said I was a sort of princess, and that I was being taken to a palace.
Kara frowned.
They didn't listen to me, though, when I told them to take me back. You'd think a princess could decide where she wanted to go, wouldn't you?
I suspect that princesses have fewer choices than the common, everyday sort of girl, Bronwyn told her. But sometimes things go wrong. I was on a ship like that once, when I was much smaller than you. Pirates came and stole me, much as Ebenezer and I stole you and the dwarves, but they didn't set us free. I was sold to be a slave. The first person who bought me was very unkind. I got away but was captured and sold again. This time a gem merchant bought me. I had clever hands and I could draw and use tiny tools very well by the time I was your age. I worked very hard. There was no time for play, no children to play with, and never quite enough to eat. All that I had of my own was a sleeping mat in a corner of the kitchen.
They were mean,
Kara decreed. They did not set out to be, she said, but they didn't give me much thought one way or another. That was almost worse. The child considered this, and nodded.
I'm glad you stole me back.
Bronwyn hugged her. I am too. I would do anything to keep you from that life, even leave you in Blackstaff Tower for a few days, if that is what I must do.
All right,
the child conceded. Her face turned stern, and she shook her finger.
But if you stay too long, Ebenezer and I will come looking for you and steal you back.
Later that morning, Bronwyn rode down to the South Ward to say goodbye to Ebenezer. The courtyard surrounding Brian Swordmaster's forge was alive with glowing fires, the ringing of hammer against anvil, and the voices of contentious dwarves. As she tied her horse to the gate, Ebenezer caught sight of her. He immediately dropped his hammer and bounded over to her.
"Where's the lass?" he asked. "You found her da yet?"
She told him what she had learned so far, and of the attempt by Ebenezer's paladin friend to snatch her. His face clouded with concern as he listened.
"Smells funny to me," he said. "Paladins are supposed to be a rare breed, aren't they? They've been popping up far too frequent for my liking."
"The paladins are the lesser of my two problems," she assured him.
"Seems to me we don't know that just yet. You can't prove by me that paladins are all that different from any other breed of human. As I always say, think the worst, just in case," he offered. "And I don't like you walking into their den with nothing more than a howd-you-do as shield and armor."
"I don't have time to argue, Ebenezer. I'll see you when I get back."
"And lots of times in between," he said. "I'm going with you."
"I'll be riding." His eyes lit up.
"You know I can ride. You still got that pony?"
"No," she said regretfully. "I left him at the public stable with instructions that he be sold."
"Well, now, that's too bad. I liked that horse better'n most men I've met. Got more sense. But I've got a few coins now, and the clan owes me. Could buy my own pony."
"You don't want to be spending your earnings," she cautioned.
"Oh, don't I? One way or another, I'd go with you, if it means riding piggyback on a winged elf. You stood with me. I'm prepared to do the same."
At that moment, a female dwarf hollered his name. He cast a look over his shoulder, then leaned in to whisper.
"And they've put me to work at a forge. Nothing wrong with that, but my feet start to itching if I keep 'em in one place too long. You'd be doing me a kindness," he wheedled.
Bronwyn capitulated with a grin. "Well, let's be off. We're going to need to get you a horse." Algrind took his leave of Sir Gareth and returned to Curious Past, the scene of his previous failure. He puzzled over what he was to do when he found Bronwyn and the child. In this city, a man was not left alone to tend his duty. As he rode along, he noted many small watch patrols, busily tending the affairs of the city and minding the business of better men. To compound this matter was the difficulty in tracking anyone through a city. He had learned to follow the sign of man, horse, or monster through the hills and moors, but a woman's passage through Waterdeep? A child's? How was such a thing measured? He was still pondering this when he saw a small, furtive figure dash down a dark passage between two tall buildings. He caught a glimpse of a long, brown braid flashing around the corner. Algrind swung down from his horse and quickly tied the reins around a lamppost. He no longer felt secure that his mount would be there when he returned, but he could not afford to worry about that now. He hurried down the narrow way in pursuit. The woman ducked down 2 more alleys and then disappeared into the back door of a large frame building. Algrind could hear the clatter of looms as he approached, and above the noise, the sound of frantic footsteps dashing down wooden steps. He followed her into the building and down the stairs. The smell of moisture, dirt, and root vegetables grew stronger, and a bit of light came in from a small iron-grated portal placed high on the cellar wall. When Algrind reached the dirt floor, he pulled his sword and squinted into the gloom. His eyes could not yet discern anyone else in the cellar, but he was certain he had heard her come this way. A sharp, short, grating sound broke the stillness, and a torch flared high. Algrind found himself facing 4 men, all armed with swords and wearing enormous, evil-looking grins. The biggest smile was on the man he had followed, a scrawny runt of a man with a face much pocked by some forgotten sickness, and a long, braided tail of brown horsehair in his hands. This he brandished mockingly at Algrind, fluttering his eyelashes in a parody of feminine wiles. His comrades laughed uproariously at this, and then began to close in. From above them, the steady clack and clatter of the looms never once faltered. Too late, Algrind realized the trap into which he had been lured. These men knew the ways of a city, and had prepared a place where they might fight undisturbed. Well, by the grace of Tyr, he would give them the fight they sought. He held his sword out slightly to the side, his every muscle alert and ready. The first man dashed at him, sword held high, and two of his fellows hard on his heels. Algrind lunged forward with a quick, precise motion and ran him through the heart. He ducked under the next attack and stabbed upward at the third man, felling him, too, in a single blow. A skitter of feet behind him dragged to a quick stop on the dirt floor. Algrind rose and spun toward the man who had run past him. It was the man who had tricked him, and he came in with a vicious, upward sweeping backhand. Algrind caught the sword in a ringing parry. He pressed in close and with his left hand punched out over the joined blades. The man staggered back, and again Algrind lunged. His sword sank between the man's ribs and darted back out. The paladin turned swiftly back to his fourth and final foe. This one was the wiliest of the group, and the worst, content to watch his comrades die as he took the measure of his opponent. The man was nearly as tall as Algrind, and though not as broad, he had a lean, sinewy look, and a way of holding the sword that bespoke long acquaintance with a blade. He lifted the sword to his forehead in a salute that seemed only partially mocking. They began to circle each other, then exchanged the first ringing blow. His foe was quick, Algrind noted, and fought with a clean economy of motion. The man had been trained, and trained well. The paladin feinted high. His blow was met and then matched by a quick, spinning cut downward. Algrind parried and answered with a lunge. In all, 3 fast strokes of steel on steel, coming quickly one after another and each delivered with strength. Speed, then. The paladin began a stunning routine, raining a quick series of blows upon the man. His opponent stopped each, and got his own in beside. For several moments the two swords rang in rapid, steady dialogue. The fighters fell apart by unspoken agreement, answering the unique rhythm of their deadly dance. Again they circled, tested, parried. This time the assassin came in, his blade working Algrind's low, and his hand hovering over the knife strapped to his belt. The paladin understood. The man intended to come in over the swords with a knife, much as he himself had served the trickster with a bare-handed punch. But Algrind was ready for him. The young paladin's masters had trained him in many styles of fighting. This one marked the man as from the Dales, a rough but generally peaceable area far to the east and inhabited for the most part by goodly farmers, rangers, and foresters. What had happened to his man, Algrind wondered, to bring him so far from where he once stood? Some of the pity he felt must have crept into his eyes for the former dalesman to see. A convulsive twitch darted up from his clenched jaw to his anger-filled eyes, and the man drew the knife. But emotion overpowered strategy, and he drew too soon and swung too high. Algrind easily caught the knife on the hilt of his own and sent the man's wild blow out wide. He reversed the direction of the swing and brought the hilt of his knife in hard against the man's nose. Bone shattered, and bright blood spilled down over his worn leather jerkin. The man came on again, swinging wildly now, all discipline gone. Algrind easily stopped and sidestepped the blows. With a sense of something like regret, he swiftly ended the battle with a stroke across the man's oft-exposed throat. He stood for a moment over the body of the man, to murmur a prayer for a soul gone astray, a worthy opponent fallen to his own weakness. Algrind cleaned his sword on a handful of straw that covered a bin of last summer's carrots, and slid the weapon back into his sheath. His knife he kept in hand, and he took the torch from the wall holder into which it had been thrust. He had been caught unaware by treachery once this day, and that was all he intended to yield. At the top of the stairs, he snubbed out the torch, tossed it into the alley, and retraced his steps to the street. To his great relief, his horse was where he left it. He untied Icewind's reins and pondered what next to do. It seemed likely to him that the woman Bronwyn and her dwarf comrade were somehow behind this. He would immediately report this information to Sir Gareth and leave the matter in his hands. The knight was in his office, going over a ledger and wearing an expression of martyred resolve. He looked up when Algrind announced himself, and his gray brows rose in question. Algrind told him what had occurred. The knight considered this for several moments, then reached for parchment and quill.
Go to the barracks and clean yourself up. We will bring this matter to the First Lord himself.
In moments, they left the halls of justice, bound for the First Lord's palace. It was an easy matter for Sir Gareth to gain an audience with Lord Pyrgirin. When he and Algrind rode to the gates of the lavish palace, they were met by uniformed guards and taken at once into the First Lord's presence. Once again, Algrind found himself discomfited by the unseemly splendor around him. The palace was an elaborate structure built entirely of rare white marble, crowned with a score or more of turreted towers and much elaborately carved stonework. The inside was even more lavish. A fountain played in the center of the great hall, and marble statues of heroes, gods, and goddesses encircled the room. Tapestries of incredibly fine detail and brilliant color hung in lavish profusion. The courtiers were richly dressed in silks and jewels. Even the servants wore finery appropriate to a young knight's investiture. They were led up a broad, sweeping stairway, down a succession of halls to the tower that Pyrgirin claimed as his own. Here, at least, Algrind found himself in familiar surroundings. The First Lord's study was simple, almost austere. The walls were bare, but for a single tapestry. The only luxury was a profusion of books, and the only comfort a small fire on the grate. Pyrgirin rose to greet them both, with bluff good nature and a comrade's firm handclasp.
Welcome, brothers. You have been much in my thoughts. How goes the preparation for battle? Well, my lord,
Sir Gareth said. He nodded his thanks when Pyrgirin indicated a seat, and waited until all were seated before speaking again.
Paladins from all over the Northland are gathering for the assault on Thornhold. In another 10 days, perhaps 2, our numbers will be sufficient for the march north. That is good news, the Paladin Lord agreed. The sooner the fortress is back in the hands of your good order, the safer will be the high road for all who travel it.
Sir Gareth inclined his head to acknowledge this praise.
There is other news, my lord, that is not so pleasant to hear. This woman we spoke of, she had been up to mischief since last we met.
Briefly, the knight told the story of Algrind's arrest and the ruse played on him by assassins who lured him into ambush. He also mentioned, much to Algrind's chagrin, the theft of the young paladin's horse by a dwarf known as Bronwyn's companion. He told of her visit to Thornhold at the time of the assault, and her suspicious escape, doubly suspicious in light of the fact that the Gentarum commander who took the stronghold was Bronwyn's brother. Sir Gareth ended his litany by repeating that Bronwyn stole a valuable artifact belonging to the Order. Pyrgirin absorbed this in troubled silence.
I have had information gathered on her, but none so dire as this. The young woman has an excellent reputation in her chosen business, and she appears to live a quiet life. Yet she has interesting associates. A brother among the Gentarum, a dwarf horse thief, a rogue gnome. Did you know that Alice Tinker, the shopkeeper employed by Bronwyn, was once known as Gilanda Quickblade? She was a thief and adventurer, later recruited to the Harpers. I did not know this, Pyrgirin admitted. There is more, Gareth continued. A frequent visitor to her shop is a young nobleman, one Danilo Than. Is he not the Harper involved with the new barding college?
The First Lord nodded grimly.
I must wonder what he wants with this Bronwyn. She is no bard. Either she is a light skirt or a Harper.
Sir Gareth's tone suggested that there was little difference between these two evils.
I have met young Lord Than on several occasions. He is exceedingly fond of gems and other fine things. Perhaps he merely purchases items from Bronwyn's shop.
Sir Gareth lifted his eyebrows.
Do you believe that? No, the First Lord sighed. I will look into this matter and send word to you as soon as I can. Will that content you? It does indeed. The word of Athar's son is a bond that no steel can break,
Sir Gareth said heartily. He rose to leave, but hesitated.
There is one thing more. I have no wish to forestall any efforts your officials of law and order might wish to take, but may we also search for this woman ourselves and bring her to Tyr's Hall of Justice to answer for herself? Will you trust me in this matter?
It seems to Algrind that Lord Purgirin looked relieved to hear a question that could be answered simply. He rose and extended his hand in a pact.
Who could deny a brother paladin? And who could better dispense justice than Tyr?
He said heartily. The two men, paladin and knight, clasped wrists in an adventurer's salute.
Who indeed?
Echoed Sir Gareth. Bronwyn packed up Kara's few belongings and prepared to deliver her to Blackstaff Tower. Kara appeared to take it in stride. It made Bronwyn proud to note how adaptable and resilient the child was. What made this more remarkable was that the child had no true anchor other than her own inner strength. Kara would be fine, Bronwyn assured herself as she packed for the trip ahead, and that indeed seemed to be the case until they got to the base of the smooth black wall that surrounded the Archmage's tower. Bronwyn dismounted and went over to Ebenezer's pony to lift Kara down. To her surprise, the child threw herself on the pack-horse. She scrambled up onto the bundles and glared down at Bronwyn with a defiant, tear-streaked face.
I want to come with you!
Bronwyn sighed. We've been over this, Kara. You can't. It will be very dangerous.
Take me with you,
Kara insisted. I'll take you into the tower, Bronwyn bargained, and I'll stay for some of Lady Laeral's tea and biscuits. How's that? The girl folded her arms and sniffed.
Not good enough.
Ebenezer elbowed Bronwyn.
Make a decent merchant, she would,
he said in a low, amused voice. You're no help, she muttered. She cast a look of appeal toward the smooth black stone on the tower, wondering if someone within could see her plight. Her silent plea was quickly answered. Laeral emerged, walking through apparently solid stone and looking like a living waterfall. She was a tall woman, taller than most men and slender as a birch tree. Silver hair, thick and abundant, had been left unbound to cascade in waves over her bared shoulders and fall past her knees. The mage's silvery gown, cut low and cunningly fitted to both cling and swirl, was appropriate for an evening of dancing and revelry. Earrings like a shower of falling stars glittered at Laeral's ears, and her necklace was an intricate web of silver filigree and still more crystal. The outfit was extravagant, absurd, and perfect. Kara's jaw dropped, and her eyes rounded in wonder.
You look like magic,
the child pronounced.
And lots of it.
The mage's eyes lit with warmth and humor.
And so shall you, Kara. We will have some breakfast, and then we will begin. Would you like that?
The child was utterly and obviously enchanted. Even so, her eyes slid to Bronwyn's face, and she bit her lip in indecision.
Yes,
she said hesitantly.
And I got a new flitter kitten, Laeral continued. Just this very morning. She is a very pretty little white kitten with snowy white wings, but she is just learning to fly, and she truly needs someone to take care of her.
This was just the extra bit of inducement that Kara needed. She promptly put out her arms for help. Bronwyn lifted her down from the pack-horse, giving Laeral a grateful look over Kara's brown head.
We will do just fine here, you and I, Laeral said as she took the girl's hand.
Noticing how Kara gaped at her glittering rings, she selected a ring that flashed with fire and ice and slid it onto the child's small hand. Instantly the ring sized itself to fit the tiny finger.
Bronwyn nodded in approval, understanding how this would appear to Kara. The child had a ring from her father and knew it to be important. She would view another such gift as a very significant thing. Laeral was apparently as wise and insightful as she was beautiful. Wrapped in a nearly tangible delight of magic and each other, the two turned and disappeared into the seemingly solid black wall. Neither of them looked back. Bronwyn sighed again and wiped the back of her hand across her eyes. She swung herself up onto her horse and started out for the north gate. They rode in silence for several minutes. Ebenezer glanced over at her.
You look like you got something on your mind.
She managed a faint smile. I was just now wishing, she said softly, that I had thought to give Kara a ring. Beneath the streets of Waterdeep lay a maze of tunnels, and beneath that another, and then yet another, layer upon layer of secrets carved deep into mountain stone. Two men strode through one such tunnel, a simple passage that ran between Blackstaff Tower and Purgirin's palace, a tunnel accessible only to the men who ruled in those places. It was, by its very nature, a lonely place. The only sounds were the drips of water falling from the rounded ceiling, the clicking of their boots upon the stone floor, and the occasional squeaking of rats, creatures that went wherever they pleased, in casual defiance of lordly might. They walked in silence, their thoughts on the meeting ahead. Kelvin Aronson's stern face was more solemn than usual, creased with something approaching dread. His nephew thought he understood, at least in part. Such power as the Archmage wielded put him on a summit few could hope to climb. But for his lady, Kelvin was very much alone, and he carried burdens more diverse and wearisome than most mortals could bear to contemplate. Kelvin had lived long and outlived many. Lovers, friends, comrades, even his own children. That Danilo could not begin to comprehend. How could any man bear the burden of life when his own children had long ago turned to dust? He suspected that the Archmage was soon to suffer yet another loss, the loss of one of the best and oldest friends remaining to him. The passage ended at a tightly spiraling stairway. Danilo stepped aside so that Kelvin could ascend the stairs first. At the top of the spiral, the Archmage tapped at a stout wooden door, a door that, on the other side, was simply not there at all. At Purgirin's summons, he opened the door, and the two men stepped through a tapestry into an oak-paneled sitting room. Purgirin greeted them warmly, his famed charm very much in evidence. He poured wine from a jeweled decanter, had a servant bring a tray of fruit and cheeses. He inquired after the Archmage's household and the bard's work, chatted about songs he had heard and people they all knew. Danilo had been well versed in the art of meaningless words, and for some time they chatted pleasantly about small and inconsequential matters. Through it all, Kelvin watched his old friend with an expression that suggested he was seeing him anew, by a different light. Danilo observed this with growing unease. He had seen Purgirin and Kelvin together several times, and though their friendship was as unbalanced as that which sometimes occurred between a barn cat and a draft horse, it was of long standing. There was usually an easy comfort between them that today was utterly missing. Nothing the First Lord did or said could be faulted in the slightest, but Danilo sensed the change in the man, as surely as a forest elf could scent the coming of snow in the autumn wind. He wondered how many more moments would pass before Kelvin broke the awkward pattern. The Archmage was not by nature a patient man, nor inclined to calmly endure such treatment at the hand of an old friend. Better a sharp insult, a sudden blow, than this polite and mannered scrambling for distance.
A young woman reputed to be a Harper agent has run afoul of a paladin brotherhood,
the Archmage said bluntly.
I assumed you summoned me here to discuss the matter. If so, speak plainly, and I will do the same.
Very well, then,
Pirgirin set his wine goblet down. Far from insulted, he looked relieved to be back on familiar ground. With admirable directness, the First Lord set his concerns out, based on Sir Gareth's report.
"Let me put your mind at rest,"
the Archmage said at once.
"Bronwyn is indeed a Harper agent. She does have an artifact of Tyr in her possession, that much is true. But she is on her way, even as we speak, to Summit Hall, a monastery of Tyr."
Pirgirin's expression eased. Danilo cast a furtive look at the Archmage, wondering if he felt even a twinge of guilt for misleading his old friend. Kelvin had not actually stated that Bronwyn was returning the ring, but clearly Pirgirin thought that this was the case. It did not seem that Kelvin intended to disabuse him of that notion.
"I am relieved to hear this, my friend, but I must admit to some lingering doubt about Bronwyn's intentions. According to Sir Gareth, she has been asking around for a priest of Cyric, her brother, no less."
Kelvin did not so much as blink.
"She has reason to seek him out. The Harpers and the Gentarum have long been foes."
Another truth that cloaked a lie, Danilo mused. Was this, then, what Harpers must become? As time went on, would he, like Kelvin, so manipulate his oldest friends and twist the truth to serve the balance? Later, he would have to give this matter serious consideration, but this was not the time. He schooled his face to reveal nothing of his troubled thoughts. Kelvin leaned forward.
"To speak truly, Pirgirin, I would be wary of Sir Gareth's motives in this matter."
The First Lord looked offended.
"He is a paladin of Tyr. He is of the Order of the Knights of Samolar," Kelvin specified. "I do not argue that the paladins are anything but good and holy men, but I am wary of the orders. One man's righteous conviction is a fine thing, but imagine the evil that could be done by so many of such power in the single-minded pursuit of a goal they believe to be good. I would hate to see Bronwyn swept up in such a rushing tide."
Pirgirin shook his head in astonishment.
"I do not believe what I am hearing. At least consider my words. I have long looked askance at the military orders, especially the followers of Samolar. Recently, I have come to suspect that there might be good and sufficient reason for this."
The First Lord rose, his face stern and his eyes shuddered.
"When, and if, you find evidence to support this unease, please tell me at once. You will forgive me if I do not wish to speak of this again until that time."
Kelvin rose in response to the dismissal. If he felt the chill of his friend's tone, it did not show in his eyes.
"Believe me, my friend, when I tell you that I hope I am wrong on this matter."
They moved swiftly through the polite gestures and words of leave-taking, and the Harpers left the palace. As they made their way back through the tunnel, Kelvin's silence was heavy, troubled. It occurred to Danilo for the first time that the Archmage might finally have entered a battle that he could not hope to win. How could any man go against paladins without appearing to side with evil? And what man alive, especially a man who had lived Kelvin's long years and wielded his vast power, did not have in his past some secrets that would support this supposed charge of wrongdoing? Danilo did not know of any particulars, but Kelvin's reaction when they discussed the history of the Knights of Samolar led him to believe that at least a few of the Archmage's secrets might be bound up with this order.
"What you said to Pirgirin,"
Danilo ventured. "You spoke of this thing ending badly, but hoped that your predictions would prove wrong. Do you believe that a likely possibility?"
The Archmage sniffed.
"Do you want an honest answer?"
A wry smile lifted the corner of Danilo's lips. "I suppose not."
"I've noticed,"
Kelvin said in a voice heavy with weariness.
That people seldom do.
Chapter 14. The ride to Summit Hall passed more swiftly than Bronwyn had anticipated. Ebenezer's blue pony, for all his disagreeable nature, had a tireless stride and a stubborn streak as wide as the dwarf's backside. Blue Devil, as Ebenezer aptly named the beast, would not concede the pace to Bronwyn's swifter mare, and he trotted along as if challenging the horse to match him. Shopscat came along with them, sometimes perched on the pack horse, sometimes taking wing and flying in wide circles overhead.
Why the Raven?
Ebenezer wanted to know.
You're looking to scare off shoplifters out here?
He gestured to the wide expanse of wilderness about them. This was their second day of hard travel. They had forded the Desarin River early that morning and were now following the Desarin Road north. The day before, the path had followed several small villages and outlying farms, and riders and caravans waved a friendly salute as they passed. Today they had seen only 2 other bands of travelers, and both of those early that morning. But for the path itself, this place had little sign of habitation. The trees over much of the road were dense and tall enough to meet overhead. The summer shade would be pleasant, but Bronwyn was just as glad that the trees were still lightly clad with buds and leaflets of golden green. When fully leafed, the trees would provide ample cover for bandits and predators. "Why the Raven?" she echoed. "Sometimes he carries messages back to Alice. Why the pack horse?" Ebenezer shrugged.
"Habit. Never know when you'll find something worth hauling to market."
She chuckled. "Now you're sounding like a treasure hunter."
"Been known to do it. There's worse ways of earning your keep, harpering being one of them, I'm guessing."
She slid a speculative look at the dwarf. His studiously casual tone proclaimed a certain interest. Dwarves, as a rule, liked to keep to themselves, and avoided meddling like they avoided water. But Ebenezer was a curious sort, with interests that ranged far beyond those of his kin. "It's not really the way I earn my keep, although I suppose some people do. Being a harper is one way to be a part of something, rather than one person alone."
"Sort of like a clan,"
he reasoned. "I don't know much about the ties of family, but I suppose you could say that." "Look up ahead," she interrupted, pointing. For about an hour now, the trees had been thinning out and getting smaller. To the north of them, the scene opened up, changing from forest to wild rolling hills. In the distance, the path twisted up the side of a particularly steep knoll.
"Caves hereabouts,"
the dwarf proclaimed, eyeing the rocky hills to the north.
"Prime goblin-kin country. Orcs, mostly likely. Best to look for a defensible camp before nightfall."
They rode until twilight and set up camp on a hill not far from Summit Hall. Ebenezer found a small cave, one with a small opening so hidden that Bronwyn couldn't see it until he pulled aside the brush to show her.
"Wait a mite,"
he said, and then disappeared into the opening. He emerged in moments, briskly dusting off his hands.
"Good cave. No orc sign, and the ceiling's too low for orcs to stand and fight. Even has a small escape tunnel. Tight fit for me, but I'll keep the stew down to 2 helpings tonight."
The hopeful tone in his voice brought a grin to Bronwyn's face. "Isn't it your turn to cook?"
"How about I catch the rabbits?"
"Fair enough." Bronwyn turned toward the pack horse to unload their gear. There, perched on the packs and grinning like a cream-sated tabby, was Kara. Bronwyn fell back and yelped in surprise.
"How did you get here?"
she demanded. But she knew even as she spoke. Suddenly, Kara's behavior at the wall of Blackstaff Tower made perfect sense. Her reluctance to part was a ploy, a way for her to plant her gemstone in the horse's packs. Bronwyn wasn't sure whether to be amused, touched, or exasperated. She pressed her fingers to her temples, as if by so doing she could still her pounding pulse.
Well now, this is a fine how'd you do, Ebenezer said, folding his arms and pretending to scowl. Can't hardly march into that nest of paladins with the kid, seeing as how the ones in Waterdeep are so all fired up to keep her.
True. Bronwyn went over to Kara and lifted her down. You should go right back.
Let me stay tonight,
the child wheedled.
I've never slept under the stars.
Bronwyn had, so many times that she no longer gave it much thought. But it was a lovely notion when said with such wistful longing. She looked to Ebenezer. Will you stay with her while I go in and talk to the knights?
And miss jawboning with that crowd? Glad to do it. Let's you and me set up some traps and snares around camp, he said to Kara.
Kara, it seemed, was an old hand at snares. It had been one of her tasks to tend the small rabbit traps her foster parents kept around the garden. Once she learned to adjust for size, she was tying and weighting snares as nimbly as the dwarf.
Might be you know how to cook, too? He wanted to know.
No, but I can make a fire. Watch!
The child turned her brown eyes onto the pile of kindling Bronwyn had gathered in a stone circle. Wisps of smoke began to rise from the sticks, and then the first bright tongues of flame.
There,
she said triumphantly, turning to an open-mouthed Bronwyn for praise.
Laryl showed me that. It's called a cantrip.
That's very good, Bronwyn managed. She was no expert in magic, but it seemed remarkable to her that anyone, particularly a child, could learn a spell so quickly. For the first time, she wondered about Kara's mother. What elf woman had borne her and bequeathed her daughter such incredible talent? And where was she now? Since Kara had never mentioned her mother, Bronwyn thought better than to ask. She threw some dried meat and roots into the travel pot, and by the time the first stars winked into being, the three of them were spooning up stew and listening to the piping calls of spring peepers from a nearby marsh. The complex was impressive, more like an enclosed town than a simple holdfast, surrounded by a thick wall perhaps 20 feet high, fashioned of the sand-colored stone that abounded in the hills. Watchtowers rose from the corners, and a large keep stood at the summit of the hill. To the north, outside of the complex itself, was an old, weathered tower. Bronwyn rode to the gate and was cordially, if distantly, received by the followers of Tyr. An elderly knight showed her to a guest chamber in one of the smaller buildings that clustered around a large, open arena of hard-packed dirt. The room was sparsely furnished, and she wondered if she would rate better quarters if the paladins knew of her heritage. But at the moment, the wisest course seemed to be to keep her identity private. She'd left her ring hidden back at the camp rather than risk alerting the paladins and losing the ring in the process.
Good thinking, Ebenezer had approved. Not a good thing to be putting too much trust in humans.
It had been on the tip of Bronwyn's tongue to ask the dwarf what exactly he thought she was. But in recent weeks, she herself had not had many experiences with humankind that she could claim as proof against his cynical assessment. A bell rang from one of the keep towers. Bronwyn heard a flurry of activity and glanced out her window. Several dozen young men were gathering in the large open field that formed the heart of the monastery. They stripped to the waist and formed pairs, then fell to practicing with swords, staves, and a wide variety of smaller weapons. All of them fought well, impressively so. There was not a single man whom Bronwyn felt she could take in a fair fight. On the other hand, she got the impression that any one of them might be susceptible to some creatively dirty tactics. Presently, one of the young paladins directed her to Master Laheron Goldbeard. She made her way up to his austere study and politely hailed him. The man looked up, and his eyes widened.
"Gwenedale,"
he breathed. It was not a common name, and Bronwyn had heard it only once in 20 years when Hronulf spoke of her mother. Bronwyn had not intended to reveal her identity, but she quickly adapted her course. "Not Gwenedale, but her daughter," she said. "My name is Bronwyn." The knight recovered his composure and came toward her, both hands outstretched. He took her hands and spread them wide, as a family friend might do to a child whose growth he wished to fondly measure.
"It is you, beyond doubt, little Bronwyn. When last I saw you, you were no more than 3. By the hammer of Tyr, child, you have become the very image of your mother."
She found herself liking Laharan, and thought she would have even if he had not spoken of her mother. The man seemed to possess more warmth and kindness than any of the other paladins she had met, her father included.
"Come, sit down," he urged. "You must tell me everything. How is it that you are come home to us at last?"
"You know about the raid on my village. I was lost, sold into slavery. For years I tried to find out about my family, but I was too young to remember. Recently, I finally learned my father's name." Deep sadness flooded the knight's face.
"Too late,"
he mourned.
"Your father was a great man, a good friend."
"I met him," Bronwyn admitted. "I went to Thornhold to see him." Sudden light dawned on the knight's face.
"You met with Sir Gareth in Waterdeep, did you not? I did not until this moment make the connection. Child, the Brotherhood is gravely concerned about you. It was thought that you were in collusion with those who seized the fortress, that you took with you an artifact sacred to our order. How is it that you escaped the destruction?"
"There was an escape chute. My father insisted that I take it."
"Ah, that explains all. Ranulf would know of such. The fortress has been in your family for many years."
This created an opening Bronwyn hadn't considered using until this moment. "It was Ranulf's wish that I come to you, Master Laharan. He said I should avail myself of your good counsel regarding the future of my family." She let her voice trail off uncertainly, and dropped her eyes as if she were overcome with maidenly modesty.
"Ah."
Laharan clearly understood Ranulf's thinking.
"Yes, you must find a suitable match. There are several young men here who might suit. I will think on the matter."
"In the meanwhile, can you teach me of my heritage? I am not accustomed to being the daughter of a paladin. If I am to be a mother of paladins, I should know more about the order."
"I will show you Summit Hall, and gladly."
Laharan rose and tucked her hand into his arm. Together they strolled through the fortress. He showed her the training field, the barracks where the young men slept, stables filled with beautiful horses, armories well stocked with nearly every weapon Bronwyn could name. There was a library with some old books and maps.
"You may read anything here at your leisure,"
Laharan assured her.
"All the stories and lore must be passed to your sons. Do you remember hearing the tales?"
"Vaguely," she admitted. "Just the shape and rhythm of them." Her eyes followed a thin boy who bustled down the hall toward them. She judged him to be a page by the cut of his tunic, and the pile of linen in his arms. He was thin, and boasted a mop of bright auburn hair and a liberal sprinkling of freckles on his face and bare arms. He looked all of 8 years old. Laharan followed her gaze, noting the puzzlement in her eyes.
"The lads who wish to enter Tyr's service come to us before they have reached 10 winters, and stay, usually, 10 years.
So young." He gave her a look that was both stern and sympathetic.
"It is the way of men to dedicate their lives to the service of Tyr. Women, I suspect, have a harder task. They must dedicate their sons."
Bronwyn murmured something suitably docile and followed the knight down a long, narrow flight of stone steps into what appeared to be a dungeon. There were a few cells, none of which were occupied, and at the end of the hall another flight leading further down. Laharan took a torch from a wall bracket and bid her follow.
"This tunnel leads to the kitchen cellars," he explained.
She pointed to a low, curved wooden door. The latch was chained and locked, rusted almost to dust. "What is that?"
"Nothing of great consequence. It is a tunnel leading to the old tower outside the walls. No one has used it for centuries."
This struck Bronwyn as very strange thinking indeed. "You are not afraid that someone will gain access to the monastery through the tower?"
"No,"
he said shortly. He squared his shoulders and smoothed the frown from his face with visible effort.
"The tower is clearly visible from the guard tower. No one has gone in or out for centuries."
"Then why—"
"It is part of our heritage," he broke in. "Few know this story, but you should hear it. The tower once belonged to the brother of Samular, a wizard of great power known as Renwick Snowcloak Caradun. It was Samular's wish that a training monastery be built around that tower, and that it remain undisturbed for all time in honor of his brother, who died in battle as bravely as any knight."
At least, that was Samular's story, Bronwyn thought as she recalled what Kelvin had told her about this place, and what she should look for. That is an inspiring story. Samular knew the value of family, she said, arranging her face in a wide-eyed, guileless expression. Laharan gave her an odd look, as if he was suddenly considering how much Bronwyn truly knew about her family's value. The moment passed swiftly, chased by a glimmer of self-reproach. He was not a man, Bronwyn noted with a touch of guilt, who was often or easily suspicious. She truly hated abusing his goodwill. On the other hand, she was not ready to turn herself and the power of her family heritage, whatever that might be, over to the Order. She spent a pleasant day with the knight, but begged off dinner by claiming travel weariness. She waited until the paladins and priests were at their evening devotions. Then she sneaked through the courtyard and back into the keep. Kelvin had bid her look for a tower outside the main fortress. That old tunnel was her best way in. She took a torch from the upper level, as Laharan had done, and made her way to the low wooden portal. Breaking the rusted lock was easy. 3 sharp taps with the hilt of her knife, and the old chain fell away. Bronwyn crept through, one hand sweeping the air before her to tear away the tangle of spiderwebs that curtained the place like mist. The floor was alive, too. Beetles and worse crunched underfoot as she made her way through. The tunnel seemed to rise as she walked. To her surprise, the passage ended with a solid stone wall. Refusing to give in to discouragement, she lay one hand on the stone. A tingling sensation ran up her arm, and a sweet, wordless summons beckoned her in. Bronwyn snatched her hand back, startled. Beset by a sudden sense of urgency, she again flattened her palm on the stone of the keep, and again felt the compelling invitation. She followed her impulse before she could understand it, and stepped through the stone wall into the keep. The passage through the solid stone sent an odd, tingling sensation through her entire body, and left her feeling strangely chilled. She wrapped her arms around her shoulders and took a look around. The interior was larger than it looked from the outside, dimly lit by candles thrust into wall sconces. The flickering light revealed stone walls festooned by cobweb drapery, and a ceiling that vaulted up farther than her eye could follow.
"Welcome, daughter of Samular,"
intoned a faint, rusty voice. Bronwyn whirled, startled by the unearthly sound, and found herself looking straight into glowing red eyes, set into a skeletal face. She swallowed a scream and fell back. At second glance, she understood what manner of being she faced. Ancient, rusty robes hung in tatters about the lank form. Where flesh once had been, there was only bone wrapped in papery gray. Lank strings of white hair straggled out from beneath the cowl of a once white cape. Yet there was life, of a sort, in those glowing red eyes. This was a lich, an undead wizard, and one of the most feared and powerful beings known. The creature advanced.
"Daughter of Samular,"
it repeated.
"you have little need to fear me. I have waited long for this day, and for one such as you. The Fenrisbane, its time has come? You have come for it and for the third ring?"
Because it seemed the thing to do, and because she was not certain her voice would serve her, Bronwyn nodded. The lich darted forward with a skittering rattle. It seized Bronwyn's arms with bony fingers, and tears of dust and mold leaked from its glowing eyes.
"At last you have come! The wonders we will know, and the glory! Wait here!"
Bronwyn was released so abruptly that she almost fell. She rubbed her arms where the lich's touch had chilled her. She watched, bemused, as the creature hobbled up the stairs that wound around the inside wall of the tower. Several minutes dragged by, and she was considering attempting a retreat when the lich reappeared, a small box in its skeletal hand.
"The third ring,"
it said reverently, and handed her the box. Bronwyn opened it and slipped the ring onto her left hand as her father had done. As with the other, this one magically sized itself to her finger.
"What of the Fenrisbane?" she asked, remembering the name the lich had spoken, and assuming that this was the much-sought artifact.
"It is not here, of course. I had the siege engine hidden away for safekeeping years ago, much as one would hide a tree in a forest,"
the lich said slyly.
"It is in the attic of a toy and curiosity shop, in a remote town not too far from the monastery."
Siege engine. In a toy shop. Bronwyn was beginning to understand what part the rings might have in this.
"Why did you do this?" she asked. "I would think the Fenrisbane would be safer here."
A bony finger waggled in admonition.
"There is danger in having the rings and the tower in the same place. The 4 artifacts should be reunited only when there is a force gathered sufficient to use and to protect the artifacts."
The lich paused, tilted his head, and leaned forward in a menacing gesture.
"You don't have the other rings with you, do you?"
"I know where they are, but I do not have them with me," she assured the lich. "One is in the hands of another child of Semular's blood, a child who is protected by powerful magic. If threatened, she can magically flee within strong walls." Some instinct prompted her not to mention Blackstaff Tower.
"Good. That is good. Your forebears have prepared you to wield the Fenrisbane in Samular's name?"
There was a cunning note in the dry tone that Bronwyn mistrusted. The lich obviously sensed her heritage. Perhaps this was a test of her knowledge and worthiness. She answered as truthfully as she could. "My father gave me the ring just before he died in an attack on his fortress. He would want me to use the Fenrisbane to right this wrong." The lich nodded avidly, shedding flakes of ancient skin in the process.
"Good, good. You have 2 children of the bloodline, 2 who are agreed in how to use the rings. That is a needed thing. One person alone cannot fully awaken the Fenrisbane's magic. Go now, and do."
Bronwyn was only too glad to obey, but at the wall she turned back. "The toy shop,"
"Gladestone,"
the lich said impatiently.
"An old town of elves with long lives and longer memories. Seek out Tintario or his heirs. There is a duomer on these elves and their shop.
They will never sell the Fenris Bane or close the shop. If the need to protect it arises, they will do so or die. See that you do likewise.
She had one more question, one that she feared to ask. Who are you? Or, if you prefer, who were you? The Lich hesitated. Bronwyn got the impression that it was more saddened than aggrieved by this impertinence.
I no longer recall the name I once wore. What I was is lost. What I am now is the guardian of the Order.
A dry, heavy sound wheezed from the Lich, one that might have been a sigh had it come from a living throat.
This puts me in a paradoxical position. Paladins cannot abide undead, and would destroy me on sight. For good or ill, few of the paladins and priests in yonder fortress knows who or what inhabits this ancient tower. They simply consider it a holy place, and are restrained by their order's edict from disturbing it.
The Lich shook itself, staving off despair as it must have done many times in its long years of undeath.
But now you have come. I entrust the third ring and the Fenris Bane into your care. This I do because you are of the bloodline of Samular, and because I cannot give these things to the paladins, for whom they were intended.
The creature darted forward with startling speed and loomed threateningly over Bronwyn. One bony hand parted the robe. A small black bat flew out from the empty ribcage. The Lich paid it no heed, but slipped a tiny scrying globe from an inside pocket of the robe and showed it to her.
I will know what you do,
he said.
Fail, and I will seek you out.
Kara and Ebenezer spent a pleasant day on the hillside. He taught her to spit for distance and how to hold a knife for whittling. She took to both with gusto, and soon had a pile of wood shavings around her feet. Wood chips and toothpicks, the dwarf observed. Pretty much average for a first-time whittler. The girl pestered him for stories, as she had on the ship. Ebenezer had used up most of his best tales, but he didn't mind telling the second-rate ones. They didn't tell bad once he added a bit of gloss and color. While he talked, he whittled away at a toy for her. An orc, she wanted, just like the ones in his stories. Orcs were much on Ebenezer's mind. He knew the signs better than he liked. The scuffling, big-footed prints, scat that showed small game eaten raw and whole, and the fetid, musty smell that emanated from some of the hidden caves. There would be trouble, of that he was certain. Orcs always meant trouble. But trouble, when it came, took a very different form. Kara's soft, sharp intake of breath startled him. She seized his wrist and pointed.
There! See that white horse coming along with the gray dappled? That's the man who stole me from my farm and chased me in the city!
Ebenezer strained and squinted, but his eyes weren't made for distance in the same way the sharp-sighted child's were. He couldn't make out the man. But oh, he knew that horse.
More paladins,
he muttered.
And heading to the keep.
He didn't like this, not one little bit. His every instinct told him this put Bronwyn in a bad way. But how could he warn her? Kara whistled sharply. A few feet away, Shopscat was tearing at the bones left from their breakfast of roast rabbit. The raven looked up at the sound and flew to the child's shoulder.
We could send Shopscat to warn her,
she suggested. Ebenezer pursed his lips and considered.
He'd know how?
He can fly. He can find her and bring her a message,
she said confidently. She suddenly bit her lip in consternation.
I don't write very well yet. Can you write the note?
He could, but not in common. The sign on Bronwyn's shop bore Dethek runes along with common lettering and curling, sissy Elvish script. Ebenezer hoped she hadn't needed to hire a dwarf scribe to write the Dethek for her. He took the stump end of charcoal pencil Kara handed him and scribbled a few runes on a scrap of parchment.
Guess it's time to see if that dwarf what she boasted of taught her anything useful,
he muttered as he wrote the message. The sunset colors were fading as Sir Gareth and Algerind rode swiftly toward Summit Hall. They hailed the watchtowers as they came, so that they need not slow to wait for the gates. They swept in through the wooden doors and bore down upon the startled group emerging from chapel.
"Where is the wench?"
demanded Sir Gareth as he slid down from his horse. Master Laharin strode forward, his yellow brows drawn down in a scowl.
"Courtesy is a rule of this order, brother. The only woman in this fortress is an honored guest."
The rebuke was a harsh one to a man of his station, but Gareth didn't seem to take notice.
"She is a traitor and a thief. Lord Pirgirin of Waterdeep told us she was bound here. Find her!"
Such was the knight's urgency that most of the paladins obeyed at once. Algerind dismounted to join in. Before he took a dozen steps, Eves, a young man perhaps a year behind Algerind in training, came running back to the courtyard.
"The chain on the tower tunnel has been disturbed!"
Algerind had never seen such unbridled rage on a paladin's face as Sir Gareth wore. The knight quickly mastered himself and turned to a suddenly pale Laharin.
"You see? This woman has made fools of you."
It seemed to Algerind that the knight took an unseemly relish in delivering this news.
"This woman was at Thornhold when it fell," continued Gareth. "Did it not occur to you to ask how a single woman walked out unscathed?"
"She is Ronulf's daughter," Laharin stated simply. "She told me that she met with Ronulf, and that he showed her a secret tunnel whereby she might escape."
"Did she also say that Ronulf had given her his ring? Did she mention that the lost child of Samalar is in her keeping, held in the fastness of Blackstaff Tower?"
Laharin paled as the enormity of the situation hit him.
"She did not."
"And she has been to the old tower,"
Sir Gareth concluded grimly. Although Algerind did not know what that signified, Laharin clearly did. The Master Paladin was fairly wringing his hands.
"It seems likely. By the hammer of Tyr, the three rings will again unite."
Sir Gareth turned to Algerind.
"Find her. Take another man with you. Do what you must, but retrieve the rings of Samalar."
The utter coldness of the knight's voice chilled Algerind, but he could not fault Sir Gareth's reasoning or question the duty ahead. He whistled for his horse and beckoned for Corwin, a comrade of about his own age, to follow. The two young paladins struck out for the tower. Algerind assumed that if Bronwyn had left by some hidden door, she could not be far. They would pick up the trail. Twilight was deepening swiftly toward night when Algerind saw the first tracks, prints made by small, worn boots. There was a single set, and they ran behind a rocky hillock. He swung down from his horse and knelt for a better look. The woman was small, and these prints looked a little big to be hers, but not so big that a match was impossible. For safe measure, he drew his sword and motioned for Corwin to do the same. Together they rushed the hillock. No woman awaited them there, but a small band of orcs did. Scrawny, hideous creatures, with their piggish red eyes and jutting canine fangs. This band was armed with nothing but evil grins and bone knives. Most were naked, or nearly so, and only one greenish-hued female had a pair of boots. She must have left the deceitful tracks. This, then, was an ambush. These creatures were smaller than any Algerind had seen, and younger. The female wore nothing but her ragged boots and a small leather loincloth, and her small, young breasts rode high against her clearly delineated ribs. Likely she was not yet of breeding age, and some of the males looked younger still. But they were orcs. The paladins charged as one. The ambushers lacked the courage for honest battle. When it was clear that the fight would not be easy, most of them shrieked and tried to flee. Algerind cut down one orc who charged him with a knife, then gutted a second with his returning stroke. He lunged forward and high, cutting deeply between the ribs of the coward trying to scramble up and over the rocks. The survivors scattered and fled. The boot-shod orc had the wit to try to steal a horse. She hauled herself onto Corwin's black steed and frantically kicked the horse into a run, but she did not reckon with a paladin-trained mount. As the horse cantered past, Corwin gave a sharp whistle. Instantly, the black horse reared, pawing the air. The orc rolled backward and fell heavily onto the rocky ground. Corwin was there in a moment, his sword at her throat. The little orc wench managed to spit at him before she died. Algerind leaped onto Icewind's back and called for Corwin to follow. Working together, they managed to slay all but two, and even those did not escape unscathed. The two surviving orcs were wounded and promptly left their companions to slink away and lose themselves among the rocks and shadows.
"That is the way with wild animals," Corwin observed when at last they gave up their search. "Even a wounded dog will seek out a small, quiet space to lick his wounds."
Algerind nodded. "Let us find a place to make camp. In the morning, we will surely find the trail. If Tyr is willing, we will find Bronwyn before the sun sets again." Bronwyn stepped through the tower wall and collapsed onto the ground. Never had she felt so chilled, so drained of life, so utterly despairing. Dimly, she noted that the terrain looked different, and that the walls of Summit Hall were not where she expected them to be. Later, she would think about that. She pillowed her cheek on the rocky ground and let the darkness claim her. When Bronwyn awoke, twilight had nearly passed, and the sky's silver was tarnished with the coming of darkness. A sudden flutter seized and focused her groggy thoughts. Shopscat landed beside her, batting his wings and cawing furiously. Bronwyn groaned and turned her head so that she was face down. The raven's raucous voice made her temples throb. "Think about it," she pleaded with him. The familiar thunder of Ebenezer's iron-shod boots came rumbling toward her. The dwarf picked up her head by her braid and scrutinized her face.
"Thought you forgot how to read, woman. Where in the nine hells were you? An ice cave? You're blue as a moon elf."
Bronwyn rolled up into a sitting position, hugging her knees and shivering uncontrollably.
"A lich. Gods, I'm cold. I didn't realize how cold until I got away."
"Fear's a good thing," the dwarf commented. "Keeps you going. And speaking of going, we'd best keep on. Can you stand?"
She let him haul her up, and after a few trembling steps, her legs held her well enough. She listened as Ebenezer told her about the paladin's arrival, and how Kara's idea enabled them to find her. In turn, she told him what the Lich had revealed. "We're going to Gladestone," she told him. "A village perhaps 2 hours' ride north of here. It's a small community of elves and
Stones,
the dwarf spat.
"An elf village? Never thought the day would come when I'd be heading to one on purpose. And what's this thing that we're looking for?"
"A toy siege engine. I'll explain later." She cast a glance over her shoulder. "We'd better move. If that paladin was following me before, odds are he's still at it." They rode by the light of the rising moon, keeping a cautious look out for paladins and orcs. Before long, Kara started nodding off, and Bronwyn was riding with one arm wrapped around the girl to hold her in place. By the time they got to Gladestone, Kara was not the only one sleeping. Most of the houses and shops were dark. The village was small, a cluster of homes and shops arranged along 2 narrow streets and some connecting alleys. It was a homey enough scene, and a place that Bronwyn had enjoyed the time or two she had passed through. Most of the houses were low and small, cozily thatched with straw. A stork dozed in a nest built on an unused chimney. The large outdoor clay oven that baked all the village bread still gave off a pleasant heat and a warm, yeasty aroma. The toy shop was closed, the doors and shutters barred, and the whole guarded by a large and rather hungry-looking dog.
Might be this should wait until morning,
Ebenezer suggested, as he eyed the softly growling guardian. Chapter 15. Bronwyn awoke in the grip of a nightmare, thrashing at her covers and struggling to get away from the demons that howled and roared through her dream.
"Hush now!"
admonished a stern dwarf voice. Strong hands seized her arms and shook her awake.
"You're to stay here and watch over the girl."
As she emerged from sleep, Bronwyn realized that the nightmare had roots in reality as well as memory. Beyond the window was a hellish cacophony of shrieks, thundering hooves, and the clash of steel on steel. Above it all roared and hissed the hungry voice of fire. Bright tongues of it leaped up to lick at the night sky. Bronwyn kicked off her covers and tugged on her boots. Her mind shoved old fears into the background and nimbly assessed the situation. Their rented room was large, a single open chamber that took up the entire second floor of the cottage. There was but one door, and the windows had shutters. She could keep invaders out for quite some time, and if need be, Kara could always use her gems to escape. She shot a glance over at the little girl. Kara's face was set, but calm. She walked over to the window and stared at the orc who had pinned two half-elven villagers against the clay oven. Suddenly, a fire leaped up from the ground, licking up high between the creature's splayed legs. The orc yodeled in pain and surprise and stumbled back. "I can help," Kara said adamantly, turning to face Bronwyn. Her brown-eyed gaze dared Bronwyn to try to send her away. "You'll go if necessary," Bronwyn felt compelled to say. "And not until." She nodded in agreement, and they settled down to wait. In the streets below, Ebenezer had to chuckle when the bit of wizard fire roasted the orc. He wondered, briefly, if Kara could do that again. Not that they needed any more fire. 4 cottages at the east side of the village were ablaze, utterly beyond saving. The orcs didn't seem interested in putting the torch to anything else, though. They were here to loot, and fairly desperate about it. It seemed to Ebenezer, though, that there was a bit of vendetta thrown in. There was a craziness to the attack, a wild, bloodlusting lack of know-how and think-it-through that made the critters harder to fight. Like bee-stung mules they were. No way to tell which way they'd be going or why. One of the orcs caught sight of him and came at a run, a farmer's pitchfork held like a lance under one arm. For just a moment, Ebenezer puzzled over how to best meet this attack. Then he remembered where he stood, directly in front of one of the thick plaster walls of the rooming house. The dwarf took out his hammer to make the fool orc think he planned to stand and fight, and let him come on. At the last moment, he dropped and rolled to the side. The orc kept coming, and the pitchfork's tongs dug deep into the wall. Ebenezer was up before the orc's startled grunt died away. He swung his hammer hard, crunching into the base of the orc's spine. Down went the orc, sped on his way by another crushing hammer blow to the back of his head. The dwarf looked around for something else to do. Not far away, an elf woman with a tumble of pale yellow curls and a nightdress of a matching hue stared with dismay at the broken sword in her hand. 2 dead orcs lay nearby, but it seemed like she wasn't quite through. That Ebenezer could respect. If he'd had a chance to defend his clan and home, he wouldn't care to stop until the job was done.
"Hoy, Goldie!"
bellowed the dwarf. He pulled his axe from his belt and brandished it.
"Need a blade?"
Doubt flickered across the elf's face, then disappeared in resolve. She darted over to the dwarf and took the axe.
"Like chopping kindling?"
she asked as she hefted the blade.
"Pretty much."
He nodded with satisfaction as she took after an orc who was creeping off with an armload of loot. She held the borrowed axe poised high overhead and brought it forward with a respectable downward chop.
"Lacks for nothing but a beard,"
he mumbled as his blade cleaved thick orcish skull. He saw an uneven fight over by the well. A hulking orc had pinned down a scrawny elf lad, who had no weapon at all that Ebenezer could see. He barreled over to see what might be done and pulled up to a stop just as the orc slammed down hard with a short sword. The elf dodged, but not by much. Wood chips flew as the blade slammed against the well's cover. A second boom followed quickly as Ebenezer brought the hammer down on the orc's hand. The elf lad, no fool, snatched up the dropped sword and did what he had to do. The dwarf noted the lad's stricken eyes and remembered back a century and more to when he stood in the same boots.
"Hang on to that sword,"
he advised kindly.
"It don't never get much easier, but it generally won't be any worse."
And then he was off, looking for someone else in need of a chance to fight. Algerind was awakened from a deep sleep by the sounds of battle and the flicker of fire against the sky. He shook Corwin awake, and they quickly mounted and set off at a gallop to give aid. They had not far to go. Even though the paladins from Summit Hall did not patrol this area, Algerind knew of the village from a map in the monastery library. The villagers were mostly elves and half-elves, but peaceable folk. The reason for the disturbance became clear as they drew closer. Mingled with the crackle and hiss of the fire and the screams of the wounded was the guttural, roaring battle cries of an orc band. Algerind's jaw firmed with resolve. But Corwin hung back, naked horror on his face.
"This is our doing! The orcs tracked us! We led them here!"
"This is a village, and they are orc raiders," Algerind argued. "Come!" But Corwin caught his arm.
"Don't you see? We killed their children when we truly did not have to. This is vengeance, but these people were in our path and are paying the price."
"If that is so, justice belongs to Tyr," said Algerind. "Stay or come as you will. This is no time for words." He reined Icewind toward the village and leaned low over the horse's neck as they sped toward battle. Behind him, he heard the sound of the black horse's hoofbeats, and was glad that Corwin had found his way back to duty. Some of the orcs were escaping. The paladins beat them back, cutting them down when they could, or pressing them back toward the blades of the grimly determined villagers. The work was Tyr's, and Algerind served with all his strength and conviction. Yet even as he fought, his eyes scanned the hellish melee for some glimpse of a small, brown-haired woman, and the child she had unrightfully claimed. Upstairs in the cottage, Bronwyn waited by the door, a wooden chair held high overhead. She counted the steps as heavy feet thundered up the stairs. "Do you have your gem ready?" she asked Kara. The girl nodded, but her words were swallowed in the shattering crash. The door buckled and splintered, but held. It gave way entirely with the second assault, and a large, gray-skinned orc came stumbling into the room. Bronwyn smashed down with the chair, hitting the orc before he could regain his balance. He went down hard, but he quickly brought up his arms and pressed his palms against the floor as he prepared to push himself back up. Bronwyn reacted, attacking with the weapon at hand, a leg of the chair that had splintered at one end into a jagged point. She drove the stake home like a crazed vampire hunter and stomped on it for good measure. Another orc thundered into the room. Bronwyn pulled her knife and deflected a sword slash. For several moments they exchanged ringing blows, moving about the room in a shifting pattern of advance and retreat. She was beginning to think she might be able to take the match when the sound of more footsteps in the hall below dashed her chances. She heard the scrape of a small wooden chest across the floor, and instantly knew what Kara had in mind. The blanket chest would hit the orc at just the right spot, if only she could maneuver him into position. Bronwyn went into furious attack, slashing and jabbing at the orc and forcing him into a defensive stance. Slowly, she beat him back across the room. He stumbled over the chest and went down heavily. Bronwyn leaped, knife leading, and threw her weight against his suddenly unprotected chest. She rolled aside, wrenching her knife free. 2 orcs roiled into the room. Bronwyn flipped her knife and caught it by the tip. In the same motion she hurled it at the first orc, but the knife was slippery with blood, and her aim faltered. She went for the throat. The knife went considerably lower. The orc roared and stumbled, doubling over as if he'd been gut-punched by a giant. Bronwyn snatched up the dead orc's sword and leaped up, swinging out wildly. The blade sliced across the chest of the orc just entering the room, and he slumped over his doubled-up comrade. They both fell. Bronwyn finished first one, then the other, with quick, decisive strokes. She straightened up, breathing hard, and looked to the far side of the room for Kara. The child had flattened herself against the wall. Her face was white, and her eyes huge. It made Bronwyn heartsick that the child had seen all that.
"You should have gone," she panted. "I moved the chest,"
Kara reminded her in a small, pale voice. Bronwyn smiled faintly. "You did well, but you aren't safe here." The child's eyes darkened, and suddenly they looked far too old for her tiny face.
"I really don't think," she said softly, "that I'm safe anywhere."
Back in Thornhold, Dag Zoreth paused before the altar and studied the purple flame that leaped and danced in an ever-changing sunburst, and the enormous black skull that leered out from the fire. It was a symbol of his god, proof of Siric's favor. Such a thing would bring him great honor and inspire men to consider him with fear. It was more than he had hoped for. But it was not enough. Dag carefully knelt before the altar, lowering a round, low bowl to the floor. The bowl was brass, and so finely crafted that not a single ripple or flaw marred its surface. A perfect receptacle for power, it would seize mystical force and throw it back, much as mountains playfully turned a shout into an echo. Filled with water, the bowl became a scrying pool of enormous power. Filled with blood, it begged the level of dark power that only an evil god might grant. Dag braced his hands on either side of the bowl and stared intently into the dark pool. He began to chant, an arrogant prayer that importuned a god for power and scorned the price that would surely come due. He would pay it in time and consider it worthwhile, as long as he found Kara. He formed an image of the girl in his mind and reached out to her through the dark thread of the chant. The words of the prayer enveloped him, gathering in power. Magic rose like incense toward the purple flame, carrying with it a heady scent of night-blooming flower, musk, and brimstone. That scent prodded at his memory. Through the ritual-induced haze, Dag felt the first sharp tugs of alarm. His chanting faltered, then broke off altogether as blood began to rise from the bowl. The blood rose swirling into the air, taking on the shape of a slender, furious elven woman. The image of a Shemi floated before him, clad in a gown a shade deeper than her usual crimson. It occurred to Dag suddenly that he was still on his knees. Quickly, he rose to his feet and stared down the apparition. "You take a fearful chance interrupting a ritual to Siric," he warned her. "I felt the magic and followed it," the image of a Shemi snapped. "Do not think for a moment that I cannot find you and that I will not." A shimmer of dread rippled through Dag as he wondered if the elf had also found Kara. But no, she would have said so if she had. There was no tie binding her and her child, and her seeking magic did not know the paths that belonged to Kara alone. But Dag she knew to the depths of his black heart, as he knew her. "What do you want, Ashemi?" He tried to imbue his words with a weary patience. "The child!" Not my child, Dag noticed, or even our child. A tool, a weapon. That was all. Kara deserved better. "She is safe," Dag said, and believed it to be so. His best intelligence indicated that the child was being kept in Blackstaff Tower, and he was inclined to believe that she was still there. Still, he wanted to see for himself. No mere scrying device could pierce that fastness, which was why he had decided to seek a god's power.
Safe?
Shrieked the apparition.
I have learned that she was apprehended from a southbound slave ship. Do not talk to me of safety.
This startled Dag. Instantly, he knew who the culprit must be. It would appear, he mused, that he owed his sister a debt of gratitude. It was she who had thwarted this plan and brought Kara back to Waterdeep. I had nothing to do with that, Dag assured Ashemi's magical image. I have no intention of bringing harm to my own child. She sniffed.
It does not matter what your intentions are. After a certain level, there is no real difference between evil and ineptitude. I want her, Dag. Find her and bring her to me.
You relinquished your rights to the child, he protested.
I reclaim them. When you find her, she will be brought to Darkhold. You can bring her, or she will be taken from you. But mark me, the child will be mine.
The apparition disappeared as suddenly as a lightning bolt. Blood splashed back into the bowl, splattering the floor and the priest. Dag lifted his eyes to the symbol of Cyric. It seemed to him that the skull had a watchful mien, rather like a wild cat considering the moment to pounce. But the godly manifestation gave no sign of Cyric's displeasure. Strife, intrigue, illusion, all these things were present in the tableau he and Ashemi had just presented. Cyric must have found it quite diverting. But Dag was taking no chances. He left the chapel at once and sent his most expendable servants to clean up after the failed ritual. When the sounds of battle had died away, Bronwyn unbolted the shutter and looked out over the village. A small cry escaped her at the terrible destruction. 4 houses had been reduced to smoldering circles of foundation stone. From this height, they looked like large and very sad campfires. Doors and windows and shutters had been broken, and goods from households and stores lay crushed and scattered in the street. Much worse were the terrible injuries dealt those slumped onto the street, and worse still, those who no longer moved.
Kara,
began Bronwyn.
I want to find Ebenezer,
the child insisted, sensing what was coming.
I want to see that he is all right.
She couldn't deny the child this, nor could she leave her here alone. Come, then, she said, and led the way down into the street. Bronwyn almost stumbled over the paladin. He had taken terrible head wounds, and her gaze didn't linger on his face, but there was no mistaking that blue and white tabard. A wave of relief swept over her, only slightly darkened by guilt. It did not seem right to be glad that a good man, for he would certainly be regarded as such, had been brutally slain. They found Ebenezer at the toy store, kicking through the rubble and swearing with impressive creativity. He broke off in mid-curse when he saw Kara at Bronwyn's side.
You kept her here?
He demanded incredulously.
She wouldn't go,
Bronwyn responded. The dwarf shook his head.
Lacks for nothing but a beard, that one. Well, I've got some bad news. You've got 10 guesses, and there's your first clue.
He pointed to the back door. The body of an elderly elf stood sentry at the door, pinned to the wooden beam by what might have been his own sword. Inside the store lay 2 more elf corpses and the remains of 5 orcs. The elves had fought with a fervor all out of proportion to the apparent value of their wares. Bronwyn stepped over a gray-skinned female orc and began to survey the devastation. The shelves had been tossed down, and toys littered the floor. Dolls and wooden carts and carved farm animals had been tossed contemptuously aside. Bronwyn noted that there were no small bows and arrows, no wooden swords, no slingshots or miniature catapults. In short, all the toys that trained youngsters for the art of war had been taken. It was an odd sort of plundering, and from Bronwyn's point of view, the worst possible situation. She sifted and kicked through the rubble, but she had no more luck than Ebenezer.
I'm gonna take a look around outside, the dwarf said. There's stuff dropped all over. Those orcs were in a hurry. Might be I can find it here. Or...
He broke off suddenly and shrugged. Bronwyn caught the dissonant note, but she was too distracted to dwell on it. "Fine," she muttered. She kept looking, turning over every bit of wood, every scrap of cloth and paper, until she finally had to admit the truth. The Fenrisbane was gone. Defeated, she sank down onto an overturned shelf.
But you're dead!
Kara protested. Bronwyn jerked around to face the open door. There stood another paladin, a tall, fair-haired young man who matched the description she'd heard from Kara, Alice, and Danilo. This was the paladin who had stolen Kara from her foster family, who had followed Bronwyn to Waterdeep, then to Summit Hall. He simply did not quit. Like a troll, he just picked up the pieces and kept coming. Exasperation swept through Bronwyn. "What the hell are you?" she demanded. "I am Algerind of Tyr, and it is my duty to take this child back to the Order of the Knights of Samalar for proper fosterage." "You did that once," Bronwyn snapped. "It didn't turn out so well. I found her on a ship, bound for the slave markets of the South. You will take this child only when I'm too dead to stop you." The young man looked saddened but determined. "Lies will not help you. It is not my wish to harm you, but I will take the child. It would be better if you returned with me to the Order to answer for your crimes of theft and treason. Perhaps doing so will bring you peace." "I don't lie." Fury swept through Bronwyn, and she went for her knife. "But I'd be happy to do what you say, just as soon as you turn that sword of yours point up and sit down on it hard." Algerind colored, but did not flinch. "It is plain that you are no fit guardian for a child," he said. "Stand aside, or face Tyr's justice."
No!
Kara's small, piping voice startled them both. She walked forward, placing her small body between the armed paladin and Bronwyn.
"Don't hurt Bronwyn! I'll come with you!"
"Kara, don't!" Bronwyn appealed. "Just leave! Now!" The girl shook her head stubbornly.
"I won't leave you here with him."
She walked toward Algerind, holding out her tiny hand. The paladin watched as the child approached. She was pale, but trusting. She came close and placed her hand in his.
"I will go with you and not give you any trouble, but first you must answer a question. Will you give me your word on this and keep it?"
The paladin gave her a puzzled look. "I am pledged to always keep my word."
"Well, that's fine then. Here's the question. What is my raven's name?"
Algerind was not greatly gifted with imagination, but he dredged his memory for names that he had heard given to such birds. "I do not know. Midnight? Blackwing? Poe?"
No.
Kara said impatiently. She withdrew her hand from his, then held it in a fist over Algerind's palm.
"What do you call a cat who lives in a shop?"
"A shop's cat, I suppose." As soon as he spoke the words, she opened her hand. A large red gem tumbled into his palm. Instantly, he felt himself being sucked away, as if by a strong wind. Algerind tried to fight it, using every vestige of his iron will and his disciplined strength. To no avail. The ransacked shop began to blur and fade, and a sound like an angry sea began to crescendo in his ears. Above the tumult, Algerind heard the merry music of the child's laughter. His fading vision fell upon the treacherous woman. She was on her knees beside the child, her arms around the girl, and her face both glad and proud. And then it all disappeared, and Algerind's world became a terrible, terrifying white whirl. He was taken away, torn away from his duty by some treacherous magic. The tunnel that lay between Danilo's posh townhouse and Blackstaff Tower was a great convenience. In Danilo's opinion, it was becoming too damned convenient. He strode down the tunnel to answer his third summons in a 10-day. The tunnel ended in a magical gate. Danilo murmured the phrase that enabled him to pass, then walked through the apparently solid stone wall and into Kelbin's study. The Archmage was painting again, which was certainly a sign of duress. Danilo glanced at the canvas. It was a seascape, with livid streaks of lightning darting down from a heap of billowing purple clouds. Despite the pending sky, the sea was an inexplicably calm shade of green. "An interesting work, Uncle. Might I name it? Umberlee Having a Nightmare is one that comes to mind." Kelbin stabbed a paintbrush in his direction, splattering him with dabs of purple paint. The fury on the Archmage's face convinced Danilo that it might be unwise to protest the matter.
What possessed you to do such a stupid, orc-brained thing?
Danilo lifted one shoulder. "You will have to be more specific. I do a great many stupid, orc-brained things." The Archmage dug in the pocket of his artist's smock and took out a bright blue stone.
What is this?
Bluffing was hopeless, but Danilo gave it a try. "A topaz?" The Archmage snorted angrily.
Gemstones! You gave the child enspelled gemstones and taught her to use them. You have done some foolish things in your life.
"But this is not one of them," Danilo cut in. "Kara is just a child. She's smarter than most, but few people of any age have the sort of enemies she's collected. A paladin saw her outside Bronwyn's shop and gave chase. My agents saw to it that the watch was called and the would-be abductor of children summarily dealt with."
Yes, I know, groused Kelbin. And thank you very much for your quick thinking. As a result, I still have Purgirin's boot print on the back of my breeches.
"The paladin had it coming," Danilo said without a touch of his customary humor. "No one has the right to take a child from her family."
Her family is Dag Zoreth, a priest of Cyric.
"Bronwyn is Kara's family too," Danilo argued. "She is Dag Zoreth's sister."
Yes, I believe that came up in conversation with Purgirin too, or don't you recall?
Danilo folded his arms. "With a little help, Bronwyn can take care of Kara. If you have no regard for the concept of family, consider this. Wouldn't it be better to have whatever power this family wields in the hands of the Harpers, rather than at the disposal of the Holy Order of the Knights of Samalar?" The Archmage considered this.
You make a good argument, but understand that whatever we do could place a wedge between the Harpers and the Paladins. That is a dangerous situation. We cannot afford to anger the Knights of Samalar any more than we have.
A sudden breeze arose in the room, an intangible wind that spoke of gathering magic. Before either mage could respond with a defensive spell, a flash lit the room. A man stumbled out of the invisible white whirl almost into Kelbin's arms. Both men drew back, staring at each other with startled faces. Danilo regarded the newcomer. He was a young man, tall and broad, with curly, fair hair cropped unfashionably short. The description was unmistakable, even without the telltale colors of the Knights of Samalar. This was the paladin who had been chasing Kara, and this was how the clever little wench had served him back. Danilo burst out laughing, laughter that rolled from him in waves, that had him clutching his belly and bending over as he gasped for air. The paladin barely glanced at him, but advanced on Kelbin. "What manner of fell sorcery is this?" he demanded in an aggrieved voice.
"None of my doing,"
Kelbin replied sternly. "Oh, go ahead and take credit for it," Danilo gasped out through his laughter. "It would better serve his dignity to be bested by the Archmage of Waterdeep than a half-elf child not yet 10. The paladin reached for his sword, and that sobered Danilo somewhat. He wiped his streaming eyes and subsided to a chuckle, all the while forming the one-handed gestures needed for a cantrip designed to heat metal. The grip of the paladin's sword began to blush with heat. With a startled gasp, the young man released his sword, staring down at his hip with an expression that suggested he thought the sword guilty of deliberate treachery. That set Danilo off again.
"From whence have you come?"
Kelvin demanded, raising his voice to be heard over his nephew's laughter.
"I will send you back."
Danilo broke off in mid-howl. "Uncle, that would not be—"
"I will send him back a reasonable distance from the place he left,"
the Archmage specified, and turned back to his visitor.
"Gladestone,"
the Paladin admitted.
"That's near Summit Hall. I will send you to the monastery, which is about a half-day's ride, if that is acceptable to you,"
Kelvin added, sending a dark look in Danilo's direction. Danilo lifted both hands in a gesture of surrender.
"Leave the stone behind, though,"
he told Algorand. The young man looked down at his hand, remembering what he held. He dropped the stone on the floor as if it were a loathsome insect.
"I want nothing to do with such things. But you, sir, your assistance I will accept," he told Kelvin stiffly, "for the sake of my duty."
The Archmage began the casting, a complex weaving dance of the hands accompanied by a brief but powerful chant. With this, he wove a silver path through the magic that encircled and sustained the world, which was no small thing, even if magical trinkets such as the gemstones made it appear so to the untrained. Danilo knew the effort of magical travel, and he certainly knew the cost of the trio of stones needed for the gem jump spells. At the time, he'd had the feeling that little Cara Dune was worth it and more. As he watched the paladin slowly dissolve, only to be whisked away as a smattering of silvery motes of light, he considered what Cara had done, and knew that his decision to give her this magic had proven to be the right one. Chapter 16. By the time the sun rose above the trees, the villagers had buried their dead. A few of the survivors sorted through what was left of their stores, hoping to find enough to feed their exhausted and dispirited kin. They gathered together what food remained and tossed it into a large kettle, so that all might share. Ebenezer wandered into the village about the time the soup was ready. Bronwyn caught sight of him and hurried over, her footsteps sped by mingled relief and anger. He'd been missing since last night, leaving her nearly sick with worry. As soon as she was within arm's reach, she smacked him upside the head, as she had seen his sister do. Hard.
"Good one,"
he admitted, rubbing at the side of his head.
"Been off orc hunting. Hand me that bowl there."
She passed it over and ladled some soup into it, then took a bit for herself. Bronwyn took a few spoonfuls before setting the bowl aside. Cara was sleeping, exhausted by the terrible night. She would be hungry when she awoke, and there would be no more soup.
"How did it go?"
"Got me a few," the dwarf said with relish. "Didn't have as much fight in them as I'd 'a' liked, though. Scrawny things."
"There's a reason for that,"
said a soft, angry voice beside them. They looked up into the thin, careworn face of a half-elf woman. Since the villager clearly wanted to talk, Bronwyn patted the ground beside her in invitation. The woman sank down, and after a moment's hesitation took the package of trail rations Bronwyn quietly handed her. She slipped it into her apron.
"For my children," she said grimly. "They will have little enough until the new crops come."
"This is not the first time the orcs attacked," Bronwyn surmised.
"No, nor will it be the last. They are desperate creatures, and they are fighting for their survival. As I understand it, the Paladin Order destroyed an orc settlement in the hills to the south. The orcs cannot hunt the hills without running afoul of Paladin patrols. The Paladins hunt the orcs with great fervor, for this provides practice. Practice! For young knights who wish to learn to fight and kill."
Bitterness seared through her every word.
Strange talk, coming from an elf who just lost kin and home to orcs,
Ebenezer observed. I have no love for orcs, the woman stated, but I know what is happening, and I do not place all the blame on the monsters who attacked. What choice do the displaced orcs have when their hunting grounds are taken from them? They must raid towns and farms in order to survive, and so they do.
Gotta keep the orcs down,
Ebenezer put in, his face showing puzzlement over this dilemma.
If you just leave 'em be, they breed like rats.
The half-elf sighed. I suppose. But now we are the ones who must move, those of us who are left. She rose, briefly touching Bronwyn's shoulder. Thank you for your kindness and for hearing me. Talk doesn't change anything, but all the same, I needed to have my say. Ebenezer watched her go, looking clearly uncomfortable with any conversation that put orc hunting in a bad light. He shrugged and turned to Bronwyn.
You ever find that toy thingabob you need?
No. Bronwyn raked a hand through the stray wisps of her hair, wishing, as she did, that she could smooth over this problem as easily as she tamed her flyaway locks. She untied her braid and loosened it, meaning to gather up the loose bits in a fresh plait.
Here, lemme,
the dwarf said, pushing her hands away.
You got a moon-eyed look, like right about now you couldn't walk and spit at the same time. Braided me many a horse's tail, so don't you be worrying.
Bronwyn obediently turned her back to the dwarf. True to his word, he started to deftly braid her hair for her. The toy is gone, she said wearily. The orcs cleaned out the village of almost every useful thing, and a few extras. It looks to me as if they stole all the war toys and left the rest.
When times are hard, young ones hurt plenty. Hard to see it, Ebenezer mused. But I'm guessing even an orc gets a bit of a grin out of handing their whelp something that'll help the little one forget an empty belly or a hurting heart.
He cleared his throat.
Not that I'm in favor of orcs, mind you.
So noted, Bronwyn said. What next?
Well, we go get the toy back. A heat-blind dwarf could follow the trail. The orcs are holed up in some caves not too far off the mountains.
There are only 2 of us, she pointed out. We certainly can't ask the paladins of Summit Hall for help.
I'm with you there,
Ebenezer agreed.
Let me study on it a mite.
They fell silent until the dwarf finished his soup.
Seems to me this is a pretty nice place. People hate to leave their home. Might be they don't have to. Gotta get rid of that orc tribe for once and final, though.
A passing elf woman pulled up short when she heard this. She dropped to a crouch beside them and shoved a lock of thick blonde hair from her face. Tell us how. The dwarf studied her.
You've just done fighting. You ready for more?
Tell us how, she repeated. The villagers set to work at Ebenezer's instructions. Skills used as peaceful farmers came into play as they grimly sought to reclaim their homes. Some of them hung snares along the trails, while others dug a deep pit in the center of the village. An early morning hunt had yielded a boar, and this roasted on a spit out in the open air so that the inviting fragrance wafted out into the hills, a statement to any orc scouts that the villagers still might have a few things worth stealing. A handful of villagers stayed behind to prepare for a renewed raid. Kara did not. She had reluctantly agreed to return to Blackstaff Tower and await Bronwyn there. As much as Bronwyn hated to see her go, she could not risk leaving the child behind with so few defenders. When the village was in readiness, a dozen elves and half-elves who wanted to fight crept along with Ebenezer and Bronwyn through the hills south of the village. Finally, Ebenezer called a halt.
It's close to twilight,
he said in a soft voice that was just above a whisper.
The raiders will be stirring around now, wanting to get an early start of it. The rest will still be sleeping. You know orc lairs."
The elves nodded. Bronwyn remembered what she had been told. Most lairs were a series of caves. The warriors slept toward the front, and next would be supplies of food and weapons. Finally, in the deepest and most secure position, would be the young. Ebenezer pushed aside some boulders and shouldered through the opening of a narrow cave. The elves squeezed in after the dwarf, one by one. Bronwyn crawled through the utter darkness on her hands and knees. The tunnel widened as they went. At least, that's what she surmised, for she no longer felt the walls pressing in on either side. Bronwyn heard up ahead a dull thud, followed by an orcish grunt. Ebenezer had found and taken out the tunnel guard. As she edged past the body, she was almost glad for her limited vision. She had seen too much death already. The path slanting up now, winding up to the top of the cavern. They emerged onto a ledge that overlooked the cave devoted to food and weapons storage. Crouching down, they peered over the rock ledge into the den. As they had anticipated, the warriors were preparing for yet another raid. They were ugly creatures, taller than most men and covered by a thick hide colored the range of swamp-like hues from green to brown to gray. Some were donning leather armor, and all took up weapons scavenged from their victims, an odd and daunting assortment of swords, axes, pitchforks, and fishing spears. They also slung sacks over their shoulders. More looting was clearly on the agenda. The orcs left in waves, a few at a time. Ebenezer's troops waited until there were but 10 of the creatures left. Each of the elves picked his or her target, communicating intent through emphatic hand gestures. Ebenezer pantomimed the count of 3, and the elves launched themselves into the air. Bronwyn winced as they slammed into the orcs, catching them off guard and sending the much taller creatures crashing to the stone. Most hit their targets, knives or daggers leading. Those who didn't bounded up, weapon in hand, and dispatched their chosen foe with a few deft strokes. A clamor arose from the inner chamber, and another wave of orcs came running out. Some were bandaged and lame, some were females or toothless elders, but all had blades and the will to use them. Bronwyn turned and began to slither down the cavern wall to join in the fight. A thrown rock hit her hand, hard enough to startle her into losing her grip. She tumbled down and landed squarely in Ebenezer's arms. He hefted her, as if surprised at how light she was, and then set her on her feet.
"The village folk can mop up here. We're going to the back," he said.
She nodded and followed him, hugging the walls of the cavern and holding her knife out ready. The back was nearly deserted. 2 orc females stood guard, and 3 hideous, yellow-skinned children, naked and blatantly male, huddled against the far wall. Ebenezer stooped and seized a handful of small rocks. With deadly accuracy, he hurled first one, then the other, and struck the adult orcs squarely between the eyes. The creature's red eyes crossed, and they went down. The youngster set up a fearful wailing. Ebenezer's face went grim, and he turned to Bronwyn.
"Get what you need."
She glanced around the dimly lit cave. It was more orderly than she would have expected, with sleeping skins piled neatly to one side, and a cracked barrel that served as a receptacle for bones and other leavings. Small shelves had been carved into the stone wall. These held the orcs' treasures. Bronwyn noted many of the stolen toys. Her gaze swept the cave, looking for the one she wanted. A small, detailed model of a siege tower. It was in the center of the shelf, right over the cowering orc young. "There," she said, pointing. She started forward, but Ebenezer caught her arm.
"You go back with the others. Wait by the mouth of the main cave. You don't need to be seeing what I'm about to do," he said grimly.
Bronwyn's heart ached for the necessity facing her friend. She suspected that the pragmatic dwarf could not allow 3 such potentially deadly enemies to grow into a threat. But Ebenezer's deep love for kids, be they dwarf or human, or even orc, made the hard task even more terrible. She swallowed hard. "You go. I'll do it."
I said get!
Ebenezer roared. He seized the siege tower from the shelf and hurled it into her hands. Clutching the artifact, she darted from the cave. As she ran, she heard the dwarf tell the orc young to
Stop your damn sniveling!
harsh words, but with a note in them that prompted Bronwyn to linger at the entrance to the children's cave. She peeked around the side as the dwarf took from his pack an intricately carved toy soldier, an orc, if the faint light did not deceive her eyes, and handed it to one of the orc lads.
Take this in exchange for the tower, and you other 2 each pick a favorite. Then get some clothes on you, and a knife, and a packet of food. There's a back way out. You 3 are going to take it.
They just stared at him. He swore and said a few words in a halting, guttural speech. This time they understood and scurried to do his bidding.
Follow this path out, but don't wander too far. Your 2 hearth dames here will wake up and come looking for you. Tell them you're to travel north and join a new clan. Go!
One of them babbled a few words, and Ebenezer, or so Bronwyn surmised, repeated his instructions. The scramble of small feet announced that the orcs were only too happy to comply. Bronwyn hurried out to the first cavern. If Ebenezer knew that she had heard all, he would never again be able to look her in the eye. "Dwarves," she muttered, then grinned as she realized how much she'd come to sound like her friend. The battle was long over. 6 of the elf fighters stayed at the cave to dispatch any orcs who might circle back, and the rest began the walk back to Gladestone. As they neared the village, they noted that the snares had done their jobs well. Orcs dangled upside down from young trees like hideous, wingless bats. Elven arrows bristled from their chests. Only a few ringing clashes, a few grunts and screams of pain emanated from the village. When they arrived in Gladestone, it was all but over. A trio of villagers stood at the edge of the triggered pit trap, raining arrows at the trapped orcs. After what she had witnessed in the cave, Bronwyn expected Ebenezer to protest this unchivalrous treatment of an enemy, but the dwarf just nodded with grim approval and joined the villagers in dragging the rest of the slain orcs to the pit. An elf male rolled a barrel of lamp oil over and let it fall into the opening. Another elf dropped a torch. Flames leaped high into the night, while Bronwyn and Ebenezer bore silent witness, and the villagers took stock of the price they had paid for this victory. After the fire had died away, they all pitched in, filling the hole. By the time the sun rose, the task was done. A plume of thick, black smoke rising from the south indicated that the rear guard had likewise cleansed the orc den. The village of Gladestone was secure at last. Bronwyn, however, felt anything but safe. They were too close to Summit Hall. She said her farewells to the villagers, and she and Ebenezer rode out into the fields.
"That's that," he commented. "Did what you came to do."
She wasn't so sure. Yes, she did have the Fenrisbane, but she felt a bit like a farm dog who habitually chased, and finally caught, a horse-drawn cart, and thought, what now?
"Best be getting back to the city,"
the dwarf commented, breaking her troubled reverie.
"Way I figure it, that Brian Swordmaster fellow has only 2 more days to talk my kin into staying around for good. I'd just as soon add my voice to the matter."
"True, and I've got to make arrangements for Kara and decide what to do with these trinkets." The dwarf scratched his chin.
"After all the trouble we went through to get that toy, I'd like to take a look at it. You feeling up to a little magic?"
Bronwyn thought this over. She had only 2 of the 3 rings, and only one of the two people whose agreement was needed to activate the siege tower's power. But even a partial result, if that were possible, would be enlightening. She certainly owed the dwarf that much. She took the tower and gestured for him to follow her. They walked out onto the rye field, beyond the sight of the villagers. She set the small tower down on a furrow and took the 2 rings from the thong around her neck. "I don't know if this will work, but here it goes," she said. Bronwyn slipped first one, then the other ring into the slots on the tower. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the tower began to grow. A quick, smooth, spreading motion that looked as if a massive tidal wave was rising from the young rye. Ebenezer hauled her up by her collar, and they both kicked into a run. After 100 paces or so, they turned to look.
"Stones,"
whispered the dwarf. The tower rose into the sky, tall as the forest trees. The front fell in a straight line. The back was sloped down. Strips of wood offered footing to soldiers who needed to climb up to the massive attack deck. A huge counterweight stood ready to drop, thus flinging the contents of an enormous trebuchet. The ballista was a monstrous machine. Next to it, stacks of bolts stood ready. The whole structure was built of thick, solid oak planks, with a sheen on it that suggested some sort of protective coating far superior to the wet animal hides that draped most siege towers. Bands of iron and thousands upon thousands of spikes held the massive construction together. But for all its size, it was little more substantial than a strong wind. Bronwyn could see through it, to the trees beyond. The rising sun caught and shimmered on its faintly luminous outline. The Fenris Bane was a marvelous, indestructible, death-dealing ghost. It was also larger than Bronwyn had anticipated, and thus clearly visible from the village. She turned around to see if they had witnesses. Indeed, most of the villagers came at a run, swiftly at first, then dropping off at a safe distance to take stock of this marvel. Ebenezer whistled softly.
"Nice piece of work,"
he admitted, eyeing the Fenris Bane with naked awe.
"Not much starch to it, though."
That was true, and it left Bronwyn with a bit of a dilemma. How to get the rings from the attack deck? But either the incomplete magic wavered, or the magical tower responded to her thoughts, because the monstrous attack machine swiftly shrank back down to a toy, and Bronwyn pulled out the rings and slipped them onto her fingers. The dwarf glanced over his shoulder at the gaping villagers. He did a quick double take and swore.
"Look at there,"
he said grimly, pointing to the hills south of the village. A white horse was clearly visible and approaching fast. With the rider were 4 others.
"Now that they've seen this thing, they've got one more reason to run you down. We'd best be riding, and fast."
The incident in Thornhold's chapel weighed heavily on Dag Zorith, as did the disturbing information that Ashemi had passed on. He went to his chamber and took his scrying globe out once again. Ashemi's visit had left him seething with helpless fury. He used this, letting it fuel his prayers. As a result, so intense was the purple flame that leaped into the heart of the scrying globe that he could feel the pain he was inflicting himself. Sir Gareth came into view almost at once.
"Where are you?"
the priest snapped.
"Summit Hall,"
the knight said, his voice somewhat slurred by intense pain. Dag pulled back the power just enough to allow the man to function. "I had a most enlightening conversation with one of my comrades from Darkhold. She informed me that my daughter was shipped south on a Gentish slave ship, the same ship that was to dispose of those wretched dwarves. The same shipment that you so ably helped to arrange. I am most eager to hear your explanation." Hope drained from the fallen paladin's eyes.
"She was taken by the paladins, that much is true. I intercepted her and tried to have her taken away to safe fosterage."
"On a slave ship?"
The Knights of Samalar have few outposts in the south, Gareth argued. She would have been safe enough, tended in the villa of an old associate who has reason to be grateful and discreet. There she could have stayed until it was safe to return her to you.
The truth hidden behind these self-serving words began to come clear to Dag. Perhaps Sir Gareth had had a role in the original abduction of Kara. Perhaps not. But certainly, he used the situation to position himself well. Kara wore a ring of Samalar, and thus had the potential to wield power. Of course, Gareth would want to have her in his secret control. And if he was forced to do so, he could discover the child's hiding place and make himself a hero to whomever he relinquished the child. It was not a foolish plan, but it had gone awry.
"I want her back,"
the priest demanded.
"Now." "That could prove difficult, Lord Zoreth," the knight said. "She is in Blackstaff Tower, under the protection and tutelage of the Lady Mage, Laeral Silverhand."
Dag hissed out a foul curse. The beautiful mage was as unconventional as she was powerful. If she took it upon herself to keep Kara, a small flight of dragons would be hard-pressed to sway her from this course. But the Archmage, the ruler of Blackstaff Tower, was another matter. Kelvin Aronson was not only a mage, but a ruler, deeply involved in the politics of the city and the surrounding area. If the matter were posed to him as a political expediency, he might be willing to see reason.
"Use your name and contacts. Get the child to Thornhold at once,"
Dag commanded.
"And my sister as well, or you will find the same end as Hronulf."
"That is unlikely," the old paladin said. "Unfortunately, I am no longer fit to face armed men in a siege."
The priest laughed softly. "Hronulf did not die from his battle wounds. I tore out his heart with my own hands. You might want to bear this in mind as you tend this task." Chapter 17. For 2 days, Bronwyn and Ebenezer rode as hard as they dared push their horses. The paladins were never far behind them, though Bronwyn used every trick and shortcut she had learned in her years on the road. Finally, the walls of the city lay before them. The late afternoon sun glinted off the spires of the Troll Tower and bathed the huge arch of the North Gate in a welcoming glow. Bronwyn drew in a long breath and released it on a sigh. Some of the tension slid from her neck and shoulders, and she reached out to pat her horse's lathered neck.
"Stones!" exclaimed Ebenezer with more vehemence than usual. "Look at there!"
Bronwyn followed the line of his pointing finger. Far to the north was a small dark cluster, moving toward the high road with a stolid determination that suggested a migration of ants. She rapidly skimmed through a mental roll of days. So much had happened since Captain Orwig had left them on the docks of Waterdeep that it was hard to realize that 10 days had passed. 10 days, she said aloud. Tarlamera agreed to stay in the city for 10 days.
"A dwarf of her word is my sister,"
he said grimly. He cast a helpless look at Bronwyn.
"Well, I'm off."
A deep sense of loss smote Bronwyn's heart. She reached down and clasped his shoulder. "I've got to see how Kara is doing in Blackstaff Tower, or whether she's still there, for that matter." She smiled faintly. "That child's feet are almost as itchy as yours and mine. I'll come just as soon as I can."
"Don't," he said. "Chances are there won't be much to find."
This confirmed Bronwyn's unspoken fears. Ebenezer believed that he was going north to die with his clan. "Don't go," she said softly.
"Gotta go. I wasn't there last time. Couldn't live with myself if it happened again."
They sat for a moment, staring out after the determined dwarves. Bronwyn accepted what must be. She forced a smile, reached down, and cuffed the dwarf's curly head in farewell. Ebenezer caught her hand in his and brought it to his lips. Then he abruptly released her and kicked his tired blue pony into a reluctant trot. His grumbling comment floated back to Bronwyn on the brisk sea breeze.
Been spending too much time with humans, is what?
Bronwyn blinked back tears and turned her horse through the north gate. Since secrecy was unlikely, she settled for haste. She left her horses at the nearest public stable and hired a closed carriage. At her instruction, the halfling driver set his horses at a brisk pace down the high road, and when Bronwyn arrived at Blackstaff Tower, she gave him the silver he'd requested for his hire, and half as much again. She jumped from the carriage and hit the cobblestones running. Her heart quickened with worry when Danilo emerged from the black wall to meet her, his expression as dark as the marble edifice behind him.
"You do not want to go in there," he said grimly. He caught her arm and began drawing her along with him at a brisk pace. She fell into step with him. "What's going on?" "Lady Laeral is packing for an unexpected trip. It seems she returned to the tower after a night's revel up in the sea ward to find that our mutual bane, the great archmage himself, had relieved her of her promising new apprentice." Dread stopped Bronwyn cold. "Kara! What did he do with her?" "Keep walking," he said shortly. "I doubt you have much time. The Archmage did precisely what he thought he must. It seems that our good friends at the Halls of Justice got wind of Kara's new apprenticeship. They convinced the First Lord that this child was and should be a ward of the Knights of Samalar, that her destiny was with the chosen brothers of her illustrious ancestor, and many other songs of a similar tune." "And Kelvin just turned her over?" Fury and incredulity battled for supremacy in Bronwyn's voice. "He believed he had little choice in the matter. 3 young paladins came for her, bearing an edict from Pyrgirin himself. Kelvin is many things, not the least of them a canny politician. He understands the rift growing between the various paladin orders and the Harpers. If he openly defied Pyrgirin's direct edict, he would give the impression that Waterdeep's Master Harper considers himself above the law. This, he contends, would endanger the work of the Harpers and the agents themselves." "And you agree?" "Did I say that?" he retorted. "The Archmage and I exchanged many words on this matter. Suffice it to say that we used up most of the truly vile ones, but my anger was a pale thing compared to Laeral's wrath. I fear that the Lady Mage's visit to her sister's farm will last much longer than previous jaunts." "But Kelvin must handle his own problems," Danilo concluded. "Let us discuss yours. What did you find?" She sent him a long, considering look. "Why should I trust you? Whatever you think, I have never betrayed your trust, nor will I." He stopped and pushed his fine green tabard off his left shoulder, revealing a tiny, weathered silver harp nestled in a crescent moon. He took off the pin, the symbol of his Harper allegiance, and handed it to her. "This was given me by a man I deeply admire, whose regard I hope always to retain. Hold it for me until this matter is done. If you find me in any way false, return the pin to Bran Scorlson and declare me forsworn before that noble ranger and his half-elf daughter. I will not gainsay you." The man could make no other oath that Bronwyn would trust more completely. The odd pairing between this light-hearted nobleman and his quiet, serious, half-elf companion was one that Bronwyn never fully understood. But she knew that nothing meant more to her friend than the regard of the woman to whom he'd given his heart. She took the pin and dropped it into her bag. "It will be in my safe. When this matter is over, Alice will return it to you if I cannot." "You will," he said, in a tone closer to his usual light manner. "Now, tell me what you found." Bronwyn told him the story of the Lich's Tower and the power of the Fenrisbane artifact.
I sent it ahead to my safe, she said, and it will stay there until I decide what to do with it.
The paladins would dearly love such a device.
Wouldn't they, though? She said bitterly. And now that they've had a look at it, there will be no denying them.
They saw it?
How? She sighed wearily. After we retrieved it from the orc lair, Ebenezer wanted to take a look at it. I had but 2 of the rings, and only 1 descendant of Samalar, but I took a shot. The tower was not what it could be, but it was enough. The Harper swore fervently.
Are you sure they saw this?
It would be hard to miss something that big rising out of a rye field.
Then we must hurry, he said.
We must find a way to get Kara away from the paladins before they catch up with you and demand the artifact. They slipped through the city, taking a route that led through the back doors of shops, through several private homes and adjoining tunnels, and even, on one occasion, a short dash across a rooftop. There were many such routes in the city, known only to the Harpers and open only to them. Despite her fury with Kelvin, Bronwyn found some comfort in the web of support her Harper alliance offered, not the least of which was the determined friend at her side. Alice met them at the back door and pushed them back into the alley.
Go right back the way you came. There's a paladin here looking for you.
A sense of ill news oft repeated swept over Bronwyn, and she sighed tiredly.
Tall man, blonde hair. Might have been. There's no telling, as it's long since gone white. He gives his name as Sir Gareth Cormail.
Bronwyn glanced at Danilo. I should see him. He was a friend of my father's. Perhaps he will tell me what's going on. The Harper shoved one hand through his hair and shook his head uncertainly.
I would be wary.
I will be. Listen in if you want, she said, knowing very well that he would do so anyway. She hurried through the back room into the shop. The knight rose to greet her, his handsome and well-worn face tight with worry.
Thank Tyr, child. I hoped that I might have word with you before the watch found you.
That stopped Bronwyn in her tracks. The watch?
Yes. Lord Pirgirin had decreed that you should be arrested on sight. You are not safe in this city.
She sat down hard on a small bench. Why? The old knight gazed intently at her for a long moment.
It is as I suspected. You are innocent of the charges against you.
Tell me. He sighed.
The 3 young paladins sent to escort the child from Blackstaff Tower to the halls of justice were found dead. The girl is gone. Most of my brothers suspect that you and your brother, a priest of Cyric allied with the Gentarum, are behind this abduction.
He hesitated.
There is more.
Of course there is, she muttered. Feeling utterly dazed, she dropped her head into her hands.
Your brother, Dag Zoreth, commands the forces at Thornhold. I have learned on good authority that he killed Hronulf with his own hands. I would not tell a woman, especially one of your delicate ears, the nature of the injuries dealt the young paladins who guarded Dag Zoreth's child, but they bear that villain's stamp. Unless I am far wrong, the child is with him, in Thornhold.
Oh, Kara, Bronwyn breathed.
The child is in grave danger, and not only from the corrupting influence of her father's faith. The paladins are gathering to mount an assault on Thornhold. It appears that this attack will take place sooner than my brother paladins anticipated. There are not enough men to mount a conventional siege, but the brothers have faith that they can prevail regardless. Not more than an hour ago, a young man of our order, a promising youth known as Algarind, rode in from Summit Hall with 4 of his brothers. Do you know this man?
We've met, she said shortly, not bothering to look up. He and his friends followed me back to the city.
They are seeking you even now, you and the artifact you carry with you.
This time she did glance at the knight. The rings, she hedged.
And the siege tower, he added. Few among the knights of Samalar know that story,
but I heard it from Hronulf, and recognized the Fenrisbane from Algarin's story. Unfortunately, so did Laharan Goldbeard. You see, once, long ago, the great Samalar himself captured Thornhold with the help of this artifact. My brother Paladin desires to use it again for the same purpose, and for the greater glory of Tyr.
Bronwyn rose and started to pace.
Why are you telling me this?
The knight came to her and took her shoulders.
You are the daughter of my dearest friend. I see in you Hronulf's spirit. A terrible injustice has been done to you. As a servant of Tyr, it is my duty to try and see it put to rights.
She stared up into his face. What do you mean?
Your destiny was stolen from you when you were too young to understand it. Now that you are a woman grown, men seek to do this again. This is not well done, even though it is done in all good conscience, and for a great cause.
So what are you saying?
The power is yours, child of Samalar. You must decide for yourself how you will use it.
He glanced over his shoulder toward the door.
Now go, and quickly. They will find you if you linger.
He's right. Danilo emerged from the back, holding out his hand for her. Though I must say, sir, your words surprise me. Bronwyn, I'll get you out of the city. Once you're safe, you can decide what to do. Alice came up and pressed a leather bag into her hands.
I heard everything. Here are the things from the safe. You might well be needing them.
Bronwyn nodded her thanks and turned to the Harper. She clasped his offered hand. I'm ready. As Danilo began the words of a spell, Bronwyn felt a whirling force gather about her. She felt as if she was about to be sucked into a tunnel, torn away from her own body. Never had she traveled magic's silver paths. Never had she had occasion to do so, she told herself. But in truth, the notion terrified her more than the prospect of sea travel. But she had conquered that old fear. Suddenly Bronwyn knew that she need never again yield to lingering demons from her past, or to a belief that meaning and order for her life could only be found in the secrets of the past. As the roar and whirl of magic carried her away, Bronwyn lifted her chin and stared straight ahead into the white void. The answers she now sought lay not in the hidden past, but the untried future. Chapter 18. Bronwyn emerged from the magical journey at the Than family estates not far north of Waterdeep. The sun had vanished by the time they arrived, so she accepted Danilo's urging and stayed the night. As exhausted as she was, as comfortable as the feather bed in the villa's guest chamber might be, her dreams were haunted by all that had happened in the last several days, and by the uncertainty and danger that lay before. She rose before the sun and found that Danilo had been busy while she slept. Servants brought new traveling clothes and gear to her room, along with a tray of food. She quickly ate and dressed, and then followed the servants' directions to the stable. Danilo was there, directing the selection and preparation of a suitable horse and the packing of travel supplies. His face turned somber when he saw her. I suppose you're determined to go. You have to ask? She jingled the full coin purse at her belt. Thank you for this, and for everything else. I will repay you for all when I return with Kara. He hesitated. Though it was clear that he wished to do so, he did not try to dissuade her from riding north. My family has mercenaries. I could send men with you. She shook her head. I will not be alone. Danilo considered this, and smiled faintly. It is fitting, he said simply. Tymora smile upon you. She rode swiftly northward throughout the day, avoiding the high road and taking a network of smaller paths that Ebenezer had shown her on the first part of their journey together. Surely her friend would return to his clanhold the same way he left. She only hoped she would be able to catch them before nightfall. Twilight came, and still no sign of the dwarves. Bronwyn would have missed them had not Ebenezer's gruff voice called out to her. She pulled up her horse and stared intently into the rocky terrain. A curly, auburn head popped up from behind a rock, and then other shapes, many of which Bronwyn had taken to be boulders, stirred into life. Bronwyn shook her head in astonishment. She had heard that dwarves, though not innately magical, had an uncanny ability to blend in with the stone. She would not have believed the truth of it had she not witnessed it. The Stoneshaft clan materialized from the rugged landscape and gathered around her horse.
"We ain't going back,"
Tarlamera informed her in a tone that suggested this was not the first time the argument had been aired. Bronwyn noted that the dwarves looked much better than they had just a 10-day past. They had eaten well, and the grime of battle and sea voyage was a memory. They were all neatly clad in new garments the color of earth and stone, and shod with stout boots. Weapons hung at their belts, and their beards had been neatly braided, a style many dwarves adopted before battle. Tarlamera took note of the careful scrutiny.
"I'm a-telling you what I told that smith lad Brian. The clan is good for every coin he advanced us, so don't be looking at us like you're trying to figure out who got took."
Probably he figures it was worth every coin and more just to be rid of you,
Ebenezer said in disgust. He looked up at Bronwyn.
They're determined to fight. Can't talk sense into them nohow.
"I think they should fight," Bronwyn said firmly. "How else are they going to get the clan hold back?" Tarlamera hooted with delight and cuffed her brother.
"I think I'm starting to like this human of yours."
The battle planning with the dwarves had gone about as Bronwyn had expected it to go. The dwarves mulled it over late into the night, argued over every detail of the plans, and settled a couple of decisions through the application of force, though Ebenezer, with a show of impressive diplomacy, persuaded the combatants to decide the matter through arm wrestling. But settled it was, and when morning came, Bronwyn rode swiftly northward to do her part. For the first time in days, for the first time, truly, in her entire life, she felt as if her destiny was entirely hers to command. What lay ahead would not be easy, but it was worth doing. She felt, if not quite confident, at least buoyantly hopeful. The terrain became increasingly rocky as she went north into the foothills surrounding Thornhold. She urged her fine, borrowed steed, a glossy bay mare with a long, tireless stride, to the top of the hill, and pulled up to allow the horse a brief rest, and herself opportunity to survey the path ahead for dangers. Her gaze swept over the desolate area. There was nothing to see beyond the rolling foothills, scrubby pines, and jagged piles of rock. The sun was warm, and several hawks wheeled and soared on the spring breeze. One of them dropped to the ground, claws outstretched. Bronwyn heard the small, sharp squeak of its prey, and instinctively looked away. Her gaze skimmed over a small, white form on the path behind her, then jolted back. It was a horse, and upon it was a very familiar figure. Bronwyn dug both hands into her hair and clenched her jaws to keep from screaming with frustration. Not Algorand, not again, and surely not now. The paladin could ruin everything. She kicked the mare into a run and took off for the north. Leaning low over the horse's glossy neck, she raced down the hill and around the path that led to the high road. There she might have some small hope of outpacing the paladin's steed. The paths that wound through the hills were uneven and treacherous, and every frantic pace was a gamble that the horse would not stumble on the scattered stone. The mare shied suddenly and violently to the right. Bronwyn clenched the horse's sides with her knees and clung to the chestnut mane in a desperate attempt to hold her seat, but she could not. She fell painfully, rolling several times across the rocky ground. As she hauled herself up, her eyes fell on the source of the horse's fright. Several snakes, newly awakened from their winter's slumber, were sunning themselves on the flat rocks ahead. Had the horse not stopped, she might have run straight through them, with deadly consequences. Bronwyn regarded her torn sleeve and the deep, painful abrasion that ran from wrist to elbow. "I owe you thanks," she said softly as she walked toward the skittish mare. "But you'll excuse me if I wait a while before expressing them." Behind her she heard the thundering approach of the paladin's great white horse. She was almost to her horse, was just reaching for the reins, when the mare turned and bolted. Bronwyn dropped and rolled as the paladin thundered by. He dismounted in a quick, fluid leap and strode toward her, his hand on the hilt of his sword. "I have no desire to fight a woman. If you will yield peacefully, I will bring you safely back to stand judgment." Bronwyn pulled her knife and fell into a crouch. As she did, a plan began to formulate in her mind. "Why would you content yourself with performing only half your duty?" "Half my duty?" The paladin drew his sword and circled in. "What trickery is this?" "None. You want the child. That you have made plain. I'm on my way to Thornhold to fetch her back." "No longer," Algarind said. He lunged in, with a quick, hard stroke designed to knock the knife from her hand. The force of the blow flung Bronwyn's arm out wide, but she kept her grip. "We could both get what we want if we work together. I could get Kara. After that, we will take her to Waterdeep. Together." Algarind was clearly skeptical. "Why would you do this? Would you want to see a child turned over to the Gents? And what of the coming battle? She has seen enough fighting thanks mostly to you and yours." "It is a paladin's duty to fight for good," he said. "And I'm offering you a chance to do just that," she said impatiently. "Do you think it will be easy to get Kara out of Thornhold? You'll get your chance to fight." She circled closer and noted that Algarind did not retreat. He seemed to be giving her words careful consideration. "How would you get the child?" "I am Dag Zorith's sister. He has been looking for me just as you and your fellow paladins have been. Apparently, I have some value because of who my ancestors were." She gave an impatient shrug, to indicate she had little knowledge of or interest in this notion. "So you would surrender to him?" "In a manner of speaking. They will let me into the fortress, and I doubt they would worry overmuch about my companion." The paladin's face clouded. "Speaking of such, where is that horse-stealing dwarf?" She shrugged off the question. "They would view you as a far more likely companion. In fact," she added wickedly, "Master Laharan was giving thought to what young paladin might be chosen to help me continue Samalar's line. Perform well in today's task, and perhaps I'll recommend you for the job." The young man looked flustered, as Bronwyn hoped he might. "You believe the Gentarum would allow a paladin into their stronghold?" "Why not? You're good with that sword, but you're still one man. The question is, are you good enough to help me fight our way out of the fortress once we have Kara?" Algarind gave her question sober consideration. "I will speak truly. It seems to me that your plan holds grave risks and small chance for success. Nevertheless, I will do as you suggest." She glared at him and brandished her knife. "If you're looking to die nobly, do it on your own time." "That was not my meaning," he said earnestly. "Your bold plan holds danger, but I can think of none better. It is true that I am sworn to follow my duty, even if it leads to death." Bronwyn remembered Hronulf's last battle at Thornhold. The same serene courage shone in this young paladin's eyes. Suddenly she found herself hard-pressed to hate this man. "But I am not convinced that death will result from this venture," continued Algarind. "Defeat is never certain while life remains. It may be that Tyr will bless this quest and grant success." A sudden, bleak look entered his eyes. And if success is not to be, still I am content." His expression alerted Bronwyn. She remembered the fear she had experienced as a child, and again during her brief reunion with her father, that she would never quite manage to meet the mark set for her. That old ghost haunted Algarin's eyes. For a moment, a very brief moment, she felt sympathy for the young paladin and the harsh life he had chosen. "Got yourself into a bit of trouble, did you?" "As to that, you know my failings better than any. I allowed a dwarf to trick me and steal my horse, a child to evade my pursuit. And let's not forget the incident with the gem jump," Bronwyn interrupted, "though I'm sure you'd like to do so." A pained expression crossed the young man's face. "I admit my failings and gladly pay the price." The calm, steady acceptance in his voice told all. Bronwyn straightened and tucked away her knife. If Algarind failed to rescue Kara, he would probably face disgrace, and possibly even banishment. Had she needed assurance that he possessed enough reason to face the task ahead, this would have outstripped her expectations. Bronwyn looked around for her horse. The mare had calmed and was cropping at some grass. She turned back to Algarind. "All right then. Let's go. But remember, when we get to the fortress, let me do the talking." Algarind had little desire for speech. He rode alongside Bronwyn, his thoughts churning with confusion. Had he done wrong, throwing his lot in with this woman? She had already proven treacherous, and her choice of companions did not commend her judgment. Yet she had agreed to travel with him, to work together. He had to be clear on one thing. "Understand this," he said. "I intend to fulfill the paladin's quest given me. Once the child has been rescued, I am honor-bound to take her back to the paladins at Waterdeep." "I never doubted it," Bronwyn replied, looking straight ahead. They rode in unbroken silence until the walls of Thornhold loomed before them. Algarind had never seen the fortress, and he marveled at the strength of the ancient walls. He scanned the citadel, searching for something that might aid their escape. "See that wooden door, about halfway up the walls?" he said, nodding toward the stronghold. "That is a sally port. When we are within the walls, look for a way up to it. There should be a ramp or stairs." "Both," Bronwyn said. "I remember that. When I was in the fortress, Hronulf showed me around." "That is good. Once you have the child, we will fight our way up to the port." She shaded her eyes against the setting sun and squinted. "It's a good 20 feet down. Nonetheless, it is our best hope of escape. My horse will come to my call. When we reach the fortress, we will leave our horses outside the gates. If we tie your mare's reins to mine, Icewind will bring her along." Bronwyn nodded as she took this in. It might work. One thing more concerned him. "How will you find the child in the fortress?" "My brother has not seen me since I was 4 years old," she said. "He is likely to ask Kara if I am who I claim to be. Knowing Kara, she will not be content to go tamely back to her room afterward." In his brief tenure as master of Thornhold, Dag Zoreth had transformed the commander's chambers. The rooms that had once been Hronulf's and that had reflected the knight's austere life were now luxurious and comfortable. A bright hearth fire was always burning to stave off the chill that lingered within the thick stone walls, even though it was mid-Mirtul and quite warm for that month. Fine furniture had been shipped from Waterdeep, lamps of colored glass from Neverwinter, fine furs from Luskan. His chamber did not quite possess the elegance of the Ostrom villa near Waterdeep, but in time it would. Already it surpassed any Gentarum outpost. But today this small success gave him no pleasure.
"My lord Zoreth."
Dag looked up from the papers on his table, almost grateful for the interruption. Already Ashemi was making good her threat. age who ruled the fortress, and who was in turn ruled by his dark affection for the elven sorceress, wanted Dag to return to Darkhold, bringing the child with him. Thornhold would be turned over to another commander. For hours now, Dag had been racking his thoughts for some way to keep control over his command and his daughter. Another conquest, perhaps. That might sway the matter. If he proved he could thus enhance the power of the Gentarum, not even Ashemi's charms could dissuade Simemen from approving, even applauding, Dag's ambitions. "Well?" he asked the messenger.
"The sentry on the north tower reports 2 riders approaching, a man and a woman."
Dag stood up abruptly. "Is this my sister?"
"It might be. The men who saw her enter the fortress before our attack think it is possible, but they saw her only from a distance."
There was one way to be certain. Dag strode to the door that led into the adjoining room. Kara sat on her bed, looking oddly dispirited. The playthings he had supplied her with lay neatly on the chest, in which, he supposed, were all her new clothes and baubles. She preferred to wear the clothes she came with, a gown of pink silk. Someday very soon he would have to find a way to persuade her to part with it long enough to allow the laundry a chance at it. In the girl's hands was a small wooden doll, roughly carved and so squat and square that it resembled a dwarf far more than it did a human. "Kara, we have visitors," he said. "As lady of the castle, you need to greet them." That pleased her. She rose at once and followed him up a flight of stairs to the walkway that followed the entire wall. The height did not seem to bother her in the slightest. She was an intrepid child, that Dag had noted, but nonetheless, he claimed her hand and held it tightly as they made their way around to the front gate. A delighted cry burst from the child.
"It's Bronwyn! She has come to visit?"
"To stay, if you like," he said, and meant it. If he could find a way to keep them both, to use the power only they could wield, he would surely do it. "And the man with her?" Kara's brown eyes narrowed, and her lip jutted out.
"That is the man who stole me. He killed my foster parents and took me away. He chased me in Waterdeep."
So Sir Gareth was telling the truth after all, Dag mused. Dark pleasure rose in him like a tide at the thought of having this man, this paladin, delivered so conveniently into his hands. The single-minded fool probably expected to fight his way clear or die gloriously. "He will not hurt you here," Dag assured her. "But we cannot be certain he will not hurt Bronwyn unless we let them in. Do not be afraid." Kara shot him an incredulous look. "I am not afraid. I am angry." He smiled with approval and started forward. They walked until they had reached the small parapet overlooking the gate. His first glimpse of his sister affected him in ways he had not expected. She was beautiful, and though he had not seen her for 20 years and more, so very familiar. Memory stirred, one of those memories that would forever be branded in his mind with utter, terrible clarity. He saw again his mother's white face, set in grim determination as she leaped to the defense of her children. That expression was reborn in his sister Bronwyn's eyes. He could use that, Dag thought, striving mightily for detachment. If she was so attached to Kara, she might be willing to do nearly anything for the girl. Their mother had died protecting her brood. Let us see, he mused, if Gwenedale's daughter had inherited her mother's heart as well as her face. Dag stepped forward so that he was in full view of the riders who waited outside the gate. "State your name and your purpose," he called down. Pain, sharp and stabbing and insistent, thrummed along Algorin's temples. He shaded his eyes and tilted back his head to look up at the wall. There was no doubt in his mind who the speaker was. Evil emanated from the man in waves. Algerind silently prayed for strength and for the shield needed to hold back evil's power long enough to defeat it. The woman beside him suffered no apparent ill effects. In fact, she looked disturbingly at home, and a small smile curved her lips. "Ask Kara who I am," she tossed back. There was a moment's silence. "Very good, sister. You say much in a few words, but you have answered only one of my questions. What do you seek here?" Bronwyn slid a quick glance at Algerind and nodded. That was the signal they had agreed upon. They dismounted and walked together toward the walls. Praise be to Tyr, his mental shields held, and the pain caused by proximity with evil did not intensify. "I am a merchant," Bronwyn called up. "I have learned that there is nothing that cannot be bought, if the price is high enough." Algerind marveled at her calm. She stood easily, her head cocked and her hands resting lightly on her hips. One would think that bartering for a child's life meant nothing to her. "Your terms?" the priest called down. There was a hint of amusement in his voice that Algerind found more chilling than shrieking rage. "Simple enough. I want Kara. In exchange, I will give you all 3 rings of Samalar and the powerful artifact they command. What you choose to do with them is no concern to me." This betrayal smote Algerind with an icy fist. "Do not!" he protested, utterly aghast at this revelation of her true, base nature. Bronwyn turned and gave him a small, cool smile. He reached for his sword, but it was too late. The massive door swung open, and a score of Gentish soldiers surrounded them. They swarmed him, pushing him roughly through the gates and toward whatever fate this treacherous woman had in mind for him. Chapter 19. Dag hurried down the gatehouse stairs as Bronwyn and the captive paladin entered the courtyard. He smiled and strode forward to reclaim his heritage at last. "Hello, Bron," he said, voicing the almost forgotten nickname with a faint smile. "Bran?" She stood staring at him, her eyes huge and her face a canvas awash with more emotions than he could name. "I suddenly remember so much." As did he. Bron and Bran, they had called each other. Nearest in age, if not in disposition, they were intense friends and foes during childhood. Images, fleeting and bittersweet, assailed him. She took a step forward and held out a hand in an unthinking gesture. He took it in both of his own. "You've made an offer, but I would like you to reconsider it. You could stay here, if you wished, with Kara and me." Her large brown eyes focused on him and went utterly cold. She snatched back her hand. "Under the same roof as my father's murderer? Not a chance. Give me Kara and I'll go." He refused to let her response sting. "Not quite yet. There is the matter of the rings and the artifact," he reminded her, then tisked lightly. "Same old Bron, hoarding all the toys." Dag understood the undeniable charm of memory, and he wielded like a sword his knowledge that he once had been the person that Bronwyn loved above all others. She shook her head, refusing to succumb. "I want to see Kara," Bronwyn said adamantly. He lifted one brow. "Do you not hear her? She is in the gatehouse, under the care of hardened soldiers who, at this moment, are no doubt wishing they were patrolling the mare of dead men instead." She cocked her head and smiled fiercely when the sounds of Kara's angry struggle reached her. Dag turned to the guard at his elbow. "Have the men send her down." The message was relayed, and Kara flew out of the gatehouse door like a small brown bird. She threw herself into Bronwyn's arms with a glad cry.
"My father said you've come to visit. He said maybe you will stay.
Bronwyn looked at Dag over Kara's head, holding his eyes as she spoke. Plans have changed, Kara. You are going with me. Give your father the ring. Without hesitation, the little girl peeled off the artifact and handed it to Dag. That concerned him, and stung more than a little. Hadn't he impressed upon her the importance of the ring and the power that came with her heritage? Did she value it, and him, so lightly? Dag thrust aside these thoughts and turned back to Bronwyn. The artifact, he said, and his voice sounded colder to his ears than he had intended to make it. Bronwyn set Kara down and shouldered off her pack. From it, she took a small object, carefully wrapped in a travel blanket. Dag watched avidly as she peeled off the covering, holding his breath and hardly daring to imagine what the item might be. She handed him a small wooden object. Puzzled, he took it from her. It was a miniature siege tower. A cunning piece of work, certainly, but a toy for all that. He raised furious eyes to her face.
What is this?
Precisely what it appears to be, she said curtly. Look at the platform. There are 3 small grooves. When the rings are placed into them by a descendant of Samalar, the tower will grow to enormous size. Dag looked at the tower with new interest. This was what he needed, exactly what he needed. With it, he could make short work of an escalade and gain another stronghold for the Zhentarim. That is, if it worked as Bronwyn claimed. He handed her back the tower. Show me. She looked hesitant. You'd do better to wait until morning and take the tower out into the open. I've seen it grow. This courtyard might not accommodate it. That, Dag doubted. Judging from the depth and breadth of the toy's base in relation to its height, it could most likely fit into the bailey without difficulty. How tall does it grow? As tall as it needs to be, she said reluctantly. The artifact seems to sense the need and intent of the person who wields it. I believe it will adjust to the wall it is meant to conquer. Well then, we have no problem, do we? Nor would we, unless Thornhold's wall were 100 feet tall. She struggled to hide her consternation, but Dag took careful note of it. As you wish, she said, and handed him 2 rings identical to the one in his hand. Too easily, Dag thought. He shook his head. You do it. Bronwyn took a long breath and closed her hand in a fist around all 3 rings. Stand out of the way, Kara, she warned the girl. I want you to go over to the far wall by the tower, just to be safe. To Dag's surprise, the child offered no resistance. But though she watched from a distance, there was little of her usual curiosity in her brown eyes. In fact, her expression was unusually shuttered. Do not do this thing! Burst out the paladin. He struggled mightily against the men who held him. Better to die than to give such power into the hands of evil! Dag Zoreth lifted one brow and shot a sidelong glance at Bronwyn. Earnest sort, isn't he? You have no idea, she gritted out from between clenched teeth. She threw an angry look at the man and set the tiny siege tower on the ground. She put the 3 rings into place, one at a time, and then she leaped to her feet and ran toward Kara. Instinctively, Dag followed suit. Behind him, he heard the scrape of a heavy object being dragged quickly against packed dirt and the creaking groans of expanding wood. He darted a look over his shoulder and then redoubled his pace. The size of the tower and the speed with which it grew were astonishing, exhilarating. In moments, the tower had reached its full height. It stood in their midst like a shining beacon showing Dag the way to the future he craved. Not a man moved, not a person spoke. All gazed in awe at the huge siege tower in their midst.
Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the sound of splintering wood. A door on the side of the enclosed tower flew open, sending shards of wood spinning as the bolt which had held it shut gave way. A fierce, red-bearded dwarf erupted from the tower in full charge. Ringlets of bright red sprang from her head in wild profusion and streaked behind her as she ran, giving her the appearance of a vengeful Medusa. Though stunned into immobility, Dag remembered that dwarf. His raid had disrupted her wedding feast and had left her new-made husband lying dead from many wounds. As he eyed the female's furious approach, it came to Dag that he might well have done that slaughtered dwarf a favor. Then the shock lifted, and fierce anger took its place. Sensation flooded into his dazed mind. The thunder of perhaps 50 pairs of dwarven boots, the roars and cries of the vengeful attackers, the sound of axe against sword, the smell of blood and of bodies already voiding themselves in death, and the bright coppery taste of fear. Dag whirled and seized a sword from the scabbard of the soldier nearest him. He ignored the battle raging around him as his eyes sought out the gift his sister had so thoughtfully delivered. The paladin was not difficult to find. His bright hair caught the faint light of the dying day, and his young, strong baritone was raised in a hymn to Tyr. Dag's jaw tightened. He knew that hymn, and could sing along with Algerind of Tyr if he chose to do so. What he chose to do was to cut that song from the man's throat. Never had Algerind seen such a transformation come over a mortal face. As the priest of Cyric gazed upon him, life and warmth and humanity itself drained away. Dag Zoreth raised a sword and touched it slowly to his forehead in salute, his eyes holding Algerind's. As he lifted it, the silver blade darkened and began to glow. Purple fire danced along the edges, throwing eerie shadows across the sharp lines and hollows of the Cyricist's face.
"You signed on to fight evil, boy,"
Dag Zoreth said, in a voice that was less like that of a single mortal man than a chorus of angry beings speaking in concert. The voice rang out easily over the chaos of battle and reached out for Algerind like a grasping, unseen hand.
"You are about to realize your fondest ambition."
The force of so much evil, so much hatred, drained the blood from the paladin's face. But he lifted his sword, mirrored Dag Zoreth's salute, and ran to meet the priest's charge. Black and violet fire flashed forward. Algerind parried, sending sparks flying. He advanced, his eyes steady on that inhumanly evil face, his sword dipping and slashing, working the priest's blade and keeping him on the defensive. He had little choice. The unholy fire gave incredible speed and strength to the Cyricist's sword, more than compensating for the difference in their stature and training. Algerind had found more skilled opponents, but never had he faced one as dangerous. This victory, if such he was granted, would be not his, but Tyr's. Bronwyn covered Kara's eyes from the glare of the purple fire and the terrible fury of the duel raging just a few feet away, and, most horrifying of all, the evil incarnated on Dag Zoreth's face. She scooped Kara into her arms and started to rise. "We've got to get away," she whispered. The child wrenched out of her grasp.
"I won't leave him," she insisted. "I can't. It's my right to see what happens."
Bronwyn remembered her own despair at the siege of Thornhold and knew she could not deny the child this. Nor could they leave if they wanted to. They were backed against the inner wall, and the duel had shifted to block their escape. A clear, baritone voice began to ring above the sounds of battle, softly at first, and then gaining in strength and power. Though Bronwyn could not see the paladin's face, she was certain that it wore its usual expression of absolute faith, and she had reason to know that Algerind was not one to be lightly dismissed.
Algorand sang as he fought, calling out to Tyr in ringing faith that evil would not long prevail. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the light that limned Dag-Zoreth's sword began to dim. The fire of Cyric faltered before the power of Tyr. The purple light began to flicker and then to vanish. In moments, the priest held nothing but a blade. With 3 deft movements, Algorand disarmed Dag-Zoreth. Another stroke sent the priest plummeting to the ground. Kara screamed as her father fell, blood darkening the already black vestments of his god.
He's killing him! Don't let him kill my father!
Bronwyn reacted to the pain in the girl's voice. The Harper leaped forward and hurled herself at the paladin's back. She fisted one hand in his curly blonde hair. In one swift movement, she pulled her knife, reached around, and placed it at his throat. For a moment, Bronwyn was sorely tempted to pull the knife back hard and fast. She could finally end this, and she could do it now. But there was enough of her father in her to reject such a dishonorable act. She had caught the paladin in an unguarded moment, when all his being was thrown into the hymn, all his soul devoted to vanquishing evil. Despite everything Algorand had done, she did not want to kill him. But neither would she let him kill Kara's father before the child's very eyes. "Bran," she said, calling her brother by his old name, "how badly are you hurt? Can you stand? Can you hear me?" The priest stirred, grimaced, and pressed his hand to his side. He whispered the words of a healing prayer, and some of the color crept back into his pale face. Using his sword as a cane, he struggled to his feet. His gaze settled on Bronwyn and her captive, and a smile of chilling evil curved his lips. "Well done, Bran," he said. "You hold him, and I'll finish this." "No." Dag looked puzzled, and more than a little angry. "No?" "If I let go, he will kill you. If you try to kill him, I will let go. You have to leave, now." Comprehension swept over Dag's face. "So that is your game. You made one mistake, one that could be fatal," he said in a coldly controlled voice. "Why would you let me go? Why would you bother to save my life at all when you know you may well have cause to regret it someday?" "I'll take my chances." She lifted the knife at Algorand's throat just a little, just enough to suggest the threat. "Just go." "Very well." His eyes quickly swept the fortress as he took a last look at what he had lost, and then they settled on the little girl. "Come, Kara." Bronwyn squeezed her eyes tight for a moment, trying to damp down the sudden searing pain. This is what Kara wanted, she told herself. She belonged with her family. Her father. "No," the child said, clearly and firmly. Dag-Zoreth looked astonished. "What do you mean?"
"I want to stay with Bronwyn,"
Kara stated. "But I want you with me!" The child's smile was sad and old, far beyond her years.
"Yes, father. So you have often said."
The silence stretched between them, and in it Bronwyn could hear broken promises just as surely as her ears rang with the sounds of battle. Dag looked stricken, but he managed a small, rueful smile.
"This is a strange end indeed," he said in a strangled voice. "After all this, I find that I am more like Hronulf than I would have thought possible."
"Never," said Algorand, risking the safety of his voice to speak what he saw as truth. The priest sent him a look of purest hatred.
"You know nothing. Your kind is known to me. Your mind is empty of everything but Tyr. It should be an easy matter, therefore, for you to remember this. I will find you and kill you in the most painful manner I can devise."
Dag-Zorath took a long breath and chanted the words to a spell. He held one hand poised in an unfinished gesture and looked to his daughter.
"Goodbye, Kara," Dag said softly. "We will meet again soon."
His gaze sought Bronwyn, and this time his eyes were hard.
"As will we."
And then he was gone, leaving behind a small wisp of purple smoke. Bronwyn caught Kara's eye, jerked her head toward the still fighting dwarves, and mouthed the word, "Run." Then she took her knife away from Algarin's throat and danced back a step. Still holding her grip on his hair, she kicked with all her strength at the back of his knee. His leg buckled. At the same moment, she yanked back hard. The paladin fell backward and landed in a painfully twisted heap. Bronwyn resisted the urge to kick him while he was down and took off running madly after Kara. A small knot of dwarves had run out of opponents and seemed to be quarreling among themselves. Kara ran straight at them.
"Good girl,"
Bronwyn panted as she pounded along behind. The dwarves looked up as Kara approached and parted to let first her and then Bronwyn past. Bronwyn glanced back to see that they had closed ranks, forming a wall of dwarven resolve against the paladin. For once again, Algarind was fervently pursuing his quest. Bronwyn groaned. "Stop him!" she shouted back. She snatched up Kara and all but threw the girl over her shoulder. There was an open door before them. The chapel. Bronwyn remembered the steps that ran up the back of the chapel into the towers. She dashed into the low building. The sight before her stopped her in mid-stride. Hanging over the altar was an enormous black skull, behind which burned a lurid purple sun. Malevolence emanated from the manifestation, washing over her with a wave of hatred and evil that was fully as debilitating as the Lich's touch. Algarind clattered in after her, barely noticing the dwarf who clung doggedly to one of his legs. He stopped, as Bronwyn had done, and raised his eyes to the unholy fire. But there was no fear on his face, and his eyes held calm certainty. For a moment, Bronwyn envied him the simple beauty of his faith. Again he began to sing, the same chant that had banished the purple fire from Dag-Zorath's sword. Such was the power of his prayer that the dwarf, who had given up his hold and was now attempting repeatedly to bash at the paladin with a battle hammer, could not even get close. After several moments of this, the dwarf shrugged and took off in search of something he could actually hit. The manifestation of Cyric was more difficult to banish than the sword's enchantment, and it resisted Algarind's prayers with a hideous crackling and hissing. The sunburst's rays fairly danced with rage. Bronwyn did not stay to see the outcome. She put Kara down and took her hand. They edged around the chapel, hugging the walls and keeping as much distance as possible between themselves and the angry, evil fire in the midst of the room. Once, a spray of purple sparks showered them. The skirt of Kara's dress began to smolder. Bronwyn dropped to her knees and beat out the tiny flames with her hands. To her relief, the child was not burned. Only a few empty, brown-ringed holes marred the pink silk. To her astonishment, this loss brought a tremble to the girl's lip. This, after all Kara had endured. "I will get you another," Bronwyn told her as she pulled her into a run. The fire was dying now, and Algarind would not be far behind them. They dashed up the winding stone steps and out onto the walkway that ringed the interior of the wall. Their way was clear, for all the Gentarum had flooded down into the bailey to meet the dwarf invaders. They ran toward the front gate tower, hoping to get to the horses. The dwarves had shut the door and barred it. There were but 2 horses outside the gate. If they could get to the horses, they could outrun the paladin. But swift footsteps closed in, and a heavy hand dropped on Bronwyn's shoulder. She hurled her elbow back in a sharp jab and whirled after it. Stiffening her fingers, she went for his eyes.
The paladin was quick, and he dodged her jabbing attack. Her hand stabbed into his temple, and she changed tactics, spreading her fingers into raking claws and slashing down over his face. Algorand had not expected this, and for one instant he fell back on his heels. Bronwyn looked around frantically for an escape. The only way was down. The roofs of the small interior buildings were neatly thatched, and they slanted sharply down. It was the best she could do. "Jump!" she told Kara, then hurled herself onto the roof, never once doubting that the girl would follow. They slid on their backsides down the low-hanging eaves and leaped out into the bailey. Bronwyn ran for the gatehouse stairs, pulling Kara after her. She shot a look over her shoulder and stopped dead. A young dwarf had stepped into Algorand's path, his axe raised and his beardless face set in determination. The paladin never slowed. He cut the lad down with a swift, terrible blow and kept coming. Bronwyn squeezed her eyes shut to force back the wave of pain and indecision. She could not leave the dwarves here to deal with this man. He was too skilled, too determined. The dwarves were just as stubborn, and they wouldn't give up until Algorand lay dead. Inspiration struck. She reversed direction, zigzagging across the bailey toward the siege tower. On the way, she cuffed Ebenezer's head. He glanced at her, which earned him a thudding blow from the staff of the man he was fighting. "Bar the door behind!" she shouted, and then she dragged Kara through the open door of the Fenrisbane. Bronwyn looked around the siege tower. The inside was vast and equipped with many weapons, piles of spears, swords, barrels full of quarrels. None of these, not in her hands at least, would be sufficient to stop the determined paladin from fulfilling his quest. She looked up. The interior was a maze of scaffolding, leading up to a second floor and beyond. She hoisted Kara up onto a crate. "Can you climb?" "Like a squirrel," the girl said somberly. She kilted up her ruined skirt and then proceeded to prove her claim. Bronwyn came after her, hauling herself up from one timber to another. She knew with absolute certainty the moment when they were no longer alone in the tower. "Faster!" she urged Kara. "He's still coming!" The girl scampered up with an agility that Bronwyn duplicated only through sheer force of will. Algorand came after them, slowly gaining. But they were almost to the top, almost clear. Bronwyn put her shoulder to the hatch and pushed. Nothing. She tried again, hurling herself at the door and almost losing her balance. "It's barred," she said in despair. Kara, however, was not listening. The little girl stared intently at the wooden door, on the side opposite the hinges. The wood began to smolder, and then burst into flame. "Try again," she advised, her voice pale from the effort of holding the casting. But Bronwyn could not get close enough without setting herself afire. She backed off a foot or two and got a firm grip on one of the crossbeams. She let her feet drop and rocked back and forth as she hung over the rapidly advancing paladin. Mustering all her strength, she swung up both feet high over her head and kicked at the burning door. The hatch flew open. Instantly, Kara released the enchantment and the flames disappeared. Bronwyn worked her way back, hand over hand, and pushed the girl up to the platform, then rolled out herself. She slammed the ruined door down and looked for something to bar it. Kara snatched up a ballista bolt, staggering under its weight. Together, they worked it through the iron latch handles. The door bounced and heaved as the paladin tried to fight his way through. Bronwyn doubted that the charred boards would hold for long. She snatched the 3 rings from their slots and thrust them onto her hands. "Come on," she said, and took off down the ramp at a run. The tower shrank swiftly, sending the ground hurtling up to meet them. The crossbars that gave footing on the ramp were compressed, moving together. Bronwyn misjudged the distance and caught her toe in one of the bars. She fell forward and went into an uncontrollable roll. The fall was mercifully brief, the landing less merciful. Bronwyn slammed into the ground, rolled, and came to a stop with a clank of metal. When her vision cleared, she found herself looking into the fixed, staring eyes of a slain Gentilar soldier. The plate armor that covered his chest had been deeply dented by a dwarven axe. Bronwyn shuddered and shrank back. Strong hands seized her and dragged her to her feet, held her until her world stopped whirling. Her eyes settled upon Ebenezer's broadly grinning face.
"That was good thinking on your part,"
he said, nodding to the tiny siege tower standing in the courtyard.
"Though I don't envy that human much, getting shrunk like that. Makes magical travel feel like a foot massage, I'm telling you that for free."
She reached out to give the dwarf an affectionate cuff, then changed her mind and simply fell into his arms. His grip tightened around her, squeezed with gentle strength, and then he let her go. Ebenezer cleared his throat and stepped back, turning his attention pointedly to matters elsewhere in the fortress. Kara came to stand at his side, the Fenrisbane in her hands. She had torn a strip from her ruined gown and securely tied it around the tower to hold the hatch in place. The dwarf nodded to the tower.
"What you fixing to do with him, now that you got him all boxed and gift-wrapped?"
Bronwyn hadn't thought that far, but the answer came to her. "I'm going to turn the tower over to Kelvin Aronson, secretly. It will be secure in Blackstaff Tower, especially if no one knows it's there."
"Think you can trust him?"
"On this matter, yes," she said shortly. "Whatever else Kelvin Aronson might be, he is no warmonger looking for conquest. And he doesn't look kindly on those who fit that description. He'll keep the tower secure."
"Well, that's fine, then."
The dwarf looked wistfully at the siege tower.
"Before you do that, let me give the thing a good long, hard shake, or at least drop it from a high place."
Bronwyn grimaced, finding herself in sympathy with the dwarf's sentiment. "Algerind is defeated. I can't kill him now." Ebenezer sighed.
"I suppose not. Let the wizard deal with him."
"Kelvin is the least of Algerind's concerns," Bronwyn said with sudden certainty. She remembered the look in the paladin's eyes when he spoke of the price of failure. As to that, she could do nothing. He had chosen this life, and he would be paid in the wages of his own choice. Tarlamera sauntered up, looking almost happy for the first time since Bronwyn had met her.
Nice place. You thinking to be giving this back to the paladins?
The answer that came to Bronwyn's mind surprised her, but she realized that it was the right one. "No. I'm going to hold the fortress. Thornhold does not belong to the Order. It legally belongs to my family, to Kara and me."
Important thing, a good clan hold,
Tarlamera admitted.
How you thinking to hold it, though?
She turned to the red-bearded woman. "I was hoping you might be interested. The tunnels will have to be cleared and protected. You folk could use the fortress as a base until you have secured the tunnels. And even then, you could hold both. This is a good trade site," she added. "I'm sure that dwarves from Mirabar and farther north would be glad of a place to come and trade, outside of the city."
"Been to the city,"
the dwarf woman agreed.
"No reason to go back."
"I'm sure others feel as you do. Think of how a good fortress, a thriving trade, could help you rebuild your clan."
"Dwarves don't hold fortresses,"
Tarlamera scoffed, but she looked more than a little intrigued. She scowled and strode off.
"I'll think on it,"
she tossed back over her shoulder.
"She'll do it,"
Ebenezer translated.
"And she thanks you for the offer."
Bronwyn laughed, delighted by the gruff affection in her friend's voice. He had his family back. Now that she had a family of her own, she and Kara were family. There was no longer a question in her mind. She knew its value. "Ah," she said teasingly. "So that's what she said. I wouldn't have guessed, but family matters can be complicated."
"True enough,"
he agreed. He craned his head and looked up at the darkening sky. A few stars were coming out, and the only sound beyond the walls was the distant murmur of the sea.
getting late. Might be we should find ourselves some beds, if we're going to get on the road come morning."
She stared at him, puzzled. "You're not staying?"
"Never do. Not for long, anyway. Having secured the clan hold and taken the measure of my kin, I'd just as soon head out. If it's all the same to you, thought I'd make my home with you for a while, seeing as how you live on the road and furnish your digs with enough trouble to keep things interesting. Might get myself one of them Harper pins, too, now that I got into the habit of meddling."
A smile spread slowly across Bronwyn's face. "Speaking of trouble, I still have this ring, you know."
"That ought to do it,"
the dwarf agreed. Epilogue 29 Mertul, Dale Reckoning, 1368. Kelvin Aronson seldom dreaded anything, but he would gladly have given up a century of his life to avoid the summons to Pyrgirin's palace. He felt somewhat reassured by the presence of his nephew. The boy seemed to understand much more than he was told. Kelvin hoped, and almost dared to pray, that the young man he loved as dearly as any son would not learn to know him much better than he now did. With difficulty, he focused upon the conversation taking place in Pyrgirin's study.
"The Knights of Samalar held Thornhold for nearly 500 years, the First Lord said earnestly. "They are needed in that place."
"I appreciate your feelings on this matter," Danilo responded with far more diplomacy than Kelvin would have mustered. "But we must confront the facts. The fortress is in the name of the Caradun family. Bronwyn has elected to hold it as a legacy for her niece."
"Two young females cannot hold a keep,"
Pyrgirin pointed out. "But the dwarves can. Some might even argue that the Stoneshaft clan has a better claim. They have lived beneath those mountains for more centuries than the knights have lived above."
Pyrgirin sighed. "You have been passionate in your defense of this woman. Yes, she recovered the rings of Samalar, but consider this. Only one ring of 3 is in the proper hands."
"Scattering the rings among diverse powers might prove to be a wise precaution, if unintentionally so," Kelvin put in. "The possibility of anyone combining the ring's power into a single devastating force is greatly diminished."
"I cannot agree. These are artifacts sacred to Tyr. Yet I am told that the child maintains ties with her father, who is of the Zhentarim, and a priest of Cyric."
"Yes, that is so. Bronwyn returned one of the rings to the paladins of the Order, leaving one ring in the hands of the Harpers. There is balance in that, Pyrgirin. Let it end."
The First Lord shook his head regretfully.
"How can I? And truly, Kelvin, how can you consider the Harpers a sound fulcrum for balance when there is such turmoil within Harper ranks? Sooner or later there will be such division that some Harpers will be tempted to seek agreement and support wherever they may find it. Then there is the matter of Caradun. The girl should have been turned over to the Order for proper training and guidance."
"With all due respect, Kara was turned over to the Order," Danilo pointed out, "and she ended up with the Zhentarim in Thornhold." Pyrgirin had the grace to look embarrassed. He picked up a scroll from the table and handed it to Kelvin.
"This letter may shed light on that unfortunate event."
The Archmage unrolled the scroll and scanned the ornate, old-fashioned script. It was a letter from Sir Gareth Cormeril. After the usual salutations and courtly thanks for hospitality received, the old knight went on to report Algarin's perfidy. It seemed that he had committed a number of crimes, among them cooperating with both the Zhentarim and the Harpers, and selling into their hands a child of Samalar's blood. He ultimately deserted the order to which he had pledged service, but not before he had consorted with Bronwyn, and fought with her first at Gladestone and then at Thornhold.
"I cannot speak to all of the crimes this young man is accused of committing, but at least one of his sins is painted here in far more dire colors than it deserves," said Kelvin.
"Sir Gareth is a prudent man, and careful with his speech," Pirgirin said adamantly.
"Is that so? Judging from the prudent remarks inscribed here, your friend seems to think that Harpers and gents are fit to stew in the same pot,"
Kelvin observed dryly. "Forgive me, but I am inclined to agree with him." A long silence followed the paladin's words. Seeing the futility of discussion on this matter, Kelvin nodded to his nephew. Danilo placed a small box on the table next to a tray of cheeses and fruit, and carefully removed the lid.
"Here is proof that Algorind did not desert his order. As to his other supposed crimes, let him stand trial for them, when he is tall enough to do so."
Danilo carefully removed from the box a small figure, a man no bigger than his hand, and placed him on the table. The little man stood straight, but his face held more dejection than Kelvin would have thought could possibly be squeezed into so tiny a space. The First Lord bent close, squinting, then sat up abruptly with a sharp intake of breath.
"That is Algorind! Whatever happened to him?"
"I am tempted to say that he was cut down to size, but that would be unkind," Danilo said dryly. "This occurred during the Battle of Thornhold. He turned on Bronwyn and tried to snatch Kara from her for what was at least a third time, yet Bronwyn spared him and entrusted him to Kelvin. A noble gesture from a paladin's true daughter." Pirgirin did not comment on this assessment. He turned to the Archmage.
"Can you not return this man to his normal stature?" "It is not my magic that did this," Kelvin pointed out, not without a certain satisfaction. "This is ancient magic, sacred to the Knights of Samular. Would it be right to gainsay it?"
"He is rapidly returning to size," Danilo said helpfully. "In a few moon cycles, he should be back to normal. But this, I fear, will remain as you see it." He took from the collar of his shirt what appeared to be a gleaming silver pin. It was in truth a paladin's sword, Algorind's sword, in perfect miniature. Danilo skewered a small square of cheese with it, and left it standing thus upright on the tray. A fresh wave of desolation swept over the tiny paladin's face at this indignity.
"He should be turned over to his brothers," Pirgirin mused. "But in such a state?"
"It would be better so," Danilo urged. "With respect, sir, I have little interest in growing a paladin, and no skill for such tasks." The First Lord sighed.
"So be it, then."
"About Bronwyn," Danilo began. Pirgirin cut him off with an upraised hand.
"I will agree to let the matter of Thornhold stand. But you should know, Kelvin, that the Holy Order of the Knights of Samular and many of their brother paladins feel they have reason to distrust the Harpers."
Another silence followed Pirgirin's pronouncement. In it, Kelvin heard the inevitable turning of another page in the lore book of the Harpers. A very long book it was, and its pages traced many long years, so many endings and partings, and false, fresh starts. But for all that, wasn't the story ever the same? The irony of this brought a small, hard smile to his lips.
"I do not mean that as a personal insult,"
Pirgirin said earnestly, misunderstanding the Archmage's grimly resigned smile.
"We have been friends for many years. No one, I least of all, could doubt your devotion to this our city, or discount the good that you have done. Much of that good you have accomplished through the Harpers whose activities you have directed. I do not claim otherwise." "But—"
Pirgirin kept his gaze steady on the Archmage's face.
"I still trust you, Kelvin. But I fear that goodly men can no longer put their trust in your Harpers."